Next is want to tell you how this is going to work today. Okay, now normally you go to a conference, you have like these 30 to 45 minute keynotes, and it kind of goes slow a little bit. We've decided to change things up a little bit. This is going to be a flow. This is going to be like 20 minutes, bam, 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 just back to back. A lot of great content. We got some phenomenal speakers who have a lot of experience in the industry, who have a lot of knowledge, who are going to pass that on today. So again, just be ready for that. We are going to take a break at lunch. You'll have a time to collect yourself at lunch, but we're going to go pretty hard for the next 3 hours in bringing up all of our speakers. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and introduce our first set of speakers today, and they are the brainchild behind the product development and what's happening over at BulkLoads. Larry Hurt is the CEO of the BulkLoads family of companies. He's responsible for creating a very disciplined, scalable organization. He's really focused on serving carriers, shippers, and brokers at a high level. And then we also have Clayton Rothschild, who's going to be coming up. He's the CTO of BulkLoads family of companies. He's really focused on managing the development team and the technology and all the infrastructure that goes along with that, and the roadmap of where BulkLoads is going. So please welcome to the stage Larry Hurt and Clayton Rothschild.
Can you guys hear me? Yes, you can. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning. There it is. Awesome. Thanks, everyone, for being here. Trey, thank you for opening us up. This is going to be a great time. It's going to be a lot of fun, and the clock's already down to 17 minutes, so we're going to get going on this. This might be the most important session of the day as it relates to BulkLoads, and so we're really excited that you're here and that you're attending and that you're watching. We've noticed a couple things in the industry. It's moving really, really fast. I'm sure everybody in here is watching what is happening with technology and AI and how that's getting implemented into the logistics field. And so we want to be on the cutting edge of that, and we're really excited for what 2026 has to bring. Really happy Clayton's here. Quick background on Clayton. Clayton and I have known each other for a long time, and Clayton has built a technology company previously before coming over to BulkLoads. And so we're really excited. He's been able to bring a lot of knowledge and a lot of deep context into what's happening in the technology field. And we've been able to bring on some of your developers as well. And that's made a huge impact in a short period of time for BulkLoads. So one of the core problems that we see in the logistics space is there is a lot of noise and there's a lot of fragmentation. And there's a lot of data that is not getting handled correctly or in the right way to spit out what you actually need as a trucking company or as as a shipper, broker, or carrier to actually use that data in real time and then be able to utilize it for your benefit. So our mission is to build great technology that actually helps increase margins for the people in this room. And that's really important to us. And so that's what we're focused on in 2026. Like I said, there are too many tools, duplicate entry, errors, lost margin. We're trying to reduce all that redundancy. Oh, how are we building it? We're super focused. This year is a year of no for BulkLoads. I kid our team all the time that we're not going to go out and build any new businesses this year. We're going to get really good at using our technology and our services that we already have to continue to accelerate the pace that we're moving for our shippers and carriers and brokers. Clayton, I'm going to let you touch on this real quick, but this is a new change coming to BulkLoads, and Tyler really spearheaded this, but it's a feedback board. One area that we've noticed, and as we've changed our identity back into a technology-first company, we want to know what's going on, but we don't want to assume that we know more than our customers. And so this feedback board is really important. Do you have any comments on that?
Yeah, no, I'm glad to be here. So, I joined up with you guys 7 months ago, and I think the idea has been to really modernize BulkLoads. We have this great foundation of different softwares and services that we provide, and I'm here to help to modernize that. So we do that two ways. Number one is technology. Number two is people. And we're really having an emphasis on the people that we bring on. And we want those people, we want to build like we're on the coast, like we're in San Francisco, but we want to have the values like we're in the heartland. And so we have this technology, we have the people, and then one of the missing pieces is being able to hear from our customers well. And the people that typically hear from customers are always different than the people that actually implement the software. And it's been a challenge that's as old as software, which is, do we build the right things? And so this feedback board is an attempt to do that so that we can hear people's feedback. Anybody can leave any comment, you can upvote, and what we can do is not build what some guy wearing all black thinks should be built, but can instead build what the customers say they need. And so I'm very excited about this. You can go to this today and tell us exactly what you'd like to see out of our software and services.
One of the big themes you'll hear over and over again today from the BulkLoads team is also just about transparency. And this is a way that we can be transparent in what we're building and when and why we're building what we're building. And so we want there to be cohesion with us and our customers about let's collectively build this together. And this will be a great tool for that.
Absolutely.
This is a little short view of what the feedback log looks like. There's also a link in here that you guys will have access to, so you can go check it out. But we do want to encourage people to hop on there, take a peek at it, and then let's build this thing together. The other thing is going to be the change log. This will be, one thing we've noticed is building technology is really hard. And you know this from your previous experience and you've seen it here. But one of the things that is super important to us, and we've seen this, and we haven't done a great job at it, to be honest, is this idea of when a change goes out or a new feature goes out or a new product goes out. That's great, right? But it only matters if people use it and we get adoption onto it and it actually fixes a problem that we were trying to solve. And so this change log is going to be a way where we're constantly communicating with our clients about what's new, when is it going to drop, and the status of new projects.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is also accessible as of today. You can go to that same website, feedback.bulkloads.com, and there is a way to both communicate to us what you need, but also to receive and view what has been released. And I think what you'll see, and I'm excited about, as we have modernized and brought on new people and new technologies, what you'll see is much higher velocity, and we are actually shipping really every 2 to 3 weeks. And I think that can be the expectation in 2026 to us to receive feedback, you to see that change on the change log, and we're going to build some great stuff in 2026.
One of the last things I'll mention on the change log that I love is it allows us to see multiple of the same problem for different customers. And so when we start seeing multiple requests for the same issue over and over again, we're like, hey, this is really important. Like, this isn't just a random one-off. This is multiple customers having the exact same problem. So we need to prioritize it, and allows us to go back to our development team and say, hey guys, this has got to get done quickly. Clint, I'm going to turn this one over to you. This has kind of been your baby, one of your first projects that you started on. But this is really exciting for us, and I want to hear the future and where it's going and maybe a little context towards what it is.
Yeah, so this goes back to the idea that BulkLoads as a company is as competent and as on the cutting edge as any sort of VC-backed technology firm, and we compete with the best of them. And so one of the ways that we're making sure that we stay ahead of the curve is with AI. And we're doing so in a rational way, in a smart way, not trying to shoehorn this in or give people what they don't need or make it confusing. But really what we've done is we've created this Bandit chatbot. And if you go to the next slide, you can see an example, I believe, of what it looks like. So, Bandit is going to be a recurring theme, a tool that you see on all the services for BulkLoads. Right now, it's on the TMS system that we have. And currently, if you're a dispatcher using TMS, you might want to dispatch 30 loads of corn on a given lane. And you open up the form on TMS and you type in, here's the origin, here's the destination, here's the rate, and you fill out a form, and it takes you, 10 minutes to do so, and you might do that at scale, and you might spend a Sunday afternoon prepping all your loads. Well, with Bandit, what's exciting about it is in the same way that you might text me if I was a dispatcher, hey Clayton, go ahead and build out 30 loads of corn for this route at this rate. You, as the dispatcher, using this system, can basically send a text But instead of sending it to a human, you're sending it to the chatbot, and you're saying, "Hey, build out these loads. Here's what it looks like." It takes you 2 sentences, and it does all the work of filling out the forms. And so it's just one more way to interface with the system. We are doing that with TMS first. You'll see it on the load board next. You'll see it with insurance applications eventually, where you can interface with these systems the same way you would do with a human. And I think what you see is big time cost savings, time savings, and it just makes it way less friction working with our software. So we're excited about it.
Yeah, thank you. Real quick, I want to get your hot take on just tech and AI in general. You were not having a logistics background previously, but you're very up to speed with technology and how the world's changing. So as it relates to AI, for everybody in the audience, I think one of the questions that I wanted to ask you on stage was just, where do you see the future going? How fast really are things moving? Is it hype, or is this here, and is it going to stay?
Yeah, so it is moving very quickly. Technology in the past 10 years has moved quite drastically, and in the past year, it's moved even faster than the past 10 years, in the past month, faster than the past year. So things are moving. The bulk trucking industry, as we know, is seeing disruption from technology as well. It's been happening for 10 years. It'll happen for 10 more years. It will be slow sometimes. It'll feel very fast other times. The bulk trucking industry, is my mic working? Okay. It's experiencing some disruption, and so what we want to do is apply this fast momentum of technology. We want to apply AI. We want to do things like allow people to get information about rates out of our system. What's a good rate for this lane, for this season, for this timing? We want to enable people, but we want to do so in a discerning way. We recognize that technology takes hold of industries at different paces and in different ways. And we never want to lose the human component and shoehorn or push too hard. And that's why I'm excited about BulkLoads, because we have the technology skills. We also have the people, and we know the industry. And so we're going to do it right.
Awesome. Yeah, we talked a lot about this, but there is just a lot of fragmentation, too many systems. We hear it from all of our clients all the time, is how do we aggregate less screens and less tabs and more into one central system? And that's what we're looking to build. And I think AI will help us do that. This is another project that I'm extremely excited about. This is one of our top projects for the year. At last year's conference was actually when I recruited Clayton to come over and start working with the BulkLoads team, and it was really centered on this idea. The Funding Manager is a new software that we're developing internally for smart freight funding, and really this came to fruition because we process a lot of loads at Smart Freight. We have a lot of redundancy, a lot of data entry, and what we've realized is a lot of it can be cleaned up. And what does that mean for you guys, for the people, the current users of Smart Freight, and maybe people that have thought about using Smart Freight? Is really impactful. So we analyzed, what does it cost us to process a load out of Smart Freight? And when we really dove into it, what we found is it was costing us between $5 and $6 to process a load. And we do, about 3,000 loads a day. And so you can imagine that starts to add up. And so our goal for this was to say, hey, let's build our own internal software that uses AI and that uses OCR technology to read tickets faster and do the data entry for us. And so that was one of the key projects. That was actually the original reason we brought you onto the team. But if you don't mind, give us a little quick preview of what it might be.
Yeah, sure. So this goes back to what I was saying just previously, which may have been cutting in and out, but there's so much change happening in technology. We want to apply technology to this industry. One of the ways we can do this is through factoring of receivables. And what we want to do as we apply cutting edge technology is not to lose the heart of this industry as we know it. And I look at Smart Freight and how Smart Freight operates. We process a lot of invoices and we factor a lot of loads, but the recurring theme that we hear from our people and our customers is that they really like the relational aspect of smart freight. That's what makes us different. And so when we look to apply technology to smart freight, use AI to process loads, the intention is not to take the human out of it. The intention is to empower the human to be even more relational and to deliver even better client service. And so I'm excited about this. I think what we're going to see is the ability for us to process more loads at scale. That'll lead to better relationships with our customers. And then the other nice thing, and very importantly, is it's going to also improve profit for everyone because it's going to be able to lower factoring rates. Very excited about that.
Yeah, that's one of the most important pieces as we look at this conference, we look at our client base. We're always trying to identify areas where we can become more lean so we can pass cost savings on back to the customers. And this is going to be this is going to play probably the biggest role that we've ever seen in the BulkLoads history at doing a direct software that we develop in-house and use internally. As we reduce our costs, we're able to pass margin back to the customer. And so that's one of the things that if you've not thought about smart freight before, or you're a current user, let's talk about this, because as we change, it's going to change our customer base, and we're really excited about that. You know, our base rate for years has been 3%, and that's pretty standard across the industry. But what we know is with technology, for us to stay competitive, our rates have to lower as other factoring companies also are looking to do the same thing and build the same technology. And so this is a really fun way for us to stay engaged with our clients. It's an internal software. We do have some really strategic goals for the funding manager. And if you're a broker, you know, we'd like to talk about what that looks like for your brokerage as well. A lot of folks don't realize we do factor for brokers. And it's a software that we can plug and play with your TMS as well. And so there could be a lot of efficiencies there. And again, we're looking to get rates under 1% for the first time in our history, and that's really exciting. This is the last kind of thing that we'll touch on. But last year at the end of the conference, we said, hey, we're rolling out a fuel program. And so we took action on it. We rolled out a fuel program, and it was a crazy learning experience. And so if you're not familiar with fuel programs, essentially there's a few major players in the space. We partnered with Comdata at that time to roll out a white label smart freight card and BulkLoads card. And we had a lot of success, and it was moving really good. But there was a huge problem in the middle of it. And the problem was we didn't like our partner very much in Comdata, and we were having issues with them. And so instead of continuing down that partnership, we're like, hey, let's figure out a way to do this better. And really after some digging, and Tyler was really the main guy on this, so kudos to you, Tyler, but we pretty much figured out how to cut out Comdata and become build a true fuel program specifically for BulkLoads. And so that's going to be coming out probably in 2027. We're in the middle of it right now. There is some crazy technology and how it's going to implement directly into Funding Manager with a digital wallet, and we'll be able to advance fuel funds and deduct fuel deductions. But we're going to build it the right way for the first time. And so we're really excited about that. I think it's a testament to everybody. Sometimes you got to pause and take a look and say, are we doing this the right way? And so the program is paused for the time being. It's still operating through Smart Freight, but not on the BulkLoad side. But man, we got a really, really big thing coming with the fuel program. And so that's going to be super fun, and we're going to be able to implement it directly into our own technology. Yeah, this just goes back to the same thing I already said, but we love to own the product, and it gives us more control and flexibility over it. So we're really excited about it. We do have negotiations with all of the major fuel merchants. I shouldn't say all of them, a lot of them. And so as we get better and we get great discounts, and that's something this partnership with Comdata taught us, is this thing's got legs, and we're able to negotiate really well up front. So we're really excited about that.
Yeah, well said.
Last thing, man, thank you guys again for being here. We're really excited. I think 2026 is going to be a really big year for the industry. There's a lot of friction in the industry. We're coming off maybe the worst freight market ever, as some would say. And so 2026, it's here. We got to stay aggressive in how we build our companies. We want to be on the forefront of technology, and we want technology to help us build better companies, but also improve your cash flows and use it as a tool to win in the long term. So that's the big picture. We got a lot of good stuff. Thank you, Clayton, for being up here and leading our development and our technology. It's going to be a great year for BulkLoads.
For sure. No, I'm very excited about all that we're doing in 2026. We are operating at a high level technology-wise, as good as any technology company that you might find on the East or the West Coast. And the difference is that we're doing it with people that are here locally in this region, that know the industry well, and that have relationships in the industry and care about the industry. And it's because we have the people and because we have the technology that we can implement everything that needs to be implemented this year, and I think it's going to be to the benefit of everyone in the industry. And the ultimate goal is profitability, and we're going to help with that.
Awesome. Thank you. You guys can find Clayton. I'd encourage you, if you guys have just baseline technology questions, pull him aside during the conference and just say, hey, what do you guys think about this? I think that'd be a great way for people to connect with you, get to know you, because you're going to be the face behind the building of the technology. So thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, guys. How about another hand for Larry and Clayton? Okay, now, ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the serious moment of the event. I would like to ask all of you to take 15 moments of silence as we mourn the loss of the Chiefs dynasty. It's been a rough couple of months for us Chiefs fans. We don't know what this is like. This is some weird feeling to not be in the playoffs. So 15 seconds. I'm just kidding. You guys shouldn't do that. I'm just kidding. We shouldn't. That's weird. We shouldn't. No, they're not going to do that. Okay, just a couple of announcements real quick before we bring up our next speaker. All of our speakers are going to be with us throughout the conference. So if you have questions for them or want to have follow-ups, there will be plenty of time to do that. Go grab them and chat with them. They're going to be available for that. Also, you'll notice that the lights are off in the main house, and that's because we want to keep the focus up here as much as possible. Hopefully, you can still see to take notes, but also, if you need to get up and head out for any reason, we want to make sure that you have the opportunity to do that without really disrupting. So if you need to get up and take a phone call, use the restroom, whatever you need to do, feel free to do that. Also, just as a reminder, on the second floor, we have some work rooms that have power in there. So if you need to go up and check some emails or book some loads, whatever you need to do on that regard, you can head up there, and there will be opportunities to do that as we go along. Okay, I need everybody to stand up. I need everybody to stand up. We're not going to stretch or do anything weird. Maybe later. Maybe later we'll do that. Everybody stand up. Oh, I owe you a hat. I told you I'd give you a hat. Here you go. Just take care of that right now. There you go. All right. I want to see who came the farthest to be at Bulk Freight Conference 2026. If you had to drive at least an hour to get here or you flew here, stay standing. Everybody else, sit down. Okay, we lost a couple of locals, a couple Springfield people. Yeah, they're gone. Okay, all right, very good. Let's step it up a little bit. If you had to drive 4 hours or fly at least 1 hour, stay standing. At least 4 hours driving, at least 1 hour flight, stay standing. Oh, wow, we got some people from far away. I love it. Okay, let's up it to 8 hours. If you had to drive 8 hours or fly 2 hours. Okay, all right, here we go. All right, let's go 12-hour drive or 3-hour flight. There, okay, I like that. There we go. 16-hour drive or 4-hour flight? People drove over 16 hours to be here? My gosh, that's commitment. Okay, let's do 20 hours, a 20-hour drive or a 5-hour flight. Is anybody still up? Oh my gosh. Okay, I need all of you to come up on stage. Come up real quick. You just come up. No, I saw you. No, you can't get away from me. I saw you. Get up here. You can't sit down now. Come up here real quick. I saw you. If you stood up, just come up real quick. Just real quick. Come up. I want you to stand right here. Come on up. This is amazing. This is commitment. Oh my gosh. Give these people a round of applause. Oh my gosh. 20 hours of driving or 5 hours of flying? That's insane. Insane. Come on up here. Yeah, everybody go. Just right here. Just stand right here. You stand right here. Sir, right here. Just right here, on the floor. Right here. No, this is my stage. This is my stage. This is my stage. No, right up on the, yeah, right there. Okay, all right, we got everybody. Okay, oh my gosh. Okay, 20 hours of driving or 5 hours of flying. Okay, let's bump it up. It is bright. That's true. Okay, 21 hours of driving or more. Did we lose anybody at 21 hours of driving? Or did you guys? First of all, did you guys drive or fly? Did you guys all fly? Oh, you all flew. Okay, so let's go 6 hours of flying.
6 hours.
Okay, if 6 or more hours, stay. Everybody else go. Thanks for coming up. You're a darling. Appreciate that. Okay. All right. Okay. So you flew. Okay. So 7 hours or more flying. Okay. Oh, you flew from Idaho? That how many hours did you fly from Idaho?
Well, Boise is a small town.
Oh.
It's got a small airport, so
Where'd you fly? Okay. Where'd you fly to?
Denver.
Okay. And then, but the total flying time.
I like 6
Uh-huh. Okay. All right. How about you? How many hours do you fly?
10.
Anyone beat 10? Yeah, everybody's going. They're like, yeah, we're not doing that. Okay. All right. Congratulations. All right, what's your name?
Shoshana.
Shoshana. Hey, nice to meet you. We have a die-cast bulk TMS truck for you to take home. I know, it's amazing. Everybody give her a round of applause. Wait, 10 hours. Where did you fly from?
Washington.
From Washington. Oh, 10 hours of flight. That's a lot of flying from Washington. Oh my gosh, that's commitment to be here. Okay. All right. Excellent. Okay. We're going to keep it going here. I want to introduce our next speaker. This guy is deep in the data in the market, really understanding data trends and analytics in regards to that. Riley George is the Vice President of Relationship Management for BMO Transportation Finance Group. He works with carriers and market data around the bulk trucking rates to understand what's going on in that regard and really what's driving the changes and what operators should pay attention to moving forward. He's going to break down the 2026 truck market outlook. So please welcome to the stage Riley George along with Jared Flynn.
Before I introduce Riley, the Bandit app that our little AI Bandit, I wanted to call it bulky. Does anybody like bulky better? It kind of goes with it, semi-SAM, bulky, the AI. It's a lot friendlier than Bandit. I think Bandit's a little
I don't know. I like
negativity.
Bandit. I think Bandit's cool.
All right, I got outvoted again.
I think our customers like Bandit better too.
Riley, thanks for coming on stage. You're rocking the trucker socks again.
Absolutely.
But tell us this. You were on my podcast a couple years ago, and you have a very unique perspective because, you're in the banking industry, but you also co-own a trucking company with your dad and brother. But first off, talk about how's the general market been? We know that, but how's it been compared? Talk about the van reefer industry, flatbed industry, to what you're seeing on the bulk side.
Well, the industry itself, for the biggest part of 2025, was a replica of 24 NRC. We've seen some positive indicators at the end of the year, but it's still been really suppressed. I would say, in short order, it would be the van market being the most suppressed, followed by reefer and flatbed. We look at the bulk industry a lot like we do other niche specialized industries like hazmat, tankers, oversize. It's still been depressed, and we've seen some saturation, certainly. But I always say that the ebbs and flows in the bulk industry are a lot like this, where, the big three in flatbed, reefer, van, it's much more ebbs and flows. So I would say that it's been depressed, but not as depressed as others, for sure.
We've seen, this year alone, every week there's a bankruptcy in trucking.
Yeah.
But how's that affected BMO, on your side? Because obviously you guys are tied with a lot of trucking companies, but it's almost every week I'm pulling up an article on FreightWaves of this, 100+ trucking outfit out of business.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. We have felt it. We are the oldest and the largest in transportation, and our losses have been pretty heavy. I will say that 25, our losses started to tail off at the end of the year. But it's certainly made all banks act in a much more conservative manner going forward. I mean, we've really had to sharpen our knives and how, in our collections process, and our playbook that we have used for years when we fall on hard times on how to work with customers. We've had to change that completely because this downturn has went on for so long. If we chose not to do business with a customer that failed or got behind, we wouldn't have any customers left. So it's been a learning curve for us too, even with our experience in the industry.
One thing you said, and I remember this from our conversation before, and I think about this even on our factoring business, like when someone goes silent, that gets scary. But talk about for owner operators out here, again, we know we all get in rough patches. We know sometimes the cash doesn't come in, but just practical advice working with a lender.
Communication. We understand that everybody falls on hard times. We just need to know that. I know that it's tough for a trucking company owner to call his banker and tell him he can't make his payments, right? There's a lot of pride that goes behind what you're building. But having that conversation with us goes a long way. We know that you're not going to, if you could make your payment, you would make it, right? We don't want to be the one that's calling up demanding 1 or 2 month payments at one time. And to avoid that is just have that conversation. Let's develop a plan that works to get you back current. We're not in this business to put you out of business. We want to help you.
Yeah. Right now, I'm going to pivot back talking about just the freight market. BMO, I mean, you guys get a firsthand look of the market. Obviously, you're looking at data and reports, trend lines, trying to see what's coming up. How is 26 kind of looking or shaping up with all the forecasts, numbers? I see your reports that you send out every week, which I encourage you to make sure and tell people if they want to subscribe to that.
Yeah. I think he's going to share my email here in a little bit. That's the best thing to do is just email me if you'd like to get my market update weekly. But to get back to your question, positivity, there's some positive indicators that I mentioned that we've seen right at the end of the year. We always anticipate an 8 to 12% rate increase around the holiday season. That was actually closer to 20 this year.
Why was that?
Demand. We think that the DOT numbers are now kind of stabilizing around 300,000, and for every bad carrier that's still continuing to fall off because of the English language, non-domiciled CDL things that we're dealing with, there's another carrier emerging right behind them. We've started to see that stabilize. But just going to the general economy, GDP last I read was 4.2%, and our economists, who act in a very conservative manner, just changed their projections from 1.8 to 2.3% growth in 2026, and that's huge. A lot of times you'll see them change from say 1.8 to 1.9% growth, or from 1.8 to 1.7, but to go from 1.8 to 2.3, that's pretty big. And you look at what inflation's doing and what unemployment's doing. It's going to pull up some freight with interest rates lowering, GDP where it's at. Manufacturing is realigning their processes around tariffs now that more deals have been made. Those are all good indicators that it's going to drum up some freight for everybody this year. And I think specifically to the bulk industry, we're seeing a lot of carriers leave that got in our space when the rates became depressed in the van, flatbed, reefer segment. You can get on truck paper and see late model hoppers for sale all day long at reasonable prices. So.
Yeah. Craig Fuller, CEO of FreightWaves, I follow him a lot. And if you don't know FreightWaves, I mean, media publication, and they get just a crazy amount of data in. And they put it into they call it their sonar program. But he did a report, or did this report, or was this last week, but just showing like where we're at, these numbers, like it's like kind of right at pre-COVID numbers, like talking about 26 really going to be launching as far as demand in trucking.
Yeah, I think so. Everything I just talked about, with the interest, with things becoming more affordable, people can buy houses or build homes. The rule of thumb we always go with is 7 to 8 truckloads of freight for every house that's built. And you think about that, people go buy pets, they buy furniture and things to go in those homes. So with affordability coming to be more of a reality, there's going to be a lot of demand for trucking. I foresee that we might experience a driver shortage before the end of the year if it ramps up like everyone's projecting it to.
From a banker / truck owner perspective, for these guys out here looking at 26, if they're looking at, again, this is a big question, but refinancing, buying new equipment, buying new trucks, like what is your take on that right now? If you're looking at your equipment right now, should I be upgrading? Should I be trading in trucks, getting newer models?
Well, I
Newer
do
trailers?
think I do think pricing on equipment is the most attractive for the buyer, as it has been the last 2 or 3 years. Refinancing is a very hot topic right now as rates have started to fall. Everybody's seen the Fed has dropped a full basis point in 2025. That hasn't filtered all the way down to the bank yet. My rates are not a full point cheaper yet. We're still working through our losses. Our cost of funds is headed in the right direction. And I tell my customers all the time, I'm not saying you don't refi. I understand why you would. If you can even lower your payment $50 a month, we all need that right now. But I don't think we found the bottom in terms of what the rates are going to be for customers. But on the equipment side, we're not seeing a ton of additional equipment expansion other than if a client has picked up more lanes from their customer because they had another carrier fall off. There's some of that. Most of it's replacement because there's been a lot of folks that didn't buy when prices were so elevated, and now their maintenance cost has went through the roof, and they're realizing that because everybody's really had to watch their cost per mile, and they're starting to replace some of those used, worn out pieces of equipment.
So right now, what are those guys that are coming to clients that are looking at, is it better to refinance? Like, are you telling them to just hold out a little bit longer?
I think it makes sense if you can hold out a little bit longer. And I'm not saying a full year. I'm saying within the next 6 months, they're going to be more attractive than what they are now. I can tell you from a bank standpoint, I put my bank hat on, they would not like me to say that. Nobody wants to take their 8.5% debt and refinance it at 7.5%. But we do get excited about, customers bringing their money over from other lenders. But that's the banker in me. I have to say that. So if anybody talks to anybody at BMO, please note I said that.
Yeah. We have a little bit of time left. Talk about, so BMO, for people that don't know who you are, where you guys cover kind of the market segments, maybe for potential clients out here. Give us kind of an overview.
So BMO, as I mentioned, this is our 52nd year in transportation finance. I'm sure everybody knows who Bank of Montreal is. We're the 7th largest bank in the United States, but the division I work for in the commercial bank, it solely focuses on trucking and transportation. We do floor plan for dealerships. We do credit facilities. We work with the owner operator up to the mega fleets of all shapes and sizes. We have a whole team that works with personal finances for owners. We have a team that helps you put values on businesses when you want to buy them. We do ESOP conversions for trucking companies. But it's anything a bank will do, but we just have a team that focuses solely on trucking. That's why we put this market data together. We want to share it with our clients, but we do it for ourselves. So we truly understand what's happening in the market. So many people want to put trucking into one big box. And we all know that it's just not that way. What we're talking about, van, reefer, and flatbed are completely different from the bulk side. And so when we're this large and we're trying to lean into customers, we need to know where the risk is and where to be conservative and where not to be conservative.
Because we represent all the U.S. here. We have Canadian clients as well. As far as demographics, you all cover?
Yeah, we're in the lower 48.
Lower 48.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, we're all over. And we've got a banker in about every metro. Well, we've got 55 guys that focus on transportation across the country. So it's and if you're in a different region from mine, the region that I cover is basically Missouri, Illinois, a little piece of Iowa, Arkansas, Tennessee, and Kentucky. If you're outside of that demographic, I have another me out there somewhere that I can connect you with as well.
Okay. Last question, just practical advice for these guys from a banking lens. We know cash is king. We're in this business to make money, support our families and all that. But just words of advice for this year, 26, going in from a trucking perspective.
Well, I had two things. Now, I had one, but I thought of another while we're sitting here talking. One thing that we have seen in this downturn is so many customers that don't know their true cost per mile.
Yeah.
And when they're making, when they're bidding lanes, say for a quarter or for a year or whatever, they're doing a backwards look on what their costs were without adding in any inflation for, what their insurance premiums are going to rise, or, hedging themselves on their tire costs, those expensive maintenance items. And so my piece of advice is, if you don't know your true cost per mile, and even if you don't know how to figure it, reach out. You can reach out to me. I'm not the village expert, but I would be glad to help. But focus in on that. Your top line is what it is. The market's going to dictate what your top line is. What you can control is everything in between that and the bottom line. And so watching expenses is very important. It's always important, but especially in these downturns, and making sure you have some cash reserves to go with that. But the last thing I want to leave everybody with is, when we see these market cycles, they typically come back as quick as they fall.
Yeah.
It's usually within a year. This one has been 3 years long. But when they're that short, customers have a tendency to go back to making the same bad decisions because they're able to swim that gap. This one, I hope that we can learn from the hard lessons we've had to endure the last few years and make better business decisions going forward to help alleviate some of the turmoil that's been in this downturn.
Yeah. Yeah, I was going to say the last 3 years have been a learning process.
For all of us.
I think with the downturn, the technology
Mhm.
that's on the horizon, some of the automations coming, and yeah, I mean, I think everybody can speak here. It's like, it really feels like we're in a different world now.
It
I mean, in
does.
this game, like trucking has really changed.
Yeah, it has. I was just talking to some guys at the ATHS, the American Historical Truck Society, about how trucking is going to look when we look back on today. Are we going to look at it like we look at the 70s and deregulation? And I think we are. Certainly the last 3 years are going to be a talking point for many, many years to come. I hope we don't ever see this again. But I think the technology piece is going to be huge. We're going to laugh about the days when, hey, you remember when you had an ELD and a GPS and a cell phone and all these things? It's all just going to be built into the truck. I think about like bag phones and old pay phones and stuff, how we talk about those. I think that's where we're at in trucking when we look back on 2025, 2026. We're going to be laughing about things like that.
Yeah. Well, I encourage you all throughout today, find Riley and get on his email feed. I get that whenever you send it out, and it's just it's a very digestible. And I think that's what most of us out here. I don't need a big report. Just tell me the meat and what's going on in the market so I can make the best decisions.
Absolutely. And if anybody ever disagrees with some of the data I have, reach out to me, because I learn a lot from you guys. I've got a few customers here that are not afraid to email me back and say, this is wrong. So don't be afraid of that either. So.
Yeah. And again, you're very relatable. You run the trucking company too. So you're looking at it from two different lenses. So thank you very much for coming. Can we give it up for Riley?
Thank you for having me. Appreciate it.
How about another hand for Riley and Jared? All right, everybody. A production like this and the quality of this, you would expect a team of 10, 20, 30 people who are organizing an event like this. A lot of this event organization, even though there are several people that are helping out with this, a lot of this falls on Tyler Allison, who has done a tremendous job of putting this together. Would you guys take a moment and give a big round of applause for Tyler Allison, who's in the back just working? I saw Tyler this morning when we got here, and it looked like he hadn't slept a wink. And I know he wasn't at Big Whiskey's last night, so I'm not sure what he was doing, but he was probably working on slides and all kinds of other things to make sure that everything runs well. And so if you see him out there today, make sure you give him a pat on the back, maybe give him some caffeine or something. He might need that, and that could be a help for him as well. Also, I heard through the grapevine that it's John Powell's birthday today. Where's John Powell? Where's John? John, where are you? Don't be shy. Is he over here? No, where's John? Is he here? Oh, that's unfortunate. John's not here? Okay. Well, we'll just wait for him to come in here then. Okay. Well, I heard also that yesterday was Garland Double's birthday. Is Garland in here? Where? Oh, right there. That's you. Come up here. Come here. Yeah, come on up here. Come on up here. Everybody give a round for applause for Garland. Come on up on stage this time. You can come on up, yeah. I hear that Garland hit the big 6-0. Is that right?
I was going to forget about it.
He was going to forget about it, but not anymore. He's not. I think that, yeah, come on around. Come on up here. Yeah, you need to get in the spotlight here. This is your moment. John missed it. He's not here, unfortunately, but this is your moment now. Can we all sing happy birthday to Garland? You guys ready? 1, 2, 3. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Do a dance or something. Happy birthday, dear Garland. Happy birthday to you. All right. You get a truck as well.
Wow,
Happy birthday. Congratulations. Yeah, thanks for participating, and now you can try to forget it. All right. Can move on. Okay, we're going to keep moving here. Our next speaker is Jesse Elison. He's a deputy administrator at the FMCSA for the U.S. Department of Transportation. Jesse supports national safety mission. He oversees regulatory, enforcement, and policy priorities. He's got more than 2 decades in private practice because previously he was the FMCSA chief counsel. He's going to be speaking today on broker transparency, double brokering, and some of the legal lines that he's following that you need to be aware of as well. So please welcome to the stage from the FMCSA, Jesse Elison, along with Jared Flynn.
Jesse, welcome to the Ozarks.
Well, thank you for having me.
Where are you originally from?
I am from Idaho.
Okay.
Somebody
There was
from
one
Idaho out there?
Who'd out there?
Blackfoot, Idaho.
Yeah. Before we get into the meat, and I think we're going to run out of time on this one, so we're going to rapid fire. But you've been with FMC for a while. Trey just kind of mentioned that. But how did you get started and the kind of the career path?
So I joined FMCSA with the new administration on Inauguration Day, as he mentioned, as chief counsel. But I got started in the trucking industry after spending a few years as an associate attorney in Seattle, Washington. I joined a small risk retention group in Montana and worked with the founding member, Watkins and Shepherd Trucking.
Okay, yeah, I know the name. Okay, very cool. Again, this is an honor to have the FMCSA out here in the Midwest and rural America. So again, thank you for that. There's just been a plethora, I mean, with the things that have happened over the last several years. But talk about first just kind of the non-domiciled CDLs. What's the FMCSA doing right now, and kind of where are we at? I mean, that's just been a plethora. We're going to have another speaker on later today, talk a little bit more about that too. But where is that right now?
Yeah, so before I maybe just make a comment that it's also a pleasure for FMCSA to be here. One of the most important messages that I have to convey to you is that this administration cares about this industry.
Yeah.
And that is a really cool thing. And it's an incredible opportunity to be at FMCSA when President Trump and Secretary Duffy are invested in us. And so I wouldn't have appreciated just how significant that was if I wasn't here, but it makes a world of difference. And so I'd also say no stakeholder is too small to give us feedback. And so whether it's a complaint through our national complaint database or whether it's participating in some kind of a comment period during our rulemaking, do participate. That matters a great deal. And you are the ones with the knowledge and the expertise. And we give you deference. And so it's just as much as an honor for the FMCSA to be here in Missouri. So with non-domiciled CDLs, this could get extensive, but one of the real blessings for FMCSA was the president's executive order. And there were 3 sections in that. The most well-known was the English language proficiency, but there were 2 others. One of them was to review non-domiciled CDLs and international licenses. And we've been doing both of those. The non-domiciled CDLs really has been a whirlwind of effort and commitment from FMCSA. It's been an enormous heavy lift.
Yeah.
And I really commend FMCSA for what they've done. And we've kind of learned as we've gone as well. But currently, I think we have 18 preliminary substantial noncompliance letters out. The most well-known are among the biggest, but this really crosses all states, all political lines. But the most well-known is our enforcement against California. And yesterday, because of California's actions, we did issue a final determination of substantial noncompliance and took $160 million from California.
Wow. I did want to say too, to back up to you, like there's been years that I've requested FMCSA to come out, and this was the first time. So again, I just want to applaud Secretary Duffy and the administration for being serious and doing that. So twofold.
It's a major priority of
Yeah.
Secretary Duffy and Administrator Bars that we reach out to all of our industry.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, it's long overdue that we have somebody here.
Yeah. Talk about double brokering and broker transparency. We don't see theft, fraud. I mean, knock on wood, as much on bulk. You know, people aren't stealing a load of corn per se. But talk about a lot of that going on right now. Kind of what's happening, what's being done.
Yeah, you're fortunate to be in a niche where you're not seeing it every day. I'll tell you the evolution of fraud. I mean, I'm a transportation business attorney more than a liability attorney. 10 years ago, majority of my practice were cargo claims. I was a CARMAC attorney. I was talking about damages. But the last few years, I really turned into an insurance coverage attorney because you're really fighting over coverage. And it ends up being in the situation of double brokering is one of the main facilitators. So the topic that you've picked is really, really great. There's two major restrictions, though, on my comments. One is broker transparency, as you well know, or as you probably know, is a pending rule at FMCSA. So I can't actually talk directly to that rule.
Okay.
Otherwise, it would end up being kind of part of the record. I can talk generally.
Sure.
And I will make a comment. And then with double brokering, this has been on our radar from the very beginning. I mentioned there were 3 sections in the executive order issued by the president, the second being the one with the non-domiciled. The third included the requirement to identify conditions to improve the lives of truckers. And one of those was double brokering. So with respect to broker transparency, I think it's helpful to understand that the FMCSA, as you all know, has a primary mission of safety. The goal is to reduce accidents and deaths on our roadways. That's our primary mission. Most of our authorities have to deal with that mission, but we have 2 other missions and sets of authorities as well. Hazardous material, and then we have a commercial. And the commercial is kind of a mix and mash of inherited authorities, and it's much more limited. But that's where the authority to oversee brokers exists. And it's pretty straightforward. Brokers have to register, brokers have to get sufficient financial
Surety bonds.
bonding.
Yep.
And, at the FMCSA next week, I believe on the 16th, we'll finally deliver on one of those components with the financial responsibility on making sure that the assets, if it's a trust, are sufficient, which hopefully will be very helpful on weeding out bad brokers. And then third, they need to follow those commercial regulations. One of them being the very popular record retain information, and that's with the pending rule. And I can say, because it's public on our unified agenda, last year we indicated that we were going to take a look at that rule and revise it. And so there should be more to discuss about that rule in the future. And when there is, I'd encourage you to take full advantage of commenting and sharing what you think about that rule. With respect to double brokering, it's so common now that we kind of just live with it. And I think it's important to highlight with double brokering, there is a form of legal double brokering. But most of the time when we talk about double brokering, we're talking about unlawful brokering. And unlawful brokering was a goal or target of the legislature years ago with MAP 21, when we got the unlawful brokering statute. And things have only, so this challenge, the challenges with brokering has been around for a long time. And things have only exponentially got more challenging, I think, since MAP 21. But with double brokering, and this is not a bad thing with our industry, there's a lot of elasticity. There's a lot of flexibility. I think for the most part, that's served us well. But we're at a point where we really do need to restore some integrity across the board. The non-domiciled CDLs being a really clear example, but also brokering. And with respect to double brokering, what happens with the unlawful brokering is pretty straightforward. A motor carrier does not have brokering authority and brokers the load. And so the acceptable double brokering may or may not be known to the accepting carrier, but it might not be unlawful if the parties both have that authority. And so let me just mention a disclaimer, and I don't think I've crossed this line, but I'm not offering any kind of legal advice. I'm just talking about the regulatory kind of guidance. But double brokering with the many fronts that we face, and we face them and we're tackling them every day at FMCSA with respect to fraud. Double brokering is one of those fronts that I think really will benefit from receiving some attention. And we're still kind of working on that, because that is kind of a rule-based kind of challenge. People are acting in light of what's somewhat permissible, based upon the rules. But double brokering is a tough one, and it's so common.
Yeah. I've seen recently the FMCSA, you guys are really even overhauling the website, right? But even a lot of the processes for people to get access, to update and change. I think I even saw that maybe there was some AI involved with some of the processes can you speak on any of that?
Yeah. So we've made an effort, and a lot of these things were either in the works before we showed up. We have tried to expedite various things, but updating the National Consumer Complaint Database, updating the information pages for truckers, really trying to make things more available is a high priority at FMCSA to make sure truckers can get the information they need. I think the biggest effort, and we've all heard about it for years, is the modernization of the registration system. That's actually happening. Last year we implemented an identity process for new entrants. At the end of the year, we started the first phase of the actual platform with third-party supporters. So we're moving forward with that, and that will be a major game changer on bringing together all of these very old legacy systems at FMCSA into one place, but also it'll strengthen our gating and our control over who has access. And that'll be a big deal on the fraud front. And that we don't have a set date, but we're very ambitious and we're pushing for that.
When you talk about safety, this is something we weren't going to talk about. I'm going to throw this in there, but these nuclear verdicts out here, because we have an insurance arm, but we're dealing with people. But what's FMCSA's view on? I mean, if you drove down here from Springfield, there's probably 20 signs of injury, accident attorneys, and all that. What's FMCSA's role in trying to limit that? Because we've seen just this explosion. A trucker gets in an accident, now all of a sudden premiums, but then now, the minimums on liability now that they have to carry, and at the cost of these trucking companies. I mean, some of these guys now, remember just even 10 years ago, I'm just using a number, it was 3,000 to 4,000 insure a truck per year. Now it's 15,000. That same unit.
Yeah, it's so consequential. The short answer for FMCSA's role is not much. We have the insurance requirement, and so we set that. But beyond that, we don't have too much to do with the nuclear verdicts. I will make a couple of points. That is a recurring priority of many of the stakeholders who visit DC. And it's got the attention of the highest levels. I'll also say there's competing equities. There's a lot of influences that would like no change in that area as well. There's some legitimate arguments to be said that the majority of the people who really get hurt there isn't insurance, and there isn't a responsible company to compensate them and try to make them whole. That's a legitimate response. So at FMCSA, if there was an opportunity, what we could do is, if there was stakeholder interest, take a look at the insurance obligation. Now, FMCSA issues a report. I'm not sure if it's annual and invites information on insurance, and they've never really received the right kind of information to make a substantive change. And somebody's got to do the work for us. We can't. There's so much work that needs to be done on that issue in order to make a change. That just needs to be done by a stakeholder.
Yeah. Kind of last question, I'll land the plane on this one. And hopefully you'll stick around, because I think hopefully there'll be some people that maybe want to talk a little bit. But I've been very impressed with FMCSA, just my communication with them. I get there's been obviously a lot of press releases that Secretary Duffy has sent out. But for people that want to just try to learn more about what's going on, because I guess I always felt like you never knew what was going on in Washington. It always felt like there was this disconnect from small town America to DC. But how would you suggest people in this audience kind of close that gap? We learn, on the forefront of what's going on up in Washington, what's happening, besides just hearing it from, the regular news sources.
That's such a good question. I mean, I had no idea what I was getting into. I knew I wanted to contribute, and it really is a foreign kind of setting. DC is. I would encourage. Well,
because you guys are making the big decisions that impact us here in small America.
Huge decisions. Who sits in those seats is so important. I mean, we kind of take that for granted, but it really is significant. And your contributions, your feedback during rulemaking, for example, I never appreciated just how significant that was. So when there's a rule that matters and it's going to impact you, you want to take full advantage.
Awesome. We're about out of time, Jesse. Man, again, hopefully you stick around. Please see him before you have to head back to Washington. But yeah, if we can give him applause, thank you so much for coming down.
How about another hand for Jesse and Jared? Yeah, I've already moved on. I already moved on to a new team. You know, we've mourned, we're moving on. Actually, a funny story. So I lived in Portland, Oregon from 2010 to 2015. And at that time, Russell Wilson was at the University of Wisconsin. Now, why is that important? Well, the running back for Wisconsin was a kid named Monty Ball. And Monty Ball was in my wife's Spanish class. She taught high school Spanish. And so Monty Ball was one of her students. We knew him well. So we were following the journey of Wisconsin, and I just kind of fell in love with Russell Wilson's game. And then Seattle drafted him, and I didn't have any jerseys. And I thought, man, this would be fun. So I bought this jersey. And as you can imagine, I was about 20 pounds lighter when I bought this jersey. In fact, this is a boys extra large because they're super cheap at Kohl's. So that's what this jersey is here. So it's a little bit tighter, but now that they're in the playoffs with the #1 seed, I feel like I need to bring it back out. So I've moved on temporarily for that. Hey, something else I wanted to share with you is that one of the things that's really important to us here at the Bulk Freight Conference is that we have a conference that is very hospitable and is encouraging one another. So we want to encourage you guys to encourage one another throughout the conference. If you see somebody that's maybe on their own, go up and say hi, meet them, introduce them, pat people on the back. You know, life is hard. Life is hard in many ways with work, with business, with the stresses that go with that, with parenting, with relationships, with marriages. It's just difficult. And so we want to encourage you as you go through the next 36 hours here with us that you're finding ways to encourage one another. So we would highly encourage you to think about that whenever you meet with people, when you talk with people, ask them how they're doing. And when somebody asks you how you're doing, feel free to be honest and just talk about what's going on, pray with one another, spend time together. We just want to make sure that that's top of mind as you're here this week to encourage one another throughout the conference. Okay, let's go ahead and bring in our next speaker. This is a gentleman that I've known for a little while. He's out of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, which he just told me backstage is his 11th city that he lived in, but it's his favorite, it's a phenomenal place. If you're from Pittsburgh or if you've been there, you know what it's like to be on Mount Washington and look down over the river and see the downtown area. Pretty cool stuff there. So he's had 25 years in trucking and logistics, and now he's doing a lot of mergers and acquisitions and working on freight tech investments. He advises on deals, and he sees those that are funded and either bought and or left behind. So he sees all of what's happening in the field in that regard. Prior to this, he was he's in corporate development at PLS Logistics. He's closing multiple transactions with them as they had acquisitions internally. And today, he's an AI companies focused on fraud prevention, more than 2 decades in private practice. And today he's going to be speaking on capital investments into AI and freight tech. And what that all means for you. And he's also on the board of, I believe it's E3, but if I get that wrong, he's going to correct me. Please welcome to the stage, Mark Coomer, along with Jared Flynn.
You guys enjoying the rapid fire? I kind of like this. It's just like, man, I have ADHD too, so it keeps me.
You and me both, my friends. So.
We need to make a small correction. I think he said no longer with PLS.
Yeah, left PLS. Currently a partner at Delta West Group, Asian capital markets firm with about $2.5 billion of investments, doing industrials and freight tech investing here in the U.S. So,
yeah. Well, we kind of pivoted. Kevin Hill couldn't come, and I asked you last minute, so thank you for coming on stage. But you have a plethora of knowledge, and I'm gonna have to, like, Mark, sometimes over talk. I mean, it's over my head, so like bring it down to simple, rural America, small town boy. But like, first question, you travel the country and you see everything going on in freight.
Yep.
From the general freight, every sector, the M&A.
Yeah.
I mean, like, you have a first lens, and eyeballs of what's happening in all aspects.
Yeah, I think first off, we're in one of the biggest transformation periods that in my 25 years in this industry, and a lot of it comes down to data, right? This is the first time, when you hear about AI, a lot of folks are just kind of picking the first vendor that they see in a booth, or they're calling their TMS company. But I want everyone to think about something. I mean, this is the first time in history that trucking companies, logistics companies are literally flooding every single data point out of their TMS to a single vendor, and that vendor is ingesting it. And not only that, there is this momentum to pick something quickly rather than kind of taking your time and saying, I'm giving up 100% of my data, oftentimes to a firm that's run by a 22 or 25, 22 to a 25-year-old sitting in the Bay Area. And they're not thinking, what are they going to do with that data, right? And that's that mindset is, I've never seen an industry that's willing to give that up so quickly. All right. Coming here last night and seeing your event in this subsector, which is very protected and unlike the rest of, called the commodity-based industry. And what I mean by commodity-based industry is dry van, flatbed, reefer, right? Where 95% of the freight volume exists. That side of the industry, in my opinion, technology is working to consolidate in some way, shape, or form. And there are a couple of different theories that could happen. Number one is that the ingestion of this data, right, could automate the operation side of like freight brokers, as an example, right? And by taking over that operation, having a technology company run that process, effectively 50 to 60% of the value of your business could be extracted out.
What does that mean?
Well, that means that effectively, if you build your own AI or you control the technology that effectively is automating your processes, you retain ownership. I think we can all agree that's your valuation of the business, right? But if you're giving that up to someone else and they're controlling it, is the value in your business still there? So that would be my big concern. And as I see companies making very quick decisions and not really taking the time and saying, hey, this company is allowing me to kind of own the technology and own my data versus the data just kind of being piped out quickly, I think there will be consolidation that comes out of this, because I find it hard to believe, of the hundreds of AI companies that are emerging in this industry, that some of them haven't already thought of that. That's my opinion.
I would almost think a lot of probably people don't even realize they're giving up their data, whether it's data from their ELD or from their TMS system or whatever systems that they're using that's connecting. They probably don't even realize that, somebody else is now using that data.
Oh, 100%. And I got familiar with this a couple of years ago because I got invited to be on as a board advisor for a Stanford and MIT startup. And these guys at E3, I mean, they're very ethical, very well raised, very moral, and they pitched to me like, this is what we're trying to do. We believe that data should be owned by our clients. Yeah. And I'm like, well, of course, right? But what they pointed out is, as I started working with them over time, was they said, let's read the investor disclosures of some of our competitors. And just to give you an example, one of the investor disclosures of what I view as the second largest AI company in the freight brokerage space has they're building a marketplace, right? BulkLoads is a marketplace, by the way. DAT is a market. So what are they trying to do, right? So, and how are they building that marketplace? Well, they're ingesting data to effectively run a check call service, right? And then they plan to build a marketplace. That's a pretty big transition. And it says it in their investor disclosure, right? So one thing that I thought that was brilliant of these two founders of E3 is they started telling clients, before you make a decision, we don't care if it's us, ask for your technology partner, especially if they're being funded by billion-dollar venture capital out in San Francisco. Ask for their investor disclosure and line that up next to your client agreement. And do they align, right? What's wild to me is there are companies that do hundreds, if not close to $1 billion of revenue, that are signing these software agreements just like sight unseen because they're in such a rush to get that return, right? versus there's a friend of mine, Chris O'Brien. He was the ex-CCO at C.H. Robinson. He just went to become the CEO of Armada Sunset in Pittsburgh. So we both moved to Pittsburgh coincidentally. And, you know, we were chatting one day and he said, you know, this is not a decision that can be made in a week or a month. This is a decision that needs to be studied and practiced. This is not a FOMO type of thing where we're going to miss out, right? Because the momentum that's been created in the market, especially in the investment market too, because I sit in a unique position because I get calls about buy side stuff since I left PLS. I've received 3 calls from major venture capital funders out in the Bay Area looking to shop the trucking and freight brokerage market. Now, what business does a venture capital firm have operating transport? It just doesn't make a lot of sense, right? So I think and I don't think it's like a big conspiracy. I think that there are a lot because they view this industry as unsophisticated, right? It's easy for the taking. But one thing I would always remind everyone is this: I've been in this business for 25 years. We've had our cycles, we've had our ups and downs. We had the last cycle was all the digital freight brokers who thought they were going to take over. Guess what? There is 0 digital freight brokers left, right? There's five or 10, I forgot what the number was, $5 to $10 billion invested in these digital freight brokers, Convoy, all this other stuff. None of them are still here, right? When I was back at MIT doing a fellowship, the head of the CTL, Chris Caplice, I'll never forget, people were asking questions about Convoy. He's like, Convoy is a broker with negative margins and negative EBITDA. It will not survive, right? How many of these AI companies are producing a profit? They're not producing profits. It's their wrapper, you know, their suppliers effectively. And I want people to understand a lot of these AI companies, there's a big differentiation. There's something called a wrapper concept. They're nothing more than a freight broker, okay? They pipe in your data into Anthropic or ChatGPT or OpenAI, right? And they pay a token fee back and forth, and then they mark it up. So you guys have no control of your, you know, it's literally brokerage, right? Versus the other companies like E3 and some others who do it the right way. They actually say, hey, you don't need a 450 billion parameter model to run, hey, where are you today, right? On a voice AI. They're going to train a 1 million parameter model, which runs 20 times as fast that you can run on your server on site, right? And guess what? Here's our cost to implement it and you own it, right? So that's what's emerging in that market. But what's fascinating, it's the first time I've ever seen technology and call it the non-asset 3PL side. I do believe that there's going to be some sort of, it's going to kind of amalgamate together over the next 5 to 10 years. So
We had a speaker last year, Marcus Sheridan, really talked about AI. And again, I think it woke a lot of people up that were here. And he did a breakout session. And there was, I think, over 100 people in that breakout session. Yeah. And some people still never use it. I'm sure we can have people put their hand up. I'm sure it's 95, maybe 98% of people using AI out there.
Yeah.
What are the trends that you're seeing, though? How people should be viewing it in trucking? If there's people out here that are running a brokerage, if they're running a trucking company, because we know the pluses to it. And again, I use it every day to help me write some of my posts. I mean,
I used it to help prepare for some data points in case you ask me anything pointedly. So,
but how should we be looking at it for these owner operators out here? Because I'm not just talking about a freight broker, even a 2-truck operation, 10-truck operation, freight brokerage. I mean, because there's
I'm
ways to
say something that a lot of people don't. Take your time. Take your time in getting to understand the technology and how it works, and don't be afraid to ask stupid questions, because there are no stupid questions, right? People aren't asking, and this is from the folks I happen to sit on the board of. I mean, the feedback I get is people aren't asking enough questions, right? So, and really understand that business is yours, right? And there are good players out there. There are people who are trying to figure it out, and then there are people who plan on consolidating this industry, in my opinion, right? Or use it to their advantage. But number one, take your time. Number two, you're not going to miss out on anything, because there's this fear that if I don't sign up for this, that, or the other thing, I'm going to miss it out. Start easy. sign up for an account on Anthropic GPT, understand how it works, because guys, it all works the same, right? It's just different in how the data flows. Number two is voice AI is the most attractive in your business. Voice AI is the last thing you should be implementing. And any consultant, credible consultant, will tell you this, who understands this space. And the reason is, I want you to think about it. If I'm going to communicate something about my systems or my processes, right? Wouldn't I have to map out those processes and build some automation in there first? So anytime you see voice AI saying, hey, we're going to do this, this, or this, you're putting the cart before the horse, right? So that's the other piece of advice I would give. And the last thing is, you need to detect whether it's a wrapper or if it's a model that's trained around your business or the industry. How do I detect if it's a wrapper? Well, number one, because I know the competitors of E3 that are doing it properly, is look at the costing model. If they have high variable costs, so if you look at your contract and you say, if I have, let's say, 100 activities or 100 tokens, my costs go up by an equal, if it looks like a volume-based kind of transaction, that's a wrapper, because guess what? That's how they're being billed, okay? It's an API, they're effectively marking up an API call. Versus you see costs that go to kind of hit development and then it kind of flatlines, right? So it's a controlled fixed cost. That typically isn't a wrapper because they've built the model themselves, they own the model, or they've turned ownership of the model over to you. So those are the pieces of advice I would give.
Again, we're seeing just this rapid pace of technology and systems, TMS systems, ELD, I mean, all these tools out there.
The last 3 years, the amount of data that we have warehoused, globally, I was reading this somewhere, we have something like 3.5 times the data in the last 3 years that's ever been collected since the beginning of the digital age. I want you to think about that.
That's wild.
It's an exponential scale of collecting, warehousing, and sifting through data. And if you guys have ever used ChatGPT or anything else, and you run a bunch of projects and you see it all there, think about that. You typed in a sentence, it generated an 8-page document. And how many times have you done that? All that data, it's building and building and building. There's a race to see who owns that data, who controls that data. And one of the things that one of the owners at E3 did is I had an old Mac Mini, right? And they had me put on a local LLM and this app on my phone so I could run stuff locally. And by the way, it's free. And it's fascinating because you can actually put these on, you can take an old PC at home, make sure you have enough memory, and you just go to you just look up Llama, LLAMA, and you download like a 3 or 7 billion parameter model, and you can actually do this stuff at home with no coding ability and everything else. So what it's doing is it's democratizing. Here's another thing, like I don't code, by the way. I went to MIT, but I do not code. Is that I was trying to connect some systems. I'm kind of a nerd with my smart home, and I was trying to connect an old stereo receiver, which has a really good amp, to my smart home system, and it had an old RS-232 serial cable. I bought that and typed into, I use Claude. Can you type in code to program this? In about 15 minutes, I was controlling a non-digital device through my smart home. So think about that. If anyone can code things that they never had an ability to do before, guess what? You could build the next big TMS company, but guess what? All your competitors are too. But you probably don't need to buy a TMS. You can probably code a TMS with some proper technology people supporting you, because you need projects and everything else to do it properly. But this will level the playing field for smaller businesses. So that's the opportunity. But you need to be cautious because the big tech companies also want your data and might want to potentially consolidate it too. So you got both sides of the field, and that's why I think at the end of the day it's going to be a wash, right? There's going to be no huge winners. It's just going to kind of reallocate. So
that's going to be my last question. We got 2 minutes.
Yeah.
I've been seeing the same thing, and again, simple-minded, but like people are saying now with a lot of this AI automation, software is no longer a competitive advantage.
I agree, and let me give you some insight.
Like people.
There are five.
Will a trucking company, a 5, 10 truck, will they be able to build their own software, their own TMS?
I think they can do it now. I mean, so I used to be a turnaround guy. I sat as a CEO. I always like the asset side more than I like the brokerage side, to be honest with you.
It seems like you just find that young kid and
Yeah, well, here are the things. When drivers look at concrete I was told, these kids in brokerage, you have to remember, drivers look at concrete for 11 hours a day, literally 11 hours a day. Their psyche, they're either listen to Rush Limbaugh on Sirius XM and get angry at the world, or guess what? They go to get a book on tape or learn something. Now when you have AI, it's fascinating because when I was running Mid-America in St. Louis, a lot of these guys had laptops and they all kind of voted to get internet, the hotspots in the truck, and we went ahead and put it in. They wanted it over Sirius XM. And what's fascinating is we saw the attitudes of the drivers change, and they were smarter, they were learning more, right? And when you think about the fact that 92 or 9, I forgot the ATA data, 92% of all trucks on the road are owned by, companies with 6 trucks or less. The majority of those are owned by ex-truck drivers, right? Think about, I'm not a coder, I'm programming stuff at home. Yeah, these guys can run their business. They can write their own automation. I think we're gonna see, it's gonna come from both sides, right? And I think you see more concern the smaller the company, a lot more caution versus, call it the hired guns, right? I'm talking about like private equity CEOs, big publicly traded CEOs, the guys they hire, they put in a lot of redundancy. They're not necessarily smart, but they want to look good. And what they're really good at is, those are the guys who I'm noticing are going out and making these quick decisions, right? And guess what that does? That just opens up a huge playing field for that driver on the road who's got that hot spot, right? Who's teaching themselves to code and build their own system and possibly the next great trucking company. So that's the cool part of what's going on right now. And I genuinely, the United States, the one thing I love about this country, and I've lived internationally, is we always come back to balance and equilibrium, right? There's always hype, there's always excitement, there's always fear, but it always equals out into a nice equilibrium, and no one ends up getting really screwed. So
I think what I learned the most is be careful with your data out there.
Guys, I can't stress this enough. Read these contracts. Do not make quick decisions. The AI is developing at a rapid pace, and if you wait an extra month, 6 months, a year, you're going to be fine. Do your homework. Don't give up your data. It's your data. You own it, and don't become the next agent, okay? Because that's what the people who want to own your data and kind of consolidate, their vision is, you're a sales agent. They own the operation side, and guess what? As a guy who's in M&A, sales agents are worth 1/3, and trucking agents are worth 1/3 of what a trucking company or freight brokerage is. So just be cautious. That's 2/3 of your valuation you're giving up if you're giving up all your data. So
this has been awesome.
Great.
Thanks, Mark.
Thank you.
That's cool. That's awesome.
What just fell? How about another hand for Mark and Jared? All right, you guys doing okay out there? Everybody good? Have you tried the dark chocolate medallions yet? I just had one backstage. They're pretty good. And they're the best part, they're individually wrapped. That's genius. Talk about portion control. How many of you kind of go through a sleeve of Thin Mint Girl Scout cookies in one sitting, right? This is great because the effort just to open another, little medallion is, maybe too much. So it's great portion control, but they're very good. So make sure you try those. All right, we got our next speaker coming up. Jason Eisenman is the Vice President of Safety and HR at Liquid Trucking Companies. He leads safety and compliance and people operations, and he's been there for more than a decade. Prior to that, he was in HR, building discipline, safety, and culture. He's got more than 2 decades in private practice. And today he's going to be speaking on bulk liquid hauling, operational safety, and profitability. Please welcome to the stage Jason Eisenman along with Larry Hurt.
Mic check. We're good. Awesome. You good? Well, I'll just say real quick, guys, it's been fun. It's been going fast. We're keeping it moving. The last couple sessions, man, it's been some really high level information. We're going to pull it back a little bit, and I'm really excited to talk with Jason. And we're going to get into a little bit more nitty gritty. What does an operation look like? How do we win with boots on the ground? And how do we continue to grow? And so this is going to be a fun session. Jason, if you don't mind, that was a great intro by Trey, but can you just give us a little bit more detail, how long you've been with Liquid, and some of your day-to-day responsibility?
Yeah, absolutely. Going back 20 plus years, started as a truck driver in 1998, but with Liquid Trucking since around 2012. And Liquid Trucking Companies is a conglomerate of 3 motor carriers, 2 commercial tank washes, and a transloading facility most recently. And today we'll even talk about, adding in a brokerage operation.
Awesome.
And,
That's
day to day, working mainly with our payroll and benefits and our people and our dispatch, safety. It's a really great opportunity to serve all of our folks when they show up to work every day and see how we can make that experience better.
That's great. One of the main questions I had for you today, we get a lot of guys that come to BulkLoads and say, hey, I've been pulling a hopper or a belt or an end dump, but I'm thinking about getting a tanker. Should I do it? Yes or no? And the reason I want you to, I think it's really important for the audience and everybody here to understand how to scale correctly and what are some risks that come with maybe a different trailer type, specifically in the bulk trucking space.
It's a great question, and I was faced with that the day that I started at Liquid Trucking, coming from prior companies like Cisco Foods, BNSF, Chrysler, Ryerson Metals, working in many large-scale operations, but nothing tanker. So when I stepped foot into Liquid Trucking, much like you guys might, if you chose to make that business decision to operate a tanker business, it is an eye-opening niche business that it took a few years to understand. If you don't invest heavily in the people first, it's the output isn't going to be there, because the dedication it takes to come into a niche chemical tanker industry and understand all the pros and cons, the dangers, the efficiencies, how it differs from, the big 3 that we talked about before.
Yep.
And all the other niche markets. Our drivers every day that we're hiring come from all other walks of transportation, and they come in with huge eyes. And it's rare that our recruiting team, who's here with us today, gets to hire a talented, experienced tanker driver. And so we have to put a lot of effort into them, invest heavily into them over 2+ weeks of our tanker school to get them just qualified to even operate, let alone try to operate the business end of it and successfully operate the delivery side of it.
Sure. One of the other questions we get a fair amount is we'll get a BulkLoads carrier who has done very well. They've been able to scale. Maybe they're up to 10, 20 trucks. And it seems like they get a customer that reaches out, a shipper. Hey, we got some opportunity in tanker. And I'd love some advice or to hear your opinion on at what point does it make sense to diversify for the shipper, and what point does it make sense to stay doing what you're good at, and maybe saying no to freight because you can't operate at a high enough level?
Great question. Being disciplined, right? Knowing when to take the leap. I don't know that I could answer that for everybody here today, but go into it not thinking that it's going to be quick and easy. Make sure that you do the homework. Obviously the trailer setups are wide. We have a load planner here with us today, and if you sat down or wanted to talk with us, at the conference the rest of the day, Peyton could sit and tell you about his job day to day, all the different trailer types that we have, pump styles, customer requirements, pre-wash requirements, the laundry list of what we were talking about, how we see AI working in our space and all the things that it's going to require to know, that's what's being done by people today. If you decide to get into that business, and the deck is stacked against you to be highly profitable early if you're going to service several facets of tanker. But I would say start something simple, get into just hauling fat, or maybe not chemical right away. Don't diversify within the tanker space too quickly.
Sure. So you talked a lot about, a second ago, you made the comment about hiring and the training process. Can you dive in a little bit more of what that looks like? First of all, how do you recruit? So you've got 3 trucking companies. How many assets is that?
So about 225 power units, and we try to keep about 185 on the road week to week, and about 415 tanker trailers.
So how do you keep enough qualified drivers in a truck at all times as you're having guys churn out and then get new drivers in and they got to go through this thorough training process? Can you give us a little insight there?
Yeah, it's a really broad spectrum, actually. We look at it from the end of the year, from net payroll, right? We can pay people $100,000 a year, but if you're not delivering good net payroll with bad benefits and other things, all the way back to the front end, when our team is sitting around using all the main, 10 streets of the world and your Indeeds, all the main marketplaces that we're going out and, trying to sell what liquid trucking is to drivers as opportunities, not only just selling them something, but making sure it's accurate. What we have to offer is maybe what they want in a job. Because if that doesn't match right away, they're not going to like it long term, and they might not invest in as much in the position, which is needed because the goal every day is you have to go home the same way you showed up. And if you can't have the right mindset the day you walk in to go home the same way every day, they might be a risk not only for themselves or those they work with or the company itself. So really, really big on fit, being disciplined on our hiring area and what we have to offer. Try to under promise and over deliver a little. That way, when they get to 1 year, our previous studies have shown if we can get a driver to 1 year, they'll stay for 3. And if we can get a driver to 3, they'll stay for 5. And so, we try to learn from the mistakes and things that we've done well and bad and either repeat or not repeat those.
Do you guys have driver incentive bonus to hit those marks, the 1, 3, and 5-year goals?
We don't have anything for that specifically. What we do have is seniority bonuses. So every single year, your pay is amplified based on years of service, and then revenue and performance and safety bonuses.
Awesome.
Yeah.
When you get a driver that comes over and he's going to drive for you guys, what's day 1 look like for him? He's never driven a tanker before, never driven chemicals, doesn't know the industry well. Maybe it's a dry van guy coming over. What does that process look like to get him trained up and road ready? And what's the start time from the time he enters the door to the time he's actually hauling a load?
Yeah, let's just cover the whole 2 weeks real quick. That'll give you the broad picture. So we hire a driver. Nick puts somebody on the board, one of the recruiting team members, and they might be starting a week or 2 weeks or 3 weeks out, right? Well, we on day 1 they come to our tanker facility just south of Omaha, Nebraska in Plattsmouth, and day 1 is what we call the unfun stuff in trucking. You're signing the paperwork, all the policies and procedures that we have to do to be legal. They're doing their drug screen and physical capacity test the first day, make sure that they're safe to climb and operate on tankers and things like that. Days 2 and 3, more classroom. So we have a classroom and hands-on facility that we've built there. And so they're mixing, touring all the facilities, getting to know people, getting to know the training rooms, the tankers. They're doing some touching and feeling at that point. And then really it's Thursday and Friday where tanker school is, hey, we're moving liquids. We're setting up to fail so that, they actually get splashed with water in a scenario in the tanker school so they can feel what it is to make a mistake and get hit with something before they go out on the road and maybe get hit with something dangerous, teaching them all the flows. If they make it through that first week, because tanking isn't for everybody. So sometimes, folks will be like, this isn't for me. I'm going to step back and thanks for the opportunity, but I'm going to move on. And sometimes we have to do the same. You know, we recognize that this isn't going to be for them, and this could be really bad. So that first week, they kind of have like a little mid-graduation to get to week 2. And in week 2, our driver trainers are actually working with them on the road, in the truck, in an under 300-mile scenario, servicing our customers, teaching them, you know, how to load and unload with as many load and pump styles as possible.
Yeah, that's great.
And then that second Friday, they'll graduate into a tractor, get their own, and head home for the weekend, or on the road if they chose to head out right away. But a lot of times they'll head home to pack the truck with the things that they need.
So it's a thorough process. The onboarding process is something that it sounds like you guys take very seriously. You got to check mark all the boxes to get somebody to haul load.
You said it best. Our founder is a pilot in his side time, and he's very big into checklists. You know, if you take that pilot mentality, apply it to a truck driver, you're getting behind the wheel of a 40-ton, you know, operational vessel, really, because it's a tank vessel for us. And you have a lot of responsibility on the road as much as a pilot does. You know, you might not be moving 200 passengers in the air, but you're interacting with hundreds and thousands of passengers in the car on the road every single day. And we have to be at the top of our game to make sure that that's safe and everybody goes home.
Yeah, that's good. One thing I want to touch on, I want the audience to hear you talk about is, you know, you're a trucking company, kind of a little quasi real estate company. You got the 3 tank washes. Give us a little insight into, so when I think tanker, I think of a little more hands-on. You got to have availability of tank washes. So depending on where you're delivering loads or picking up loads, you probably need some proximities, correct, to tankers, to tank washes. And is that why you guys built them? Are you looking to expand them, or what's the thought process there?
Great question. Many questions there. So Liquid Trucking has, you know, started with 3 trucks in 1988. A gentleman named Roger Schmidt who decided to go out on his own, like anybody here today, and he still comes to work today and owns the company at 310 employees, 35 years later, and everything has been through the necessity to grow the business. So he needed a tank wash to wash tankers, built the first one, later acquired another trucking company in Sioux City and built a tank wash there. And we use our own tank washes and also wash out for a lot of our competitors. And then when we're on the road, we're, you know, reciprocating and using your big players in the space like Koala Wash and other large carriers that own and operate tank washes. You know, but it's all about serving, you know, our people and our customer. So ways to grow the business, or, you know, opportunities in liquid freight, is how many more ways could we serve our customers and offer them ways? So, you know, the trucking company, and then continuing to grow that. And then the tank wash was a natural fit. And then a second tank wash was even more a natural fit. And then transloading, which is a rail facility, and that's been open about 2 years now. Growth has been phenomenal, and it's another mode of transportation we can offer our customer base, you know, for the rail and the tractor on the road to the end destination. But, you know, most recently the company has been seeking out a brokerage arm for a lot of years. And so, you know, effective January 1st, we took a 50% ownership in a 20-year well-known brokerage firm. While we can't disclose that name today, we look forward to the date that we can and the opportunities it's going to provide our customers and employees to continue to grow and make LT a really good place for everybody to keep working.
Well, that's big news.
Yeah.
Congratulations. On the freight brokerage, this is piquing my interest. Why are you just now getting into the freight brokerage? Why are you acquiring it instead of building it? I'm assuming you have a client base that's pretty already built up. So can you give us a little insight into the purpose behind it and maybe the strategy of acquiring versus building it yourself?
Great question. Our ownership today, Josh Schmidt and Gabe Schmidt, which is Roger's 2 sons, have been talking about it with our dispatch team for a long time. You know, hey, we need this. How do we go about it? When is the right time? Well, they didn't rush out and do anything rash, right? Kind of sit back, talk, listen, learn. What are the pros and cons of building it? What are the pros and cons of buying one? And then through natural fit, hey, somebody kind of said, we're looking to get out. And, I think that you guys have the right mentality to, to partner with us. And when we said, yeah, let's talk. And that's how it came about. It was very natural, but it had been on the radar a long time. So kudos to the Schmidt family for, having that forethought and keeping it on everyone's radar and challenging everybody to look at ways to do it. And then it worked out, I think, for the best.
Will the brokerage specialize in liquid bulk?
It doesn't specialize solely in liquid bulk. No, it does have a good footprint in ag and bulk, but not specifically.
So if you're an owner operator and you're curious about liquid bulk, but you want to continue to be an owner operator, this might be a good opportunity to connect with you guys as you look at strategic opportunities to haul that bulk liquid freight.
Yep, as it's very new right now, we don't have any great path for that. Certainly an email or a phone call would be a good start, and we'll get you in touch with them. But coming this year, we'll have a path on our website for folks to connect the dots and get to know everybody and become a part of that network.
Awesome. The last question I'll hit you with here. If you're an owner operator and you're looking at the bulk space, can you give us the top maybe 1 or 2 reasons why you think the bulk liquid niche is a good niche to pursue for your operation?
Not knocking any other trucking, but having worked in flatbed and dry van and food service and rail and even auto freight, finished vehicle logistics, the tanker side has been probably the most fun and challenging in trucking. And so if you're looking for a challenging opportunity, that would be the simplest answer I have.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Well, guys, thank you. This has been fun. Thank you, Jason,
Thank you.
for being here. We appreciate it. And yeah, we'll carry on. Let's go.
Thank you, everyone.
How about another hand for Jason and Larry? Yeah, this is a nice sweatshirt. It's really, really nice. If you know somebody, you might get one. I don't know. Super nice, but these are nice. Thank you for that. All right. If you could do me a favor, open up your program, flip 4 pages, and you'll end up on this graphic right here. Everybody got it? Cool. This gives you a little idea of the family of products, the suite of products that BulkLoads offers, and we're going to have a little fun with this. If you are a customer, I know not everybody in here is a customer of BulkLoads. We got some vendors and some other people. If you are a customer of BulkLoads, you pay them money every month for something. Would you stand up real quick? Go ahead and stand up. All right, beautiful. Now we're going to get a little countdown here. All right, so every one of you is using at least one product. Perfect. If you are using 2 or more BulkLoads family products, stay standing. All right, and while you're sitting down, study all the products, okay, because you got some more products you could use, all right? If you're using 3 or more BulkLoads family products, stay standing. Okay. How about 4 or more? There's 6 total. 4 or more. Oh, wait, did we lose everybody? Hold on. Okay, the 3 or more, stand back up. Stand back up. We got 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, you guys come up on stage. Come up here. Come on up. Give them a hand, everybody. Give them a hand. All right, well, if it was more than 4, we're going to have to play paper, rock, scissors for this, but we have 4 trucks right here. So each of you get one of these beautiful die-cast trucks to take home with you. Thank you so much. That's awesome. Yes, enjoy. Those are great. They say BulkLoads or Bulk TMS on the inside. There you go. Congratulations. Everybody give them a round of applause. I'm not going to lie, I was a little nervous about that. I wasn't sure if we were going to have enough on that. All right, we're going to bring up our next speaker right now. This lady works with shippers and grain companies, and she understands what they expect from their freight tech. Mary Tangen is the Vice President of Business Solutions for Greenstone Systems. She works with shippers and grain companies to align tech with operational demands. The perspective that she has is that she sees how organizations evaluate carriers, brokers, and systems that they rely on. Today, she's going to be speaking on tech demands from shippers and from grain companies and what carriers need to prepare for. So please welcome to the stage Mary Tangen along with Jared Flynn.
Maybe do it again.
There's a lot of people out there.
Thanks for coming on stage again. You weren't able to make it last year, but the year before in Springfield. And
it rained all
Yeah.
time. Yep.
But I wanted to bring Mary up and have this discussion. You're kind of behind the scenes, Greenstone, but you're really working with a lot of these big shipping companies across our ecosystem, ones that a lot of our clients, members are hauling for on a daily basis. So you get to see the needs that they're looking for, especially relates to trucking, because a lot of these companies, it's trucking. Yeah, they move rail, but I mean, they're constantly trying, how do we improve the flow of information and data from the trucks? So kind of first question, I want you're a small town girl, like you grew up, give us a little bit of backstory.
Yeah, so I'm from God's country, Iowa. I farm in Northwest. Yes, there's some Iowegians. I farm in Northwest Iowa with my brothers, and my parents have kind of shifted to be more of the labor at the operation. But cow-calf, feedlot, a lot of corn, soybeans. So, but my whole career has been in agriculture, meaning that I saw that, you know, growing up, my dad, when I got my first internship in college at Iowa State, my dad's like, what's it like having a paycheck every 2 weeks? You know, just kind of connecting the dots there. Then I went to go work for some of the grain companies, agronomy companies. So my goal has always been to digitize the supply chain, because if we do that, I mean, everyone's going to be rewarded. But there's so many challenges out there. So that's my background.
Yeah. And you've worked for a couple different technology companies even beforehand. So you've really kind of become almost like a wizard when it comes to seeing what customers are wanting. But talk about just from a digitization process, bare bones, what are these grain shippers wanting today?
Yeah, so at Greenstone, just a little background then, we serve the mid-market. So if you think of an elevator, grain elevator co-op processor that takes in probably like about 4 million bushels of corn or product, and then all the way up to the largest majors. These people then, I mean, if you go in and talk, so what we do is that we serve them their ERP, their accounting systems, their scale systems. A lot of you have run over our scales, our one-way scales. But when you go in and talk to these people, I think a lot of them do not realize that they're actually a logistics company. They have all of the slippage in when they're dispatching and applying to the contracts, and just there's so many levers that they have to do. And they have massive spreadsheets. So they're all relying on these spreadsheets. So if that one guy is gone, then what happens? There's so much manual and duplicate system. My whole goal has been, when I launch a new technology, I do not want to create another swivel chair, meaning that, you know, if I launch a new product and then they still have to key in the information to another product, I'm not helping. I want to make sure everything's integrated, and that's what we do with you guys. It's like, how can we make it more streamlined, the workflow, so they're not entering in the same information over and over again, introducing more errors, you know, it's not as accurate in time. And as you all know, because you guys are like me out in the farm in the rural area, labor is really hard to find. So like I went into one of my big company or customers, and I mean, they have, I think it was like $4 million in unapplied tickets that's just sitting there in a spreadsheet. And they have, I mean, it's crazy the amount of slippage these elevators have. And keep in mind, the grain industry, their margins are 1 to 2%. So it's just mind blowing. So our goal is how to help streamline that, create efficiency, and get out of the spreadsheet. But we have a long ways to go because some
Yeah.
people love their spreadsheets.
Two things I want to repeat there because I've always said it. My first week when I entered in the grain industry 20 plus years ago, the vice president said, "Hey, we are a logistics company that moves grain. I mean, it's the backbone of these companies." I was like, I thought this was a grain trading company. Like, no, we're a logistics company. But then the other thing too was always eye-opening because I think most people realize that, but the reason why sometimes the rates can get where they are, truck rates, because the margins sometimes on these trades can be 1 to 2%. And yeah, you can get upside down pretty quick. And I think it just most people realize that in the industry, but for some people it's hard to wrap your head around versus, I'm just saying, pet food and this other stuff where you got a lot more margin built into the commodity. But we last year, got it across the finish line. We developed a partnership with Greenstone where we integrated our TMS. And the reason for this, again, we're always trying to innovate and look for how do we make this process easier for everyone, from the shipping company to the brokerage to the carrier, the elevator. How do we map this together where we're taking out those processes? Speak on that a little bit.
Yes. When we talk to our customers, so keep in mind, there's about 400 grain elevators, cooperatives, and that we work with. And, they see us as an accounting system, but we are more of what's the critical business solutions they're having. And a lot of them were like, we need a better way to dispatch. We need a better way to assign loads. We got to be quicker in the receiving line. So then there's where instead of rebuilding the wheel, we started working with BulkLoads and took the TMS. And but we did focus or work together on TMS. But what we focus on a couple things. Number one is, as you all know, and I've heard this a few times, cash is king. So how can we speed up the process for the grain elevators and the shippers to pay you guys? That's what we're, you got the digitized scale tickets, the automated imports. It's like, how can we get cash quicker moving in the system? The second item was inventory management. How can they get more effective on their pricing of loads, the back hauls? I think it's called dead hauls too. I'm not a shipper.
Deadheading.
Deadheading. Okay. How can they eliminate that and know who they can work with while also managing the direct ship clientele they have with farmers bringing in and their own carriers with FOB programs when they'll go pick them up from the farmers themselves. And then the other thing was, how can you automate things? So one of my customers in Pennsylvania, or our customer, he gets over, I think it was, and he's probably mid-range customer of ours, maybe about 40 million bushels of grain a year, but I timed him while he was in front of us. He goes, this is how long it takes me to enter a contract that I have in my accounting system, enter it into the TMS. It took him 1 minute and 45 seconds. He has over 150 to 200 loads a day. So there is times, he told me every 2 weeks, he actually has time to reconcile the contracts that are in TMS that he's dispatching on with the contracts that are coming in from the growers. And when you think about that slippage in his business, he's just like, help me figure this out. So
Yeah, that's impressive. Talk about when you're looking at some of these demands from these shipping companies and working with truckers, like where do you see the next really just 3 to 4 or 5 years with how the roles are going to play differently? I liked what you said about shortage of labor. We always use the, Betty in accounting, settling scale tickets and all that, but that's really going to be a thing of the past. And again, we have nothing against Betty, but the automation that's coming and for those documents to get digitized straight from, these ERP systems and move them, we don't need someone settling tickets, right?
yeah, and I think there's been a shift probably 5 years, because before it was like, wait a minute, That is my brother's sister's aunt or something. We can't get rid of Betty, right? But now with the generational shift, I think everyone's really there's not another Betty coming in. So how can we take the people we have currently, pivot them to the revenue generating activities?
Yeah.
You know, like more of the value add, getting in touch with their customers. So yeah, so the labor shortage is a big item. And then there's where, when you talked about the trends, I laughed a little bit. Because 3 years ago we talked about AI on our technology
I don't think I
panel.
was using it then.
Well, and I hardly was too, don't tell anybody, but now when you look at it, it's like, wow, that happened much quicker than I thought. So here's what I think. I don't know. We are actually using AI to help automate a lot of those processes. And what's really surprising to me, and actually I'm grateful for, our customers are just like, help us. So is there a way that you maybe do the reconciliation of the unapplied tickets? Is there a way we can automate that for them? And then they just view it and confirm it and it's done. So it reminds me of farmers selling their grain online. A lot of the grain elevators were very slow to adopt it, meaning that I want to have control. I want to talk to the farmer. I want to acknowledge every offer before it goes in because it's going to impact my position. And this kind of reminds me of the same thing where it's like, I want full control. But then over time, which I think it's going to be very quickly, the 6 to 12 months, they're going to say, yep, it's more accurate than I am. It's replacing a person. I need this. So the adoption will be much quicker than we've seen in the past. So.
I want to peel back a little bit and talk about scale. You mentioned Greenstone a little bit, but even the parent company, you all touch, is it 70% of the grain in the US? I mean, it's something staggering. Like your processes and systems are touching 70% of the grain in America.
We'll go with 70%, but I assume one of my sales guys rounded up. But it is very, very high, knowing that we serve the mid-market. We have a lot of other companies in our portfolio, and then my sister company, Solentra, does serve the large 10 majors out there. So I believe it is probably close to 70%, meaning that we touch them around grower engagement tools, accounting, contracting, and then of course the scale operations at rail and truck in the terminals, I guess, the barge, yeah.
This is probably something more on our TMS, but we're working with Greenstone on this. But we've realized this too. Obviously, BulkLoads is a load board for making those connections. But we realize, especially with a lot of the mid-market co-ops, it's the same loads moving a lot of times the same direction. You don't need those on a load board, but you do need those in a way that can easily be dispatched and sent from a system, those contracts, to a driver, and really without human touch. So we're working on that too. Like, how do we bring that information, those sale contracts, purchase contracts, whatever those are, in Greenstone systems and easily get them into our TMS where they can easily be dispatched out to a driver? Because again, a lot of it, there doesn't need to be load negotiation. It's really just, hey, here's the information, execute the load.
Exactly.
And then I'll talk about the documents coming back.
Yep, and then the full loop, exactly, for invoicing. I have a couple large co-ops in Nebraska and Iowa who believe they can do it themselves all the time, which I love. But one of them admitted to me, they're like, so they built their own apps, they built their own system. They were a customer of you guys', customer of ours. And I have a quote from the very proud person who's very innovative. She's like, yeah, getting into it, you realize it's more complex than you think. There's more layers. We need reliable partners who are willing to work together on this. So I'm excited about the future of BulkLoads and how we can kind of go around with it. Like the trucker having the app to help with the direct ship, do the automated invoicing, just speed up that cash process. For the dispatcher than for you guys too. So
last question, just because you're very digital tech pro, for companies out here, because again, I hear it all the time, is like, what should I be using? Should I be adopting this? We're still using spreadsheets, but what would be your encouragement for people out here that still maybe aren't using the technology that they should be?
yeah, so this is where I have Farmer Mary and then I have Work Mary. I'm a very slow to adopt technology in my farm. It's harder, right? It's your own business. It's like, what do I do? So I'm trying to do better, and I think I'm getting older too. I'm like trying to work on that, but I'm trying to leverage the items that I've learned in my job, meaning that do your research, and like your previous speaker, he mentioned, do your research. Don't be afraid to try it, and partner with someone who can take you along the journey. Um, but like a couple of things, I think people are like, oh, I don't want to change my process or do duplicative processes. But a lot of the people who do move that way, it's going to speed them up, overall, or be more efficient. So I'm there right with you. If you want to talk about, things to look for, just let me know, because I'm trying to do more in our farm too. So.
Well, I think, and that was going to be my last question, and we'll end on that. But it does seem like in our industry, ag, we're very slow adopters to technology. And I think a lot of it, again, we're in good old boy industry. And sometimes I think maybe it's a pride thing. Maybe for me, like, I don't need to be using this technology. I can run my business without it.
Yeah. And I think it's, especially when there's a conversation or relationship involved. Like, I do think about on our farm, yeah, we have auto steer. My mom doesn't like to use it, but we all use it. But yet on the relationship end, where like me as I want to talk to my customers, that is an area that is slower adoption, because we're really scared, right? We want to have control of our customers, control of the communications, but you got to figure out how to enhance your conversations. So going back to the offer process. So farmers want to sell their grain online. And I think this is a good parallel where the elevators were like, no, I need to talk to them. But they realized when the farmer can communicate at 10 p.m. at night, 6 in the morning, I want this for a target offer to sell, then the elevator knows that. That's their lead list. They know who's interested in thinking about selling. So just think about that, because the grain originator would have had no idea that the farmer is interested to sell their grain. But then also they could have more, more sophisticated marketing conversations, instead of just like, okay, you have to deliver that load of corn tomorrow, or that contract's it needs to be delivered on. So it gets the bookkeeping out of the way and really enhances that conversation with your customers.
Yeah. Awesome. Well, Mary, it's been great having you up here again, and thank you. It's been the partnership, and it's awesome when we can work together on the backside to benefit the shippers, brokers, and carriers in our industry. So thank you very much. We can give it up for Mary.
You.
Thank you.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. I know. I didn't know. How about another hand for Mary and Jared? All right, everybody, we are halfway through the morning session. Everybody hanging in, doing well? I need you to stand up, everybody. Go ahead and stand up right where you're at. It's time for us to do a little bit of stretching. That's right, that guy's already on. All right, I need you guys to follow me, all right? We're going to reach to the sky, reach your way up to the sky. Grab your hand and pull one to the side a little bit. Switch it around, pull the other one to the side. Give me one of these right across the front. Ooh, you guys do that. I probably shouldn't do that. Let's go the other way. There you go. Pull that elbow over the top and pull it back. There you go. Excellent. All right, now turn to this side. Everybody look this way over here. Turn this way. All right, and then reach down and touch your toes. Or, get close, knees maybe. Touch your knees if that's maybe what you do. All right. If somebody's in front of you, tell them I'm sorry, and then give them a little massage. Just a little massage real quick. Just a little. Yeah, just to make up for that one. That could have been bad. Okay. All right. Stay standing. All right, we got a few more hats to go out. These are from our friends over at Tallgrass Communities. They brought some of these back. I'm going to throw these out there and see if oh, yeah, there you got that one. These are just hard to get very far. You got to sit more up front, people. You just got to there. Oh, I about took that dude's head off. All right. There we go. All right. Also, just a reminder, we've got lunch coming up at noon, and we're going to have about an hour to an hour and 15-minute break at that time. You guys can go ahead and have a seat. Have a seat. Excellent. Okay. Our next speaker sees how safety decisions impact insurance costs, and the survival in business. Sam Watts is the Director of Safety and Loss Control for 10-4 Truck Insurance. He analyzes safety performance and identifies risk. He strengthens compliance programs, and he operates at the intersection of safety scores, insurance outcomes, and long-term operational viability. Today he's going to be speaking on compliance, scores, and what carriers need to do to stay insurable and stay competitive. Please welcome to the stage Sam Watts along with Larry Hurt.
Sam.
Hello. Hey,
Welcome.
there we go. All right.
There it is.
Hello.
Sam, thanks for being here.
Man, it's so great to be here and seeing all these people. It's kind of like a live podcast, isn't it?
It is. It is.
Is that a little too millennial? Sorry.
You know, I don't get to see you in person often because you're in Illinois, but I almost see a selfie of you almost every day on LinkedIn.
You're welcome.
So thank you for that. I appreciate it.
When you have a face like this, you don't want to hide it. Yeah. But no, I'm very active on there. And yes, I am from Northern Illinois, but not Chicago. Okay, we got to make that distinction.
There you go.
Yeah.
Well, that's great. Well, you know, you and I have some history together. And more recently, you teamed up with the 10-4 Truck Insurance Group, who happens to be a sponsor and the largest partner of Bulk Insurance Group for our insurance brokerage. So really cool to see worlds collide and how we've worked together with the 10-4 team, and now you're a part of that. So if you could, real quick, before we get in too deep, just give us high level about your background and what you're doing specifically for 10 role in your 10-4 in your role today.
Sure. Yeah, no, so I was born and raised in the trucking industry. My father was a driver, and then when I was born, he got off the road and then just started dispatching and then climbing the ranks from there, got up to VP of operations and general manager and stuff like that. And I got to go along for the ride, whether I wanted to or not. So, I mean, some of my fondest memories are in the old trucking industry or in the old trucking terminals with just a haze of cigarette smoke. And I don't think you could officially say that you're from the trucking industry unless you've seen a dispatcher light a cigarette with an already lit cigarette. I know, I see some heads nodding out there. You know what I'm saying. So I was born and raised in this industry. And when I got to a working age, my father said, well, you can do whatever you want. And I said, well, I have all this knowledge of trucking. I might as well just stay in trucking. And it's a great industry. I absolutely love this industry, okay? And you know, one of my goals with safety and all that is to keep this industry the way it is, you know, grow in the technology piece and all that kind of good stuff, but keep the heart of it as well. And so that's what I try to get across to trucking companies when I do safety and compliance, because, and we'll get into this in a little bit, how important safety and compliance is to a trucking company and the health of it. So, but I have kind of a unique perspective when it comes to the safety piece, because I came from the operation side. Like I have started, or my father started a trucking company, and because I was the one that could turn my computer on the fastest, he said, well, you get to set up everything then. So filed the paperwork, hired the drivers, dispatched, did the paperwork, or collected the paperwork, paid the drivers, all that kind of good stuff. So I have literally seen a company from the cradle to the grave, and that gives me what I think, a very unique perspective in the trucking industry, and the safety piece of it especially.
So before you were with 10-4, because that's relatively, when did you come on with 10-4?
I came on with 10-4 officially in September of this year.
So relatively new. Before that, you had previously actually worked with a few of the BulkLoads clients. Walk us through what you were doing and kind of what the services that you provide, and now how are you doing it for 10-4?
Yeah, so safety and compliance, and I know as soon as you see the word safety and compliance, usually I see a lot of eye rolls. That's when usually people need to take a bathroom break. So I appreciate you guys sticking around. But it's really an important piece. And quite frankly, it's a piece that confuses a lot of people, but it doesn't have to. It really isn't that confusing of a topic as long as you know what to look for. And that's what I try to help companies out with, is saying, okay, if you're having issues with, you're getting pulled over and you're getting vehicle maintenance issues, okay, are we doing pre-trips? Are the drivers doing pre-trips? If we're having hours of service issues, have we as the carriers instructed the drivers on the correct hours of service rules that are out there? I know a lot of times drivers will chat with other drivers, and that's how a lot of misinformation gets passed down. And there's a lot of that correction that I have to do with companies and say, I understand what you think is right, but here's actually what is right. And so a lot of my stuff that I do before coming on with 10.4 and now with 10.4 is looking at the companies and evaluating, okay, we can see that you're having issues with your CSA scores in this way. This is the steps that you need to now take to get those scores back to what we call under the threshold.
Sure, that's great. Great information. I want to touch real quick on non-domiciled CDLs and CDL mills. I know this is something that you've dug into quite a bit. Can you give us some high-level information on exactly where we're at as an industry today, and where it's going? You know, we see a lot of press and media right now. And we talked about it earlier as well. From a trucking and risk perspective, give us a little insight on what's happening in the market.
Yeah, so the non-domiciled CDL is really a hot topic right now. And I will say this, and we're not going to get political, but this administration is doing a lot of work when it comes to that. And I appreciate that because there is a lot of work that needed to be done. There was a lot of bad actors that are now getting seen and getting out of the market, which is what needed to happen. So, you're mentioning too the CDL mills. There's a big difference between the CDL mills and CDL schools, and I don't know, what the definition technically is, but we all kind of know what the differences are. The CDL mills are there just to get guys a CDL, get them on the road, all that kind of stuff. CDL schools will teach them a little bit more. The thing that I always tell trucking companies when it comes to your drivers, these guys and girls, don't get me wrong, these people, these drivers are out there representing your company. So you want to have the best drivers representing your company out there. So there's a lot of talk, and we're talking about before with the tankers, going and putting them through a school once they get hired. That is such an important piece, even if they don't need to do like a road test, a simple road test. We've all heard the phrase, you don't have to do a road test in lieu of a CDL. That's cute, but it's really, if you have the capability to perform a road test with any driver you bring on, that will tell you so much about that driver. I loved doing road tests when I was working actually in a trucking company because yes, the driver has a CDL, but does he know how to back up? Or do they know how to back up? Does that driver know how to do a roundabout? I had a perfect route when I did it because we did a roundabout, we had a backing up thing, we had stoplights, we had 4 lanes, we had 2 lanes. It was perfect. And I will tell you, it's a really awkward and uncomfortable conversation after that road test, and you go, buddy, you don't know how to drive. Like, you can't do it. Or they'll get into we had a 13 speed and automatics, and they would get into a 13 speed thinking they knew what they were doing, and I had one guy grind every gear possible. I said, before you destroy my truck, let's pull over and let's end this right now. So they're like with the CDL mills at schools, that's great. If they have a valid CDL, that's great. But remember, these drivers are going into your vehicles. These drivers are going to be driving under your authority. You want to make sure that you have the right drivers in there. You want to make sure you have the best drivers in there so that you can avoid issues down the road.
So from an insurance perspective, when you see, you were working independently before, and now you're working directly for an insurance, somebody that has the ability to say, yes, I'm going to write this account for this amount of money, or no, I don't want to look at it. When you're looking and reviewing the safety and compliance, what are the few things that stick out immediately as red flags?
Sure. So some of the big so when they have a company come to us and say, "Hey, we want to provide insurance," the first thing I will look at is the CSA data. That is what the FMCSA has, the program they put in place to judge trucking companies, basically. And there's 7 different categories in there. And now that I'm up on stage in front of people, I can't think of all 7 categories. You know, you got your driver fitness, you got your hours of service, you got hazmat, you got the crash indicator, and you know the others. So the first thing I always look at is those categories. And the beautiful thing about what the FMCSA is doing is all of this is public information. You know, and that's another thing that a lot of times carriers will come to us and say, how in the world do you know, like I got a violation 2 years ago? Like, it's on the internet. Anybody can, I don't have a special pass for anything. I'm going to public information and looking. And so if a carrier comes to us and say, hey, we want to, we want insurance with that, I'll start going digging into that CSA data, that's public information, and start looking at patterns. Okay, are we having issues? And keep in mind, if you're having issues, that's not an automatic no. It just means, okay, what kind of plan can we put in place to get, these issues taken care of? Because everything's fixable. I mean, there's very few times in a trucking company I'll look at them and go, you should probably just shut the doors. Okay, there's a lot of times where it's like, okay, like I said before, you have vehicle maintenance issues. All right, are we doing pre-trips? Do the drivers know what to look for? Are these, some of the big things too, are the vehicle maintenance issues things that drivers can catch, or is it something deeper, like brakes and stuff like that? Sometimes drivers don't know what to look for when it comes to that, and the FMCSA is actually looking at changing. It's been proposed out there of changing the vehicle maintenance thing to driver observed and basically a mechanic observed, and hopefully that comes out soon. I don't know when, but hopefully it'll come out soon. But so we're just looking for patterns in that and saying, okay, we see these issues coming up. Here is a plan that can get these issues resolved. And the thing that kind of frustrates carriers, and I get it because, again, I've been on the carrier side, actually running these trucks, is that there is no silver bullet. It's not it's like a credit score. And so you put a plan in place and then, sometimes they'll say, well, next month we're still high. Well, yeah, okay. It just takes time to come down. But if you can keep going with that pattern, and that involves driver coaching, making sure they know what they're looking for, it means maybe putting in different procedures. It means maybe bringing, I had one a while ago that I was looking at where they just literally brought in all the trucks back in and did an annual inspection because they were having so many vehicle maintenance issues. They said, all right, we're just going to run them back through and get them all looked at. And now they're running fine. So sometimes you have to take some drastic measures, but if I'm looking at a company, I'm looking at the patterns. Where are the pain points and what can we do, or what kind of recommendations can we make to help those?
What's your role after you make the recommendation? So we see this a lot on the insurance side where somebody had a rough year, maybe their cab doesn't look great, they've had some losses. We go to you guys, we go to 10-4 and say, hey, we know this guy is a good guy, it's been a tough year. We need you guys to write this for us. It needs to be affordable.
Yeah.
And a lot of times we get you coming back and saying, okay, here's what implementation actually looks like. Because I think we've gone through the whole industry, I think most carriers recognize that there's maybe an issue. Mm-hmm. I think where we see the fruit is after there's a plan that actually gets implemented to actually drive scores down. So what's your role in the actual implementation? Does it affect the insurance with 10-4?
Yeah. So my father had a saying that he always told me, inspect what you expect. So you're saying implement, that's half of the battle. And the fine folks at 10-4 are probably sick of me saying this, but my big saying is implement and monitor. Like that's a big thing, okay? If you see problems, if you see hours of service problems or driver fitness problems, vehicle maintenance, implement the procedure or implement the change and then monitor. That's where I see a lot of times companies come up short as they go, okay, we put a new process in place, great. And then the scores keep staying the same because they've never held the drivers accountable for anything. But that's the other half, okay? That you got to put the plan in place and then work the plan. Okay, and so one of the things that I help out with is, we'll make the recommendations and say, hey, you should do this, and then I'll kind of just keep an eye because again, it's all public information. I'm not diving into anything that nobody in this room can look at. So I just kind of keep an eye on and say, okay, you're either heading the right direction because it's got a great little flow chart on there too, so you can see if it's going good or going bad, and just say, okay, we put this in place, that's working, great, keep that up. Or we put it in place and go, okay, something still isn't right here. Are you communicating this? Are you, what are you doing at the carrier level, not even at the driver level, but do the drivers know that you're serious about this? And so sometimes that's a conversation we have to have.
Oh, we're running out of time, but I want to hit a few key questions. So cab reports.
Sure.
When I first got into insurance, the cab had not come out yet.
Yeah.
And about 2 years in, all of a sudden this cab report came out, and it changed the entire insurance landscape.
Yeah.
Especially, accounts that used to get written at really affordable, reasonable rates. Now there was these underwriters that were going through and saying, hey, this doesn't fit, it's an automatic decline. And so it's changed the landscape, and it's pulling off the public data that you mentioned. For the carriers in the room that maybe don't have the time or the resources to stay up to date with the cab on a weekly or a monthly basis, what's the first step that they should implement in terms of getting familiar with where they're doing well, where they're not doing well? Who's I'd plug our agency. Obviously, that's something that we'd want to help with our insureds, but not every agency has that capability. So what's the first kind of step to start monitoring it and executing a plan?
Yeah, so the first thing that I always did when I would go to a company is, let's see the foundation, okay? I want to see the good, bad, and the ugly. And that's a difficult thing to do. And that's why a lot of times I wouldn't even go speak to the owner, because they all have rose-colored glasses on. I would want to speak to the operations guy, or even if they had a safety person, that's who I would speak to and say, all right, where is the bottom? What are you struggling with? I don't want, well, I think we're okay here, or maybe not great here. Like, I want the good, bad, and the ugly. That's the first step. A lot of times it's kind of twofold. One, a lot of carriers don't know that information is out there. I remember when I saw my first CAP score as a carrier, I questioned my insurance guy. I'm like, where in the world did you get this information? And then he told me about cab, and I'm like, I don't know what you're talking about. Anyways, that's a longer story. But so the information is out there, and they might not know. And two, if you do know about it, you can't hide from it, okay? You can't bury your head in the sand. It's reality. So look at your numbers, look at where your pain points are, and then come up with the plan from there. It's all about just kind of self-identifying, or bringing in somebody to look at it and say, here's where your issue is, this is what you need to do. But you have to get to that foundation. And that's what I always try to preach with different companies, is saying, get that foundation right. Now, if your foundation has got a ton of cracks in it, don't worry, we can fix that. Those can be repaired. But you got to get to that foundation first and really be honest about where you're at as a company and what you need to do going forward.
That's great. Last question here. How important is the cab as it relates to insurance premium? So we have a lot of guys that will call us at BulkLoads and say, hey, my insurance going up. I just got the renewal. It's going up. I'm 30 days away. My cab's not doing great.
Yeah.
How important is getting your cab cleaned up proactively versus waiting until you get a 25% insurance renewal?
Sure.
And what's the methodology or philosophy behind it?
Yeah, so that would be a great question for some of the other 10-4 people who actually, will do that. And we've got a booth down in the main auditorium, so feel free to come on by and talk to any of the super knowledgeable people about insurance. But, to kind of answer your question a little bit about that is if you're waiting for renewal time to get stuff fixed, you're way too late. Okay, so that's why it's very important to keep on top of your safety and compliance scores throughout the whole year. Because if you're waiting for renewal time and then it comes up and you go, oh, you're high vehicle maintenance, it takes months to fix that. Like your renewal is going to come back pretty bad. But if you stay on top and you can see the trends, again, if you go on the SMS website, which come find me afterwards, I'll give you the exact web address. You can go on there and you can see the trends of every basic category you have as a carrier. And you can see if you're going up, going down, where your scores are at. That's what you have to monitor, and it gets updated every month. So that's what you have to monitor throughout the whole year, so that when come renewal time, you're not surprised by anything on the cab report.
Yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense. Everybody, thank you for this session. Sam will be back. He'll be available. I would highly encourage anyone that has a compliance question or a cab question, pick Sam's brain. Also, thank you to the 10-4 team, our largest insurance partner at Bulk Insurance Group. So we appreciate you guys. We trust you guys, and we know you're doing the right thing. So thank you, Sam.
Thank you very much.
All right, how about a hand for Sam and Larry there? I have to say, you guys went over your time. We have to throw the flag on that one. So one less, drink at lunch or something. Sorry about that. Okay, I think I mentioned to you guys earlier that previously in my life I was a teacher. I'd love to see if somebody could guess what subject you think I taught. Anybody want to throw out a guess of what subject you think I taught in high school? Anybody? Ooh, what'd you say? What? Plan? Phi-ed. Oh, physical education. Oh, no, that would have been fun. Those teachers have it easy, man. They're like watching game film and getting ready for practice. They're not teaching, right? No, that's not it. Anybody else? What do you got? History, no, but that would have been fun, especially after watching Hamilton. My family loves musicals. That would have been fun, but no. Anyone else? I heard it over here. Science, that's right. Which science? What do you think? Which one? Biology? No, that's garbage. I hate that. That's terrible. That's a horrible. You got to remember way too many vocab words for biology. That's not for me. No, I actually taught high school physics. It was great. Physics to me was the best subject to teach because you could do anything in life and call it physics. Like you go snow sledding, there's physics in that. You can go to a baseball game and track how long a fly ball's in the air. It's physics. It was wonderful. So I really enjoyed that. I tell you all that just to say that it is time, ladies and gentlemen, for the first ever Bulk Freight Conference pop quiz. Okay, here's what I need someone to do. I need somebody who's really bold and courageous, maybe like the teacher's pet kind of person from back in school, to raise their hand. And I need you to tell me 2 things that you learned from the last session. Who can do it? Who can do it? Who's my teacher's pet today? Somebody out there wants to do this. They're dying to do this. Who's got it? Anybody? Can someone tell me 2 things you learned from the last session? They went over. They spoke forever. There's got to be 2 things. Who's got it? What do you got? Expect what you expect. Inspect what you expect. I like that. Yeah, that's good. And what else? Stay proactive in terms of maintenance. Excellent. Come on up here. Give them a hand, everybody. Come on up. Get on up here. You can come up on stage 2 and get in the bright lights here to receive your gift, your prize, this possession that's got to go somewhere in your office, just prominently displayed. Congratulations, Tom. There you go. Excellent. Were you a teacher's pet growing up? Yeah.
I'm Asian.
Hey, you know what? Claim that. I like that. He's Asian, everybody. Teacher's pet. Well trained by his parents. Wait, what do you do now? You're not a doctor. Okay. All right. No, that's great. All right, we're going to keep things going. It's been good. You guys enjoying this? It's been good so far? Excellent. Excellent. Yeah, thanks for the clap. Appreciate that. All right. Okay, next up, the next gentleman who's going to come up on stage works with trucking businesses that helps with complicated growth strategies and working with tight margins. Stephen Perryman is a financial consultant and business coach who works mainly in the trucking and transportation industry. He works with owner-operators and fleets to navigate strategic growth. And he works, his background is really in accounting and understanding the numbers. He's into financial reporting, profitability optimization, and business strategy. Today, he's going to be speaking on peer groups, leadership, disciplined financial thinking, and things that really separate companies. Please welcome to the stage, Steve Perryman, along with Jared Flynn.
Faster than me.
Steve, loved having you on stage last year, and stories want to have you back. And I want to say this first, have always enjoyed our conversations. And what's always impressed me about Steve, and I want to tell a little bit of the story, but like when I always think about growth, it sounds scary. And I remember, I don't know your exact words, but I was talking about like, how do these companies scale? How do they get to 5,000 trucks? He's like, that's not the hard part. It's about the goals. And what do you really want? Is it about really trucks, or is it what's your bottom line goal? And we're going to kind of break that down. But I always found that fascinating that wasn't something that intimidated you, but you've worked for a variety of companies, but I really want to talk about Prime. Because when you went to Prime, how many trucks did Robert Lowe have?
Oh, I came to Prime in March of 2000. To clarify, I never worked for Prime, but I was an
Right.
accounting service that had an accounting service in the terminal at Prime, and he had about around 3,000 trucks at that time, I think. They did a couple of quick acquisitions right after that that added a lot of capacity, but they were about 3,000, and they're 10,000 today, close to it, I would guess.
It's just crazy to think of that number of units. And if if you came down Springfield, right there on the corner of 65 and 44, you see their megaplex on there. But I bring that up to talk about, like, what did, in your eyes, what did Robert Lowe do really well? Like, what if you name a couple things to really get to that size and scale? And I'm not saying everybody wants to get to there, but like, it's fascinating just to learn how he did that.
Robert Lowe has a fantastic story on how he and his team, he will quickly give a lot of credit to the team, but how he got to where he is today, and it started in near bankruptcy. It was Chapter 11 bankruptcy some near 40 years ago now. So a lot of that story, a lot of that success starts with a burned down organization. Came out of deregulation, a lot of things, over leveraged. He's got a great story. It's very public, so I'm not sharing anything here that I wouldn't know. But out of that, he built a model that was entrepreneurial. It was very strategic. It was very aligned. They use the word alignment a lot. And you don't. The best way to describe alignment is trucking companies, freight companies should be thinking in terms of some sort of revenue KPI, revenue per day, revenue per truck, revenue per truck per week. The most innovative companies will be thinking in terms of what should I be doing today to drive those numbers next week, not what happened last week. But we tend to pay our drivers by miles, and miles is a very inefficient way to do that. So there's a misalignment. There's just a natural misalignment that's built into the day-to-day activity of your traditional inefficient trucking company. So one of the things that Prime did was immediately went to a percentage-based program. Lots of people have tried percentage-based programs. I've worked for companies that have tried percentage-based programs, but because they're so focused on this miles is the driving KPI, that they just missed that. And so Robert's success has been about building a program that was as aligned as possible. Everybody has a piece of the pie, and the pie is very well defined, and disciplined. I was visiting this past week with a potential coaching client, and they asked me what would be my key advice towards growing a company, or at least stabilizing financially a company. I said, discipline. It's about discipline. Be disciplined to something. Now, I'm not going to tell you that this model is better than that model, but have a program, as the previous speaker said, have a program, and then be disciplined to that.
You haven't really told us any trade secrets, like the secret sauce. This sounds pretty big.
There isn't any. There isn't any secret sauce. You know, it's about running your business. It's about understanding what you want, having an objective, defining an objective, any objective, having an objective, and then work towards being the best you can possibly be at that program. So many people run their business like it's just a job. They might as well just be on somebody else's payroll, and it's just a job. And so quickly, if I run to one of those people, I'll say, there's really three things that's going to happen. You're either going to one day lock the door, you're going to give it to somebody, or you're going to sell it to somebody. But every business really only has three options long term. So if you just sit back and kind of go through what Stephen Covey calls the whirlwind, if you're just going through the whirlwind every day, and everybody has to live in the whirlwind, you can't avoid it. But if you're just doing that every day, and your business is running you instead of you running your business. So spend, again, there's no secret sauce to coaching. Spend 10% of your time, spend 15 minutes a day, spend an hour a week, do something to step away from the whirlwind.
Come to conferences like this.
Come to conferences like this. As you said before we walked up, this is kind of some of the boring stuff, but this is the stuff that makes you money. This is the stuff that increases a couple of 0.25% to the bottom line, and that can be all the difference in the world. So
what I found fascinating on the Robert Lowe story, and this is kind of why I really went on stage, but you said one of his, not secrets, but he had a coach. He brought in this guy, and this guy like really put him on a path of explosive growth.
yeah, and he's no MBA from MIT. He's a used truck salesman from Arizona, I think this guy's name. You can find this guy on LinkedIn. His name's Jack Porter. Some of you may know Jack Porter. Jack Porter is quite the character, but he is Robert Lowe's coach, and his advisor, his trusted outside the walls. Robert has his internal people, but outside the walls, it's a guy named Jack Porter, and you should go read some of his stuff on LinkedIn. I love Jack Porter to death, but he's the most inarticulate guy. But his message is always good. So if you can read, he had something up this week about the booming economy that we're going to see in 2026, and I posted a comment that said, "Man, I hope you're right. I'm not as confident. I hope you're right, Jack." And so, yeah, a guy named Jack Porter.
Why did Robert listen to a used truck salesman named Jack Porter? Like, what did Jack teach him?
Robert got his discipline, his focus to the mission, having a mission, defining the mission, and then being uber focused to it. Jack consults with lots of people. He's not just Robert's coach. But Robert probably got his discipline to that. And Jack's fearless. He would call Robert up and say, well, "What the heck are you doing? You're off track here. Get back." I'm sure he has those kinds of conversations with Robert.
So he really kept him in line, kept him
between the ditches. Yeah.
That's fascinating.
And I'm sure he's the guy that Robert probably calls up when he says, "I'm thinking about doing something. I've got this harebrained idea."
Think about getting in the hopper business?
Yeah, it's probably. I don't know if Jack got him in the hopper business, but we're getting across the line there.
Yeah, I'm going to move over to. I really want to talk because you did work for Christensen Trucking, but Don brought you on, and at that time he had how many trucks?
Don, we had about 100 or so trucks.
And when you left there,
325.
And that was Don said he wanted to get there, right? That was his KPI. He wanted to get to 300 trucks.
Yeah, we had this thing called COVID that flushed a lot of money into the bank account that made us real cocky, and we probably overstepped a little bit, and so we pulled back. But yeah, it's still a very successful company. I retired from there a couple years ago, but they're one of my consulting clients today. I talked to Don Christensen at 10 o'clock last night. So
I want to move to coaching, but real quick on Don Christensen, like what were some of the things though that you guys put in place to scale to that size? Because again, for me, that sounds like a lot of trucks, and you can't just keep adding people. You got to change the whole game if you're going to get to that size and scale. I mean, you got to rethink.
We did a few things, but probably the most pivotal thing we did was in November of 2017. I'd been there a little over a year, and I was the guy that's going, "Hey, let's do 10X, and let's be, if you're thinking 20 trucks, maybe we should be doing 60." And, I was the guy because, it wasn't my money, So Don caught on with that. And so we sat down in November of 2017, brought in what he would call his leadership team: safety, operations, accounting, maintenance, his son, who was next generation. And we did about a 2.5-day strategic planning initiative. We had white paper hanging everywhere. Now, out of that, we came up with a pretty good strategic plan that said things like what it probably didn't say was 3X growth. It said, let's build a younger team, because look around the room, we were all 60 years old at the time. His son was 30. So it's about building a new young team. We're probably need to be more technical minded. We're late adopters. Let's get better at adopting technology, not early, but bringing technology on. Let's do some budgeting. Let's get our financials in much better shape, both in accuracy, timeliness, and then just a stronger balance sheet. So we did. That's the pivotal moment. Wasn't, again, no secret sauce. It was just doing it. It was the deliberateness of it. That out of that, then we became focused on growing the company. And it was around truck numbers. I was the accountant, so I said we really ought to be thinking more in terms of revenue as the goal. So I was trying to influence it that way. It really wasn't about truck count, in my opinion. And it was pretty successful. We did one acquisition in there of about 90 trucking company that worked really well, was really well. I think, quite frankly, for the seller and the buyer. So
one thing I heard you say there, like bringing a team together, and I think sometimes, some businesses out here, you may only have, between the drivers and say maybe 10 people, but it's having a team assembled and really maybe not just going through the motions, but bringing that team together to have planning and feedback from the team.
If you started out as one truck and you were driving it, and then you got your brother-in-law to come on, and your wife started helping on the, with the books, or your husband or whoever, and then before long you've got 5 or 6 trucks and you're able to get off the road and start running the business profitably, hopefully. I believe at that time is when you've really got to start defining who your team is. 5, 6 trucks. The day you step out of the cab and go to the office, you need to start defining your team. Who's your accounting people? Who's your legal people? Who's your safety people? Who's your banker? Who's your preacher? They don't have to be employees at that time. They're probably not. You're probably bringing in contract safety support. And there's a lot of good ones out there. You probably are still outsourcing accounting and things like that. But defining that team and then making sure that those people know they're on your team.
Yeah. I want to get this across the finish line. I wanted to bring up Robert Lowe and the coach. Now that you've kind of semi-retired, you got into consulting, coaching. I've told this story before. I hired a coach. I went on this mission trip to Africa. This guy who had 1,000 team, I was like, how did you get to that scale? He's like, I hired this coach. Well, I ended up talking to this guy. I hired him for a couple of years. Our smart freight business doubled, multi. So I'm very pro coach out there. I think some people think they can't afford it. Some people think what's this guy going to tell me, guy or gal that I don't know, but talk about coaching. And then we got 3 minutes, some of the services that you offer, but I think it's something out there you should really consider. And I think there's different ways you can package having a coach.
Well, it's just like any professional athlete. Any professional athlete still has a coach. So one of the things I find in all business owners, not unique to transportation, is now that I own the business, I'm supposed to know everything. I can't go out and say I have a weakness I need some help with. Well, I guarantee you that Michael Jordan or Kobe Bryant or whoever the star is today didn't think that way. They all had coaches. So it's the same philosophy, especially if you're wanting to get better at what you do, grow, maximize profit, whatever. So coaching begins with there. On the surface, it always looks expensive because you can't readily identify the return on the investment.
Yep.
Especially if you can't define what your objective is. Now, if you hire a coach to get to an objective, it's a lot clearer about what it's going to cost me X $1,000 to this guy to help me to get to this point. But if you don't have that point defined, then why do you need a coach? So a lot of times the beginning of the coaching experience is defining where you want this company to go, defining the objective, and then the coaching follows that. And it can be one-on-one coaching. It can be leading a book review, book club kind of experience. It can be a lot of things. It's almost always got something to do with the accounting, financial reporting piece of it.
One thing that I found fascinating for me, like that coach kept me accountable. Like when we put the stuff on paper, like when we had those monthly check-ins, it was like, are you meeting these? And again, I couldn't hide.
Robert Lowe cannot hide from Jack Porter. Now that's the relationship that you think that.
I don't think some people probably don't want that, but I want to grow, and
you have to be humble. If you want coaching, if you want to strategically improve your business, and you're going to hire a coach to do that, you better be humble. You need to be humble.
Last minute and a half, just talk for people that want to reach out to you because you do offer services. I love that it's kind of a passion of yours to go in and meet with clients, go out and see their operation, and even see if there's opportunities for you to help them grow.
Yeah, I am
Find their blind spots.
I am semi-retired, so I'm not actively hard saying, man, I really need your business because I'm trying to grow a big coaching business. I love to talk to people. If you want to schedule a phone call, there's probably even a couple of people in the audience that I've done that with. Yeah, it could be a lot of things. So yeah, if you think you want to explore coaching, reach out to me. I think my email's around somewhere. I'll get it to you. I'll be around all day. So just reach out and say I'm interested, and I'll point you in the right direction. It might not even be me. There's a lot of good people out there, and it really depends on what your need is. So
I think it's exciting, and I get more because I've seen it happen. I mean, Robert Lowe, but like even personally experienced the benefits of hiring a coach. So, whether it's you or not, I just think, man, it's one of the best things you can do to really help improve and grow your business. So Steve, thanks for coming on stage, man. Love you,
Very
man.
good.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. Good luck, everybody.
How about another hand for Steve and Jared? All right, okay, we're gonna keep this going. We're gonna keep going. We got a couple more before lunch. Today we're gonna talk, this next gentleman is gonna be somebody who really knows a lot about the shipper side of things, knows what wins and knows what loses freight. Chad Vilwalk is the owner of Tallgrass Commodities that was founded in 2007. He is into sourcing feed ingredients, navigating commodity market data, getting product delivered efficiently, and he really works at the intersection of commodity markets and shipper expectations and carrier relationships. He's going to be speaking today on carriers, winning shipper business and what shippers are looking for. So please welcome to the stage Chad Vilwalk and Jared Flynn. Or no, sorry, Larry Hurt. Sorry. Sit closer than that. Yeah, I can't get quite that far. Okay, no, Chad, stand up for a second. Stand up for a second, all right? So these things are hard to throw, but you're a big dude, like significantly bigger than me. We can all agree with that. Okay, so you're going to throw one. That gentleman in the back wants one. Put your hand up again. Who put their hand up there? Yeah, that's you. That's right. Okay, so we're going to see if you can get it that far, all right?
Pretty easy.
Okay, all right. Let's see. Go for it.
I don't have my mic, but I do CrossFit.
He does CrossFit, everybody. So this is pretty easy. The CrossFit hat toss. Yeah, see? That's the, okay, all right. So I've got 3 rows. I got to get 3 rows past that, and then we're money. All right, here we go. And, yeah, CrossFit, whatever, dude. That's not that big. Okay, also, before I jump off the stage here, he brought a couple of sweatshirts to give up. You can stand up. We're still doing this for a minute. Okay, so no, we're not doing that. We're going to throw sweatshirts? Are you crazy?
They're mediums.
These are mediums. If you're not a medium, you can maybe get a exchange or something. Maybe,
yeah,
maybe. Okay. All right, I need somebody whose first name starts with a Z to stand up. Anybody with a first name that starts with a Z? Let's go. We got one. Get over here. Is that the only one? Is that the only one? Yeah, baby. Let's go. Let's go. Everybody give a hand for Zach coming up here. From Woody Bugler Trucking. I happen to know him. This was not planned, but it worked out. It worked out. I'm actually trying to get on his golf team for the upcoming scramble, so this actually works out pretty well. There you go, man. Congratulations. Nice job. Okay. All right. Now I want you to pick the first letter, and I'll pick, or the first name, and I'll pick the first letter of the last name. We'll see if we can give this one away. You pick the first.
Pick a name.
No, just the letter. First letter for the first name. What letter? F. Okay. If you have a first name that starts with an F, stand up. Anybody? First name with F? Really? There's no Franks, no Freds?
Got one.
Oh, right there? Are you serious? Only one? This is so easy. Get up here. All right, come on up. Come on up. This is so easy. I did not think it was going to go this fast. All right, very good. Come on up. Hustle up here. Everybody give him a hand. Yeah. I know you're wearing a sport coat, but you can run. Yeah, you're good. Frankie Wilmot. Congratulations. That's definitely not going to fit. Good luck with that, all right? All right, you guys got it. Go for it.
Awesome. Thanks, Trey. You kind of stole the show there. Good job. Chad, thanks for being here. You and I have caught up. You know, this is one of the a great session because I think it's really important, and you're coming at it from a different angle. So we talk a lot about the carrier side. You sit on the shipping side. You're deeply intimate with your trucking base because you got to get your product moved.
Yep.
And so this session is really centered on how carriers can win shippers' business. You got a long history in the shipping side. You have the product. So I'd love to open up and just talk real quick. We got some goodie treats back here that you're going to show off. But for the carriers out there that are like, hey, it's 2026. I've been running a lot of the same freight. I want to go win some new business. Give us some high level, if you're a carrier, how you would like to be approached, and what are the meaningful, impactful ways that a carrier can come to Tallgrass and say, hey, I want to be one of your guys to get some more freight?
Sure. Well, first off, every single time I ever send out a freight dispatch, I always say, thanks for the help. And that sounds cliche, but I actually really mean that. If you sit back and think about what the world would be like without trucking companies, we for sure would not be here today. If Jared had a couple cows, I'd be maybe chopping some firewood so I can go over and collect some milk. There would be no grocery stores. So the general public today has no idea why their life is so easy, and it's because of all of us that are in this room. So from the bottom of my heart, I just say thank you.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you, guys.
Yeah. You know, our country loves college football and, NFL football. When I think about the trucking industry, it kind of reminds me of the offensive line. Those guys don't ever get any love. They don't get a whole lot of respect. They don't get any fame. That goes to the quarterback and the running backs. But the trucking industry, you guys are the offensive line of our economy. So thank you again, because we cannot do what we do without you guys. For me, when I first started in the business, I grew up on a farm in Nebraska. We raised hogs. My dad still has cattle and lives on the farm today. And we just work and always did everything ourselves, pouring concrete, building buildings, building sheds. And when I started into this industry, my agricultural background and growing up on a farm, you got to be a problem solver. So for me, one of the things that I love when working with our trucks is just really good communication.
Yeah.
If there's a problem, we probably have an opportunity for a solution if we know there's a problem. So one of my pet peeves would be we dispatch out a load to someone and they have an issue, which there's a lot of issues that happen that are a lot of times out of our control. But if they don't tell us about it, we don't know there's an issue. And then I may get a phone call from the customer looking for that load of feed that never showed up. And then I've got to make a phone call, and then I find out after the fact that, oh yeah, we had a problem. That driver, truck broke down, drivetrain fell out, and he got towed to the shop. Oh. So communication is something that is just near and dear to our heart. And for the most part, all the trucking companies we work with do a fantastic job of that. We work with a lot of owner-operators. We work with a lot of bigger companies. The owner-operators, typically, they'll send me a text, hey, I'm loaded. They'll send me another text, hey, I'm unloaded. For me, dealing with multiple loads throughout the day, I love that. because I know that it got picked up. They didn't have any trouble. It got delivered. So those are some things that,
Yeah, great
are
communication.
important to us and to me.
Yeah, great communication is obviously key. That plays a big role in any relationship, right? You got to build trust. You got to know that somebody, when they say they're going to do something, they do it. So I love that. I'll flip the question upside down. What are the things that a carrier would do or has done to where it's a non-negotiable for you not to work with them anymore, if there are any?
I've had very rare situations where somebody maybe lost our business, but there's been a few times where people have delivered the load to the wrong place. You go out to western Kansas, out by Syracuse, Kansas, in some cases, the dairies are right across the road from one another. So that's been a problem. Rare, it happens. But for the most part, the only way that I'm going to probably not be in favor of working with somebody is if they just kind of continue to do the same things over and over again. Lack of communication, lack of follow-up. And really, I don't ever want to burn a bridge with anybody, to be honest. We're all in this together. We're all working through the same challenges on a day-to-day basis. So it's pretty hard to burn a bridge with me, to be honest.
Yeah, that's good. So one of the questions that I have really is centered around how to become a shipper's number one carrier. So we see a lot in the marketplace. One of the main goals for a lot of carriers is to get direct freight that is consistent.
Yep.
And so what would you say as you're planning out, I got these loads, they need to go, and you're kind of planning out, I envision as a shipper, you're looking down the list and like, okay, I know I've worked with these guys a long time. I've given some loads over here, but I don't know the owner, or I don't know him personally, or maybe I haven't had a great experience. How are you kind of building out your prioritization for a carrier based on maybe the best freight or the best lane?
Yeah. We're not a ginormous company. So a lot of our loads are kind of like has been discussed today, the same lanes, the same loads on a week-to-week basis. So some of our trucking companies, on the shorter stuff, a 200 to 400 mile run, the same guys are pretty much doing those loads for us on a regular basis. If I have longer loads that need covered, then a lot of times that's where I'll rely on BulkLoads, and I'll post those out there, and then people will hit us up. It's crazy. You guys are all familiar with this, but in some cases we can post a load and in 2 or 3 minutes, like boom, I've got 4 or 5 phone calls and that load has been covered. But as far as the consistency, the guys that work with us, good communication, I can count on them. They can count on me. It's just teamwork, and basically we're working together. Back to the offensive line and all those kind of analogies. I mean, sometimes I think, oh, I'm just a feed salesman, or you may think, oh, I'm just a trucking company. We are an important part of the supply chain, and I tell my office this all the time, but we all have an important role in helping to feed the world. The amount of people that are in this room, we do a big job of helping to feed the world. So that's awesome.
Yeah, it's rare to hear it's rare to hear a carrier given as much appreciation, or a shipper given as much appreciation to the carriers a lot of times, especially with the depressed freight market. And a lot of times this feels like the shipper or the broker is going to beat us up on the carrier side. They're going to get the cheapest rate possible. How do you kind of mitigate that? How do you think about pricing a load to a carrier, especially in a down market? Because my assumption is, as a shipper, you're still obviously trying to get the best rate that you can. So yeah, do you have any insight there?
Yeah, for what I do, I love what I do, for one, but there are a lot of moving parts. Number one, we got to be paying attention to the corn prices and the bean price and the bean meal price. And I got to know what the freight rates are, because if I'm paying $30 a ton and my competitors trying to cover that same lane for $25 a ton, I'm not going to get that customer's business. So we definitely have to be aware of all those moving parts. But for the most part, I mean, we want to have a fair freight rate. We want to pay everyone fairly quickly, keep everything current, but there is a lot of moving parts, and it's important to keep those freight rates where they need to be. Number one, so the loads get delivered and show up when they're supposed to. And then number one, we got to somehow be able to maintain our margin, because when we sell a load to somebody, we're factoring in what that freight portion of that load is going to be. So if diesel fuel goes back to $4 and I have a whole bunch of stuff sold based on $3 per gallon diesel fuel, I'm going to all of a sudden go from making money to losing money. That's one of the nice things about bulk loads. In some cases, I may not have a truck for a certain load. I can post it and wait for the right person that maybe needs to be in the area where my load has to go. So that sometimes gives us a little bit of flexibility to get that load covered for the rate that we need. Not everything has to be done right this minute. Sometimes they have a little flexibility as far as timing goes.
How are you pricing? How are you using, or are you using any historical data on specific lanes to know how to price accurately in a changing market?
We don't really utilize too much of that. It's just basically communication with the industry, with the customers. The customers, they'll kind of share with us like, well, this is the price that I want to try to buy it for. This is the price that so-and-so quoted me. And so doing a little bit of math, and we can kind of back that out and figure out kind of what the competitors are using for freight rates. But don't really rely on anything too sophisticated. My box of goodies here, I brought some visual aids so that way you guys can actually remember my portion of the talk. One of the challenges that we have dealt with over the years is, what do you do when you have a load of feed that won't come off the truck? And as I mentioned earlier, I do CrossFit. And I've been doing this for like 20 years, and it seems like 5 o'clock on a Friday, 8 hours away from where I'm at, somebody's going to call. They got a load of DDG August 5th, and it won't come off the truck. And me growing up on a farm and being a problem solver, I've actually wanted to show up and help unload these loads because I want to see what it's like. And in most cases, I was assuming that a lot of these drivers were having troubles because they basically weren't prepared. So this last August, I had an opportunity to help unload some hard DDG trucks. I showed up in Fremont, Nebraska. It was a bad week, super hot, super humid, and nobody wanted to go there because it was going to take 8 hours to get through the line, because the first guy that showed up was there for 4 hours trying to get his DDG off. Anybody here experience issues like that? Can I see a show of hands? All right. I personally do not like hard loads, and I try to avoid them myself. Some plants have a reputation for not having very good flowable product, right? Well, anyway, I've always thought, sitting in my office, drivers are staring at concrete all day, I'm staring at the walls, and I'm wondering, there's got to be a better way, or at least a way. And in some cases in the past, when some of these drivers show up, they literally don't know what to do. I have paid high school football players to show up and unload trucks. I have had to have customers figure out how to unload them. So I went to Fremont, Nebraska, and it was the perfect situation. Truck loaded in Columbus the day prior. He brought corn, big line. So he didn't get loaded fast enough to get unloaded before Fremont closed. So he went home to Blair, Nebraska, came back the next morning to unload that load of DDG, and there I was. He opens the traps. Nothing fell out. Not a drop. He's like, hey, it's fine. I got a hammer. He ran over to the toolbox. He grabbed a hammer. Knock! Knock! Head fell off the hammer. I'm like, oh boy. And nothing came out. Maybe a little dust. He's like, it's okay, I got another hammer. He runs back to the truck, grabs that. Knock! Head fell off. 2 hammers down, no more hammers. I'm like, what are you going to do? If I hadn't showed up, that guy still might be there trying to unload that load of feed. So anyway, I showed up with some tools. This right here is a little garden auger from Menards. It costs $9.98. I got down on my back up next to the pit, and we started wallering a hole out. I actually have a video of me doing that. Sitting in my office staring at the walls, I just always wondered, would that work? It worked awesome. So for everyone in here that's had to help unload a hard load, what's the first thing you need to do? You got to get a hole from the trap to the top, correct? And once I started wallering that out, now the hammer starts working a little bit better. And fortunately, the guy behind us watching this whole mess, he came up with one of these. And I had no idea what the hell that was, but it worked really, really good. So who knows what this is? Anybody?
Right down here.
Right there. What's it called? Oh. Yep. Who said that? All right. That's for him. So yeah, it's an almond knocker. I imagine a lot of you guys know what these are, but it's basically indestructible, and it's not hard on your truck as long as you're knocking on the knock rails, right? You can buy one of these from Amazon.com for like $75. So I bought 2 of them. I donated one to the place in Fremont, and I just kept one. Some of my other truck drivers, they did recommend wrap that thing up with some duct tape in case you hit your knock rails. Anyway, if the guys show up with a hard load, if they got a few tools, it's going to be a little more manageable. Was it a pleasant experience unloading those trucks that day? It wasn't. The day before, it was taking 4 hours to unload these guys. I got that kid that I just talked about unloaded in 1 hour. So in the process of trying to figure out how to prepare for this, the place in Fremont actually has a catwalk, so you can get up over top. You can poke at it. That helps a lot. A lot of places won't let you climb on top of your trailer. So I have a brother-in-law that can fabricate and build anything. So this is just an idea, and I'm just sharing it with you guys because you guys are smart and got ideas and got shops and welders. But a guy could keep one of these. This is a bead blaster for popping tires on. A guy could keep one of these in the truck. Hold my microphone. See how far this goes. Hey, that beat the CrossFit. So I'm just sitting in my office staring at the walls, but I think we could possibly make a wand that we can pound up under the trap, up into the hopper, and bead blast that load to help make a hole. Once you get the hole, it goes a lot better. So anyway, that'll be something that we'll try to develop here in the near future and make it as an opportunity, because a lot of these guys, they're in BFE Western Nebraska or Western Kansas, but if we have some tools available, we can make this process a little easier.
Well, that's great. Yeah, we are actually out of time, but I didn't want to stop you because that was probably the most fun that we've had up here today. I can't hear out of my ear right now, so I may need to, I don't know, somebody's going to have to help me. Chad, you got a big heart for the industry.
Yep.
Not sure how all of this helps carriers win shipper business necessarily, but what I'm assuming is if you get carriers to carry all this, you'll give them more freight. Is that accurate?
Definitely. So yeah, we maybe got off tangent from what the subject line was, but my main intention was to try to add some value to what we're trying to accomplish every day out here. And yeah, if our drivers are more prepared and have a few tools, it makes everyone's life easy. When someone shows up at a feed mill with a load that they can't get off, guess who it pisses off the most? The driver behind them, because he's going to be in there for 2 or 3 hours trying to get that load off. If we can provide some tools, we can keep the supply chain happier, keep our drivers happier, keep our drivers moving. Nobody hates anything more than sitting in line. And if we could find a way to help help that, I'm all for it.
Awesome. Well, Chad, thank you again. We appreciate what you do for the industry and your heart for the carriers.
Yeah. I have a son who wrestles in college, so I've got to leave this afternoon, but I'll be around until like 3 o'clock. Unfortunately, I know a lot of you guys by your email addresses. So if you've hauled some loads for us and you see me in the corner or something like that, come say hi.
Awesome. Thanks, Chad. That was awesome.
For Chad and Larry. And Larry, I take offense. This is the most fun on stage we've had today. That's not right. That's not. We heard that backstage. We got a little scared. We didn't know what happened back there. It's pretty crazy. Oh, and Chad, I hear that that Jared comes up to Omaha to visit you. Yeah. And apparently you can't quite keep up with him when he comes to CrossFit with you. That's what he said.
Jared also does CrossFit.
Yeah, he said you can't keep up. I don't know. I'll have to.
I can lift more.
Have to find out with that. Thank you guys so much. Really appreciate that. All right, folks, listen. I really care about you guys, and I just got to give you a warning. It's going to be raining outside. Good thing is you don't have to go outside for lunch, so that's good. But if you are going to go outside and you don't want to get wet, maybe throw on the swim trunks, put on the rain jacket. Take care of yourself out there. We don't want anybody melting out there in the rain today, but it's going to be isolated thunderstorms right now, leading into some more severe thunderstorms this afternoon. Figure I'd just give you a little weather update. Even though it's 67 degrees outside, don't let that fool you. It's going to be raining outside for just a little bit. All right. I'm practicing my amateur meteorology here. I'm going to work on that, see if I can get that well. All right. We are down to our last session for the morning, and then we're going to have lunch. But after this session, do not run off, okay? I'm going to come up real quick, and we'll do 2 or 3 minutes, and then we're going to head out to lunch. I'm going to give you some instructions for that, okay? So right now, we're going to have somebody who really understands how business gets found and how to win attention. Jason Rule is a marketing, pricing, and SEO and brand development consultant. He works on improving visibility, positioning business correctly, turning attention into revenue, creating disciplined systems, and what drives discovery and inbound demand. He's going to be speaking today on what carriers should be doing in their marketing. Please give it up for Jason Rule along with Jared Flynn.
I know we're getting close to lunch, but I promise you, you're going to want to hear this session. This is going to be epic. Jason Rule, really good friend of mine. I just want to tell a little bit of the backstory. Jason and I, we actually met at the gym, and I was telling a little bit about what we were doing at BulkLoads, and Jason's in a whole different industry. And like, I think one day you stopped and you're just like, buddy, you got to figure out a way to automate. And like, these processes. He's like, you got a lot of things running, but not connecting. So we brought Jason on several years back as a consultant and really helped streamline some of our systems. But some of the things, I know a lot of you all see what I've done with the podcast and our YouTube page. All that credit goes to Jason. He was the one that said, Jared, you got to start putting this stuff on YouTube. You go, the customers will find you there. And what I guess was just fascinating, we flipped the script, and instead of us trying to go out and cold call and find business, we just started doing more content marketing, and it was led by Jason. So it was fascinating. So I wanted to bring Jason on stage, but to really talk about, we're going to flip the script a little bit to think about how you should be marketing. And it's really less about door knocking, and it's more about content creation.
Content creation and getting found. Yeah, that testimony was amazing. Thank you. I wish I'd earned it and deserved it, as you stated. Really, what it came down to was we identified that, like, BulkLoads. What is it about? What is the brand? And how do we bring more visibility to that? How do we get you guys found? So thank you for that introduction. I appreciate it.
Yeah. What I realized too, and even today in 2025, and this isn't a slam to our carriers, but we still have a lot of companies that aren't online. And again, they don't have a website. They're still using Gmail, which I'm not opposed to, but they don't even have a business address. But it kind of walk through the basic bare minimums, and it's really not that hard to set this stuff up.
No, it's not that hard to get set up, but one of the things that I found in business is it comes down to what's between your ears as far as what's going on that has kept you off of line. So in the clients that I've worked with, one of the things that I found is They see something online and they say, like everybody here, literally the reason you're here is because you bought a ticket online. I'm guessing not many people sent you a check and then you sent a hard copy of their ticket. A lot of people don't want to get online because they look to see what their competitors are doing or other companies are doing, and they see what out there and they believe it to be fake, right? They see stock photos, they see websites, they see Google My Business, and you've got stock photos, you've got Sally with this blue cardigan and this headset. The stock photo is always the same and it looks fake. So small businesses, they don't even do the first basic thing of getting found is because they don't want to do that. They want to be genuine. They want to be able to tell their story, but they don't know how. And they assume that since everybody else that's out there is doing these things, that that's what they are supposed to do. So they choose not to. So the very first thing that I do when I start working with clients is help them get over that mindset. And I'll address that a little bit more throughout our talk as we go through here. The first thing that anybody should do, and you guys have a flyer there, my hope with this talk in the 14 minutes that we have is to give you guys actionable information that you can leave here and do today, do this week. And really honestly, like I'm really blunt, Jared is a dear friend. I always warn people I'm really blunt and I'm really honest, and I may ruffle some feathers. So there's no reason for any business to not check this list and get these 3 things done within a week. Absolutely none. So the very first one, shall we get into it?
Yeah, go for it.
Cool. So the very first one is a Google business profile. I may call it a Google My Business. About 2 years ago, Google changed to where it's a Google business profile. It's real simple. Go to google.com/business, set up your account, claim your business name. Now, one of the things that's really important is you have to realize that Google, their client are those people that are typing in those keys and spending time on the page. And they measure what do people click on and then how much time do they spend on the site once they clicked on it. So it has to be honest, it has to be trustworthy, and Google has signals to track that. My point with that is when you fill out this form, the form in Google, you need to tell everything about your business, the services that you guys provide, the service areas that you have, your business name, your name, address, and phone number. And actually use real photos. Please, if you guys aren't very photogenic, I'm not. I'm up here on stage. This scares me to death. But be yourself. Google will recognize that, and they'll recognize you as unique, and so will your clients. So when you set up your Google business profile, once you've filled out all of those fields, you'll get a postcard in about 2 days or 2 weeks, depending on how fast Google is. Finish it, complete it, verify it. Now, I mentioned name, address, phone number. That's an acronym for NAP, and that's very important. It's also on your guys' checklist. Name, address, phone number is critical. It needs to be the same on Google, as well as all of your Facebook business page, on your website, any directory listings that you guys have for BulkLoads.com, for example. Anything about your business, name, address, phone number needs to be consistent. Because remember, Google's clients, Google's job is to deliver a trustworthy result to where when you click it. So that has to pass all the way through. The next thing, so that's the foundation, Google My Business. It's critical. The next thing about that is once you're done, once you have that Google business profile, you need to go and you need to start asking reviews. One of the things that, Smart Freight, for example, right?
Yep.
BulkLoads, for example. Years ago, these things had 6 reviews, 10 reviews. And
Jason helped us set up automations where now all that just happens organically.
Right. And whether or not you guys get automations, it comes down to this. And I get this question asked a lot. How do I get reviews for my Google business? So here's an example. So how did you get Nikki to marry you?
I dated her.
Well, you dated her, and then you asked.
Then I finally asked.
Right, you asked. So people ask me, how do you get Google reviews? Well, you ask your clients for Google reviews, and then you make it easy by sending them a text with the link to the Google profile. Here's the next thing that I see that a lot of clients miss. Going back to the authenticity of the genuineness of who the business is and what they represent. When you get a review, and please, you guys go look at your competitors' profiles. How many of those reviews have been responded to? You'll find that very few, right? Or those that are, those people are going to say, thanks for the review. So I have a question for you, Jared. If you would have asked Nikki to marry you, and she said yes, because clearly you guys have 3 beautiful kids. If you had asked Nikki to marry you and you didn't respond when she said yes, what would have happened? It would have felt weird.
She would have got mixed signals.
Right, exactly. Now, what if you said, thanks so much for accepting my proposal? Right? That would have sounded really weird. But that's what we do online, or that's what people who don't get online think that they're supposed to do. So they stop and they just don't do anything. So how do you get found online? Google My Business, set that up all the way through. Do things that are unique to you. And one of the things that we identified with BulkLoads early on when we started working together was, I told Jared the story of a lighthouse versus a tugboat.
Yep.
Okay. And Jared, do you mind if I share this story?
No, go for it.
Okay. So Jared at the time was worried about putting his faith out there, of telling the story. And anybody that knows Jared, like, you know that he's very faithful. It's a faith family. Like, he's an amazing advocate for both of those things. But he was scared to get that message out there. So what we started working on is just a tugboat. When it's in a harbor, it will grab a hold of a boat and it'll either push or it'll pull. And it pushes something where it needs to go. And that's what a lot of marketing does.
Yeah.
And that's broken, because you're forcing something into a situation that it may not be a good fit. Now, a lighthouse is completely different. It stands up and it simply says, this is who I am, this is what I do, this is who I serve. And it attracts the people, and this room is a testament to that. So one of the reasons that businesses don't get found online is they think that they're supposed to do these things that they don't like, that are not genuine. I mean, I know you struggled with this. I did too as an entrepreneur. Once you just simply start telling people, this is who I am, this is what I do, this is who I serve, people respond. And the beautiful thing is you genuinely have a good reason. You genuinely have a reason to be happy when people like who you are as a person, when you show them who you actually are. The inverse isn't true. If you're fake, if you're online, you may attract clients that you don't like. Well, you didn't put who you actually are online, so people can't find you. So Google My Business, being authentic, putting that message out there, and then doing the same thing on your website. That's the next. So the foundation, Google My Business, reviews, and then your website. Your website, again, it should be authentic. It should have pictures of you, of your staff, of your real trucks. Please don't put stock truck photos out there. Yeah, they're cool. Like, I love the newest Volvo. I mean, those things are amazing, but I don't know. It's probably not the most common truck that's sitting in this room that you guys own. So use your real trucks. And then that way, when you pull up, or one of your drivers pulls up on a job, they're not going to be sitting there going, well, where's the Volvo? Where's this new rig? No, like, you're hiring who you hire. So represent that. Represent your brand, represent who you are, and be that lighthouse. So the foundation, Google My Business. The middle is a website. And then the next part is, it gets kind of nerdy, so I'm a nerd. For me, it's a term of endearment. Rachel loves calling me a nerd. Is the very top part which is meta and schema. So in a book, when you open a book, a lot of times it has an outline of the chapters of what it is and what it does. So the meta and the schema of a website, when Google scans your website, that's what Google's looking at. It's going to scan the website, everything that it shows up from the public setting, but it's also going to scan the meta, and it needs to match the outline, right? So if you looked at a book and if you read the outline, like, hey, this looks really good, but then you go read the chapters and it doesn't match the outline, then that doesn't really lend trust. So Google will ding you guys if your meta or your schema is off. So that's it. That's how do you get found online. That's the reason that you should get found online. Google My Business, website, and then the nerdy stuff, which is meta and schema. And so if that's something that you guys can't do, well, I'll say this. If you do nothing other than those first 2 things, Google My Business and a website, you really only need 1 page, maybe 2 pages. Please don't make a book. Even big websites like bulk sites, I have found that sites that have thousands of visitors every single day, their average page view is 1.27. That's pages per visit. So on average, yeah, you'll have some people that'll go and read 15 pages or anything like that. But as a business, once you're found, just tell them what you do and do it all on one page. It should be very simple. It should be very straightforward. And then on your website, you should have a call to action. Marketing nerds, they call it a CTA, call to action. This is what I do. This is who I serve. This is how to contact me and pay me money.
I wanted you to come up here and talk about this because, again, yeah, this is a bulk freight conference. We're talking trucking, rates, blah, 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 insurance. But like, this is super crucial, I think, for any business. And it doesn't matter whether you're a 1-2 truck operator or a 100 truck fleet. And I think so many people are getting this wrong. Like they think, hey, well, I got plenty of customers, you know, but you don't realize these people are still watching you online. They're still watching how you interact and what you're doing. I'm going to pick on Jake Devils just for a second, but when we shot a video up there and we were riding back in your truck and you were like, hey, I don't have time to get out of this business. How do I, you know, I need to go out in there and prospect customers. And what my simple reply was like, I think you can do it from where you're at right now. Like you could almost be telling your story and putting it online authentically and attract those. Like you said, the lighthouse, instead of out there trying to make those calls, you know, send those emails or whatever.
Right.
Let people know who you are. And I know there's a spot where it feels uncomfortable and awkward, but I've seen the proof in the pudding where people now naturally gravitate. Like people want to do business with people that are like them.
Right. Yeah, you're exactly right. I mean, the great thing is Google owns YouTube, right? So you don't have to have a high polished videos. Like you take a look at BulkLoads videos from 2.5 years ago versus what they are now, the quality is substantially different. They never would have gotten to where they are now if they would have required that level of quality on day one. You just can't do it. You don't know what works. You don't know how to do it. You don't have the right team. So just turn on your phone and say, this is what I do. This is who I serve. And this is the area that I do it in. So a great way to, like, depending, and something that you guys can do now, and most people don't realize this, but Google shows you content based off of your interest as well as your location. So depending on what service you guys have, you can just simply make content of, you know, this is how we delivered this load to this area. Kansas, the county, I'm from Western Kansas. So
which most people here would think that's so rudimentary. Like who's going to watch that? Who's going to see that?
Well, you only need, I mean, how many clients do you need as a trucking business? I mean, do you need 5? Do you need 10? I mean, I genuinely don't know. How many clients do you need to run a successful trucking business?
I think variety is time of year and seasonality, different stuff, but
okay. Yeah. Not that many though.
No, not that many.
Okay. So let's say it's 5 or 10, 20. That's not very many views on YouTube, but if the right people are watching it, guess what? You hit a bullseye. And that's what you want, because your ideal clients who are looking for a service like what you guys have, and as long as it matches the website to the Google My Business and the content on YouTube, yes, it is very basic, but the greatest football coach in history started every football season. Do you know this story? Tom Landry, greatest coach in football. He started every football season with the greatest football players. He would hold the ball up and say, gentlemen, this is a football. It does not roll. And he would go through the basics of what's wrong with it. So the basics are usually where people get it wrong. And that's the reason that I wanted to get up here and talk about not only the mindset of why to get online, but those 3 simple things. A lot of people are trying to do a lot of fancy things, spending a lot of money. Everything on that list is completely free. And as I said, there's no justification for not getting that done within the next 7 days. Most of you can get it done within the next few hours over lunch.
Yeah. Well, man, I love this. Like, I mean, this is gold, practicality, and things that we can implement today. If you get a chance, find Jason. You do a lot of stuff, but I think, you know, sometimes I'll ask you a question and you got like an answer, like just gold right back. So if you get a chance, reach out to him. Jason, thanks for coming up on stage.
Absolutely. Thank you.
How about a hand for Jason and Jared? All right, folks, I got a few more hats to pass out. Who wants a couple hats here in the front? Okay, yeah, I love this. We'll just go over there and see what we can do. I see you, sir. I see you. Let's see if I can get, go behind you. Yeah, go. Oh, okay, you get to keep that one. We'll just try again. Give it behind. Okay, now over here, somebody. Yeah, there you go. Perfect. All right, very good. Okay, all right. Hey, I gotta say that was rather impressive. We just had 9 sessions and we are only 4.5 minutes over. So that's not bad, not bad, not bad. And you guys have endured. Hopefully, you got a lot of great content. Hopefully, you took some notes. You got some action items. You're ready to go, and all of that regard. Before we go to lunch, I want to take 90 seconds and share with you just a really quick story. So my wife and I have a dear friend. Her name is Sarah Nichols. Her and her husband Mark are good friends of ours. Our kids are all the same age. Their oldest daughter is a senior in high school. Ours is a senior in high school. They're actually going to be going to school together next year in Missouri State. In July, we had the chance to be here or be in Springfield with them and on a little bit of a vacation checking out the school. And then in late October, Sarah was diagnosed with a very aggressive form of brain cancer. And this week on Monday, she was put on hospice. And it's going incredibly fast. And so I share that for a couple of things. The reason why I'm wearing this sweatshirt right now, I'll be wearing it at lunch, is because if you're somebody who believes in the power of prayer, I would love for you just to write her name down in your book. It's Sarah Nichols. Her husband is Mark. Their daughters are Kylie and Julie. We would covet your prayers for them during this time. It's an incredibly difficult time. And the reason why I bring that up to you is to say this. There may be some of you in here who are going through really difficult circumstances or situations right now in your life. They might be family related or work related or something, maybe health related, whatever it might be. And at BulkLoads, we just want to make sure that you know that we care about you. And if you are somebody who is going through something difficult, or if you have friends, family members who are going through something difficult, and you would like someone to pray for you, we would love to do that. And so if you want to come up to me, I'd love to pray with you over that, or with Jared or anybody from the BulkLoads team who's comfortable doing that. We just love to do that. And so we hope that you're not going through those things, but we know that life is just life. It's hard sometimes, and those things happen. And so if we can pray for you and comfort you and be with you, we would love to do that. And we'd encourage you to do that with everybody that's here who needs that as well. Now, with that being said, we're going to transition to lunch. It's going to be over in the exhibit hall. And so the easiest way to get there when I release you is to go out these doors, go up the escalator, down the hall, and then back down the escalators or stairs in the exhibit hall for lunch. We have a little bit over an hour, so we got plenty of time for you to go through line, get your food, eat, talk to people, check email, use the restroom, whatever it is that you need to do. And we're going to be back in here right around 1:10 to 1:15, and I'll give you some directions around that when we go in that direction. Our lunch sponsor is Greenstone, and so if you just give a round of applause to Greenstone for sponsoring our lunch. We're very thankful for them for supporting the Bulk Freight Conference and for sponsoring lunch. Now, if you just take a moment, I'm going to pray over lunch, and whenever I'm done, you guys are welcome to head back out those doors again, up the escalator, down the hall, and then down the escalators or down the stairs to enjoy lunch today. And then I'll be over there giving you some instructions on coming back at that time. So let me pray real quick. Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you so much for this day that you've given us. We thank you for the rain that's coming down to nourish the ground. We thank you for relationships and friendships and community and networks and the ability just to be here and to be a part of all of this. God, I pray that you would bless this food and nourishment of our bodies, and you'd be glorified during our time here today. And just thank you for this opportunity for all of us to be together. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. All right, thank you, everybody. We'll see you at lunch, and we'll see you back here around 1:15. And I said, no, instead of waiting on the baby. Oh, almost got you. Okay, all right. Oh, so close, so close. Who wants one over here? Okay, you over there. Oh, yeah, there you go. Nice. Okay, there we go. No chance. No chance. Close enough, close enough. All right, everybody, welcome back from lunch. How's everybody doing? Those were from our friends over at EB Manufacturing, those hats. So thank you so much for throwing those out. If you got something to throw, I'll throw it. I mean, I'm not too bashful about that. Hope you guys enjoyed lunch. That was great. Hope you got a chance to network with some people. I met somebody who, this is kind of a funny story. I met somebody at lunch who was a senior in high school at a small school in a bedroom community out of Eugene, Oregon called Elmira. She was a senior in high school, and I was the JV basketball coach of that school. Not only does she not know who I am, clearly didn't make an impact, but she also didn't know any of the players. She didn't know the starting quarterback of the team. I just got to embarrass her. Michelle, I loved you. That was such a fun story. I sent her picture to these guys that were my players saying, do you know this woman? We'll see what happens. We'll see if they respond back or not. But that was pretty fun, little interaction. You just don't know who you're going to meet when you sit down at a table. You just have no idea. All right, we're going to kick this one off today with a guy who really knows a lot about building and scaling businesses. You've heard him speak once today, but this is more of his time to shine about what exactly he focuses on. Larry Hurt, the CEO of the BulkLoads family of companies. He's focused on disciplined growth, on operational clarity, and long-term sustainability. He's going to be speaking today on building and scaling business, what breaks with growth, and systems and decisions that separate organizations. Please welcome to the stage, Larry Hurt. All right, so I'm not leaving the stage yet because I learned a fact earlier today. I felt really bad about this. So you remember when I came out with that really hot-looking sweatshirt on, that BulkLoads sweatshirt, and I was kind of bragging about it? I found out after the fact that Larry doesn't even have one of those sweatshirts. So Larry, I went and bought you one.
Oh, thank you.
I paid $0 for this. It is so nice, man. But this is your sweatshirt. You now are a part of the BulkLoads family. Congratulations. Look at that. There you go.
But I'm only going to wear it if you sign up for a BulkLoads Pro membership.
Okay. See you guys.
Awesome. Thanks, Trey. Yeah, like Trey said, deeply passionate about building and scaling businesses. If I could change that first title, I would leave the scaling great trucking company out of it. Because guess what? I've never scaled a trucking company. There's a lot of people in here that have. I haven't. And so what I am deeply passionate about is growing teams, building leaders, and being strategic in the way that you grow your business. And so we're going to get into that a little bit. I'm going to start with a story from my sophomore year of high school. I was playing baseball, having a really fun time. There was me and two other guys that were on the bubble of getting called up to varsity, and it so happened that we all got an opportunity, and we ended up doing really, really well that year. One game in particular stands out in my mind. And it was actually when we played the worst team in our conference. And typically the way it goes is we were really good, they were really bad. We're gonna kill them, and that's exactly what happened. So it lines up. But during the first game, we had two games, a doubleheader. During the first game, I had a really awesome game. Hit a couple home runs, played well in the outfield. Everything was going my way. It looked really good. The other two guys who were probably better than me, looking back on it, they played horrible, and they should have on paper played really, really well because the team we were playing wasn't that good. And so we get done with the game, and we're going to put all the backups in for the second game. And my coach comes over to me, and he goes, "You're just different." And I was like, I guess I don't know what you mean by that. And he said, and I'll never forget it, but he said, "Young man, be careful who you follow." And It was a pivotal moment in my life because it was the first time that I really truly believed I could be a leader. And so I'm deeply passionate about leadership. And my first ask for everybody in this room, because we have a lot of leaders here, is who's in your life today that you can tap on the shoulder and say, you got what it takes. And you don't know the impact that that's going to have. And in organizations, in trucking companies, in our business, in our families, those are huge questions. And sometimes all it really takes is that one person that tells you that you can be that. And so I'm really excited today to talk about leadership. We've been going through a full makeover in BulkLoads and our history, and how we got to this point through 15 years is completely what's going to get us to the next 15 years. And so part of that is really dialing in 3 key components and a framework that we can use as a guide to get us to where we want to go. And so part of what I'm going to talk about is just the directional framework that I personally use about making decisions, but also just the lessons that we've learned, and as we grow as leaders, the opportunities that come into our organizations. So this is the framework. So we do this, we've got 6 different business units within BulkLoads. And really what we do for every business unit is we go in and we start analyzing who are the key components to each business unit, who are the up and coming leaders, who can take on more responsibility, and who's shown competence. And then we want to line out direction for that individual business unit. When you got multiple different business units, for the guys in here that have, a carrier or a trucking company and a freight brokerage, maybe you've got a tank wash or something else. Understanding the direction and how those products and different units integrate back into the full ecosystem. So those are really important, and you got to lay out that direction. And then just clarity. We know our numbers really, really well, and that guides a lot of our decision making. So one of the things that I love about leadership is anybody can be a leader. Now, some guys are born, some people have maybe an inclination here or there, but the reality is a lot of leadership skills can be taught and can be developed and can be flexed and practiced under the right circumstances. So one of my favorite books is a book you probably all have heard of at some point, but it's Good to Great by Jim Collins. And in that book, he dissects a sample group of companies that were able to grow past what the S&P average was for a long, sustained period of time. And they took this sample group and they said, what are the reasons that these groups had over double the amount of growth over the same amount of period of time of an average group? And they tried really hard not to include leadership in it. And if you've read the book, you know the story. But what they found was each group that exceeded expectations was led by a level 5 leader, is what they call it. And so I'm going to give some characteristics of what a level 5 leader looks like. And it's not very comfortable sometimes to look in the mirror and ask yourself, am I a level 5 leader? I think for a lot of us, the answer is probably not, but we can definitely all get there. And that's the beautiful part, is there's opportunity to grow and to learn and to lean into that. I think in trucking, it's really interesting to see the dynamic of all the different trucking companies. We work with over about 15,000 different trucking companies, and you see a variety of companies that are led really strong and strategic, and they have clarity and they have direction and they have good leaders. And then you have other groups that are trying to get there. And so it's really interesting to start looking at, okay, what's a level 5 leader in a trucking company look like? A lot of times as trucking companies, we start as owners, right? And we start to add a truck here, add a truck there, and then over generations, it starts to build. We have multiple companies in the audience today that are 3rd and 4th generation of trucking companies. And so it's really cool to see that the leadership lessons that get passed down from a grandfather or a father into the 3rd generation. But it's not by accident most of the time, and a lot of it's hard learning. So great leaders, we preach this in BulkLoads companies all the time, but humbleness. And that was one of the key components to Jim Collins' book about level 5 leaders, was they're not ego-driven. And so that can look like a lot of different things. And a lot of times as leaders, this one hurts me sometimes, because I'm probably not the best at everything. I probably don't know our TMS better than our chief technology officer. but I have opinions about it. And so sometimes I think great leaders are able to step back and they're able to listen to the true need. As a trucking owner, obviously, you're looking at what is where are the boots on the ground? We call them frontline workers. In the trucking business, a lot of times that is your driver. They're able to give you information and data and real life intel that you can start to build clarity around what they're saying. But again, you got to be willing to let your drivers have a voice. And so, you take it, you consume it. Maybe it's not right, maybe it is, but that's up to you guys. So those are just a few things that I think what it would look like to be a great, humble leader. It's not always being right. It's not maybe even being the best. It's about being able to bring your team together and make the best company for the long term. I love this, and this is something that we've really focused heavily on. We say it all the time, but your leadership, and as if you're the owner, you're an executive, maybe you run a small team. At the end of the day, what we really find out is leaders are really judged by the results. And no matter how good or bad you are, at the end of your tenure, you will always look back and say, hey, this person did great. In the Level 5 leadership book by Jim Collins, in Good to Great, all of those major CEOs that made big jumps in the marketplace, they were just extremely fierce. And so in trucking, you think about on-time delivery, safety and compliance, clean paperwork, everything that's on this slide, that all has an end goal in mind, which is more revenue generation, better opportunities in the marketplace to grow your business, and maybe better freight opportunities as well. But at the end of the day, we are judged by our results. Put the company first. This can be a really, really hard one for a variety of reasons. Specifically in trucking, we talk to a lot of guys that we tend as human beings to make a lot of emotional decisions. And because we love our company, we love the people we work with, and those are all great things. But we always great leaders are able to compartmentalize and be strategic in how they grow. And so they're always going to make the call that even if it's not the best call for them individually, they're going to make the call for the right call for the company in the long run. Putting the company first it can be extremely hard. We talk about a downturn market that we've been in. Man, putting the company first just means surviving for a lot of people. And what does that look like? Where can I find loose change to get in the books? But you make those decisions knowing that you're going to do it for the company and not your individual glory. And that can be really difficult. Direction. I love this one. This is part of the framework. But why I think this is truly important, and you kind of start at that leadership and you start developing the direction that you want to go as a company. What I've noticed with our companies, we've got 70 employees. We've got 6 different businesses. We've got a lot of stuff going on. What we have been able to do, and it's been fun doing it, is we're kind of pulling the onion back layer by layer. And we're saying, okay, where truly are we headed? What we've noticed over the last 3 years is we started out as a tech company and we evolved into a service business with smart freight and insurance and fuel and permitting. And now it's like, oh wait, do we want to be that? Do we want to be our core businesses be service? And the answer is yes, of course we want to do that. But it's also, we want to build great technology again. We want to get back to our roots. Directionally, we think it's more advantageous for all of us, all of our business units, to put emphasis and to put cash allocation and capital resources into building great technology that then serve back through our service businesses. And I think this is I think the biggest challenge here is for a leader to be able to communicate it effectively to his team. And that's something that I personally am working on for all you guys out there right now. Yeah, you know, Rachel's laughing. But I think it's, if you can develop the framework and then build the direction, and then the key component there is going to be communicating it back effectively so your drivers know what you're doing, your dispatchers know where you're headed, and that gives people hope. One thing I know over the last 4 years, we've hired and fired a lot of people, and the minute the hope for a better future for them individually is gone, or for the company is gone, we start to see less and less engagement. And so I think as leaders, the goal is to always be keeping people in tune with the direction that we're heading, because it's extremely important that they know and have the context. And then you can make decisions faster as well. So that's exciting. After you get the direction, the clarity is really interesting. I heard a really great business leader. Some of you guys probably have heard of him, Craig Rochelle. But he talks about leading with context. And I've done a lot of thought about what does that mean. And I've got a lot of good examples and a lot of bad examples of times we have led with context in our company and times we haven't. And what I've noticed is a lot of times people they're not going to be like the owner. I'm not like Jared. Jared can look at a problem and he can figure out how to solve that problem through ideation. That's probably not going to be me. What I want to do is I want to understand the problem. I want him to explain what the best case solution would be. And then I want to go get a lot of context from a lot of other people to understand, are we actually solving a true problem? And if we are, what is the framework that we get to do to implement and solve that problem? So we work backwards, right? We got this big problem. We've talked about a lot today about solving tech and the fragmentation in the marketplace and what that looks like. And so then we go in and we build out solution by solution on how we're actually going to get it over the finish line and implement it and what we're going to build. And we got to bring a lot of people in the mix. So I think when your companies start to grow, the context becomes super important. I would love to see trucking companies, as I think about this in the real world, maybe you're thinking about starting a brokerage. We see a lot of folks do that. You start as a trucking company, you start getting your momentum, and then at a certain level, you start to scale and you add a freight brokerage. It'd be great to have context around that decision and give clarity to all your employees. And so what it can seem like sometimes is, hey, we're making a big shift. And really, maybe you're not making that big of a shift. Maybe just the way that you're communicating the next phase of your business unit is gonna change a little bit. And so there's always that ability to get better clarity and lead with context, and it makes you a better leader, and it also gives context to your employees, which in turn builds trust and builds loyalty and has sustainability for the long run. I think this is really, I've not dealt with a lot of truck drivers. I've talked to a lot, but I've not dealt with them on a business level. My assumption is, and I would love, any of you can correct me after this, but my assumption is the trucking companies with the lowest turnover likely have a leader that is leading with a lot of context and a lot of clarity. And I think that is something that if you take away anything from this session, I think open communication is huge. And you can't communicate everything, but the stuff that you can, be willing to share and bring hope to your organization. Everybody wants a hope for a better life for them individually. They want a hope for the company, and they want to be a part of something great. And so our job as leaders is to lead with clarity and context, give our business units a direction, and then work backwards into the long-term strategy. And remember that we're always going to be judged by our results. So last I'll leave you with is just, man, leadership is a choice. It's something that is intentional. It's something that you have to work on. But I can tell you, if you take it upon yourself to be a great leader, your business will grow and you'll go through a lot of ups and downs, but you will come out better on the other side. And most importantly, you'll have a real chance to impact somebody's life. And that's extremely important. That's something we all strive to do. So thank you guys.
Step here. I need your help. Step. Yeah. All right, we got some more giveaways from Trinity Trailer. We're gonna chuck these out there. Who wants to? Right over here. We got a hat. Very good. There's one. Yeah. See how far you can throw it. That's weak sauce. All right, there we go.
Curveball.
Wait a minute, dude. We look good.
We do.
We look really good. I think we should pose a little bit. Yeah, do a pose. Yeah. Do like a spider thing. Do a spider thing.
This isn't my thing, man.
Yeah. This looks good.
I'm like the serious.
Do you have a good walk?
Where's Rachel? Rachel, get up here. I'm like the serious.
Do you have a good walk? Do you have like a good catwalk? You have a good catwalk? Let's see it. Let me see your catwalk. Let's see your catwalk. Let's see it. Man, you look good. You look good. Ooh, that's kind of got a little, yeah, a little pimp walk. Oh, yeah, okay, all right. I like that. Okay, can we get a picture? Man, we look good. You look at this. Right there. Maybe I could work for BulkLoads. I just want to be like you, man.
All right,
Nice.
thanks.
Love that,
I
dude. Look
must
at
not
this.
have gone long enough.
I know.
Stalling
No. You definitely went long enough. By the way, Jared says he can take you at the gym too. I don't know. He's back there just bragging on everybody. Back there throwing straight. All right, get off. You're done. All right. Okay, everybody. Time for us to bring on our next panel. We actually have two gentlemen coming up to join us here. Two leaders operating at scale. Kirby Vitale. Oh, I hope I got his name right. I didn't ask him. I should have asked him. I think it's Kirby Vitale. He's the Senior Director of Sales at JB Hunt Transport Services. He works with large shipper and complex freight networks. He has firsthand experience on how to scale systems and discipline execution to drive performance. Joining him on stage is going to be Jason Matthews. He's the VP of Ag Services at JB Hunt Transport Services. He leads ag freight strategy, works closely with producers, with processes, shippers to move bulk commodities, and through seasonal demand, he helps with capacity swings and market volatility. He's got firsthand experience on how to scale, how to create systems, and how to have disciplined execution to drive performance. They're going to be speaking on mega fleets that want to get into bulk. Please welcome to the stage Kirby Vitale and Jason Matthews along with Jared Flynn.
Kirby and Jason, welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for having us.
I think we had it around the other way though, right? As far as bulk and ag.
Bulk and ag.
Yeah, bulk, ag. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So talk to us, JB Hunt, huge company, a lot of different divisions. I mean, it went from, walk us through just a little bit of the JB Hunt story. Some people probably in the audience know it, but just high level, because man, it is a different company today than what it was.
Sure. Yeah. So, a lot of people, even that we talk to today, think of us as the over the road, the old cab overs. When Mr. Hunt and Mrs. Hunt started the business in 1961, it was a rice hull business, converting rice hulls. So we've been in ag since the beginning, and that transformed itself into a trucking company. And then, through the 80s, with deregulation, probably the two biggest things that happened to us, one was when Mr. Hunt signed really it was a handshake deal with Santa Fe to turn us into, a major intermodal player.
Yep.
And that really propelled us, and it was driven by, a need for more capacity, and also as a growth engine, because we didn't have to make the investment in trucks and drivers. It really shortened that length of haul and increased utilization, but allowed us to move freight over long distances. Santa Fe, which became BNSF, which is a unique partnership, in trucking and in transportation. The second thing was, and so that was, the handshake was 1988, 1989 was the first intermodal load. And then in 93, when we formed Dedicated Contract Services, which both of us work for within JB Hunt, really, propelled us into not just freight moving back and forth, but really more and more specialized. And so the two of us you see here is really a product of getting into more specialization, forming what we call Ag Services that I run, and now, with bulk.
Kirby, can you talk about dedicated, because there's a lot of facets of that. I mean, that JB Hunt does dedicated. You mentioned the intermodal, but what other segments? Because I mean, you guys are doing live hauls and
We do. And so just dedicated in general, what our 25,000 trucks and drivers that we have as company employees, really 12,000 of that is in our dedicated space. And that's going to make up a massive amount of customers that are a smaller customer that we're investing in their business for them to help them kind of take off some of that capital, allow them to go and focus on growing their business, and we'll run their transportation for them. And so in that 12,000 trucks and dedicated, we do everything from live haul to your standard e-commerce drop and hook business. So for bulk, like we're launching bulk as a service this year, but it's really an arm of our ag business. Ag has been around with us for 12, 13 years now, where we're going out to farms and either grain, feed, whatever it may be, what that customer may need. And so in that, we're wanting to branch off of our ag business and say, all right, if it's not going to a farm, where else can we go with tanker business, any kind of dry bulk, and look at it and expand our business there with our brand that has been pretty successful, right? And just being specific for those customer needs.
in my career, you really haven't seen megas in the bulk space. You know, when I entered, and I was always just, when I first got into the grain industry, I was surprised that there was no megas involved whatsoever. I mean, you could, you know, Fultz, which is here, like that was the biggest trucking company I knew that really did bulk. What really led to kind of looking at this industry? Because again, you're still like, it just there's not a lot of big mega companies playing in the bulk space.
I think, and I'll let kind of Kirby expand on this, but you know, I think in ag, what we did was we kind of came into it humble and said we've got to we secured a customer, and then we said we got to learn the ins and outs of this. We hired some people from the ag industry, from the animal protein industry. We got involved in meetings like this where we get out with not only the shippers, but you know, the carriers and the other providers and the ancillary businesses around, whether it be bulk or ag, and you know, as we built that out and started adding customers and really learning the business, then we got into, you know, well, here's how fleets have always been spec'd. Here's how a truck's always been spec'd, or a trailer. And so we started adding our own flavor to that based on what we knew about the transportation industry. So as we can bring scale to things, we feel like, you know, that efficiency and that scale is going to help our customers. But for us as a business, you know, what it does is it lowers the length of haul. It keeps the business from being commoditized. And so it's been very successful. And so off of that success in ag, then we've started looking at other industries that we can really dig into.
Yeah, and I would say where like if you look back at his description of the beginning of JB Hunt, JB was very entrepreneurial and always wanted to say yes. His thing was that handshake agreement. He would handshake agreement, anything. Wish we could still do that, but unfortunately worked for dedicated contract services. And so, but in that, like that idea in our company still exists. Like that culture's still there to not say no. And so it's taken more time for us to get into this space than Jason or I would probably care for, but the reason why is we've been working on building that density so we can offer a savings to a customer.
Yeah.
Where we are with bigger, larger shippers is that we have this massive network that we can lean on and help in that and use our equipment to offset some costs for him. Well, as he's built our ag over the last 12, 13 years, we're going to try to use that network and expand into more bulk spaces and grow our business.
It was when I was at Bartlett, we actually Ruan, it came down and we started kind of running the numbers to try to figure out, could we add a dedicated services to that? And every grain business is different and different operations. And ours, we were buying grain and a lot of it going to Mexico. But I just remember when we started looking at the numbers, crunching to have a dedicated service, it just, for us at that time, it would never pencil out. It would always like, man, you could still contract smaller owner operator companies, you know, and a lot had to do with the seasonality too. It was in this business, you have just the ups and downs of the grain and the commodity market. So it always seemed like it was a hard thing for to run a dedicated service. But I assume you guys have done research just to try to understand, I mean, the ebbs and flows of the grain markets.
Yeah, so but kind of back on your initial premise there. So one of the things that's changed a lot over the years, and it was very interesting to sit here and hear everybody's different perspective on like nuclear verdicts, tort reform,
Yep.
everything that's involved there. And that's one of the things that we've really dug into is, if you are outsourcing even a portion of your transportation, whether it be your fleet or part of your bit, whether you're creating a fleet or outsourcing your fleet, um, is really looking at what coverages do you have, what risk do you entail? Because if you look at some of these nuclear verdicts, they were going back to the shipper even through another provider. So a lot of that has driven people toward a company that has the wherewithal to, and I think that's why we see a role for us. And it's not every piece of the business. I think there's plenty of the pie for everybody, and certainly everybody in this room. It's just that we feel like there's certain places that we're going to play that are going to make sense for a shipper.
Yeah, you took the words out of my mouth. I think about like the pie, and some people can think it's a small piece and it's a zero sum. One person wins and everybody else loses. But what I've learned over the years, and especially past couple of years traveling all over this country, I mean, it's a big pie out there in the industry, and I think there's just a lot of value different companies can add to that.
Yeah, I would agree. And hey, thanks for having us too in this. This is very
Absolutely.
informative. And I told you earlier around lunch, it's saying how well-oiled machine this is. It's a great view of transportation and things running smoothly. But yeah, we are excited about getting into bulk, but we've done a pretty good job of understanding and educating ourselves and teams on what it's going to take in the time. Like we know we're not going to be the size that our ag business is and dedicated in the next 5 years. It's probably going to take us closer to 10 to find those customers that are willing to grow, that are wanting to invest with us and have that capital freed up to go and grow their business. And so we've got a long-term view of it. I hope probably 5 years from now, we're sitting on the stage and we're talking about some of the customers that we met here this week that we helped kind of elevate their company, and maybe they've doubled in size since they've let us, do their transportation and that type of thing.
Yeah, that's awesome. Today, if you look at the dedicated services, how many trucks are in that program, or how many units?
Yeah, so there's 12,000 plus trucks and drivers in our dedicated business unit, and so the rest is we have roughly 25,000 on the books, and the rest are going to be our dray network outside of that. So really don't have any over the road drivers anymore.
Well, that's what I was gonna say. Most trucks, when I see them going up and down the highway, most of them day cabs. They're not.
Yep. Yeah, you'll see
very few OTR.
A lot of his business is going to be day cab for the most part. We have plenty of dedicated customers that it's still a more regional driving job where you're in a sleeper, gone a couple nights a week. But we make up probably 400 plus customers in that dedicated space of just different types of business. Like there is a lot of things we do that everybody thinks, like Jason mentioned, we're just kind of over the road hauler, but that's really not the case.
Yeah, the truckload over the road business is the very smallest piece that we have, and it has very, very few assets left in it. So, and we're a public company. You can go out there and look at our earnings statements, and one of the things you'll see is that truckload business with the number of assets just dwindling down. The business is growing, but the assets that we actually operate are certainly dwindling down. So we have a lot of carriers that lease on with us that do that, and independents. And then if you look at our length of haul, as we grow our number of trucks, our length of haul continues to shrink, and a lot of that's because we've gotten into more specialized business and learned how to. A point you made about when we talk about mega fleets, that those 12,000, 13,000 trucks in dedicated are made up of a bunch of customers. And we have fleets that are 2 and 3 trucks in a dedicated fleet that operate for a specific customer, and they're very local. They have a manager who's local, who lives in that community. The drivers we hire from that community, it's very unlikely that we're going to take a driver in Arkansas and send them to Texas to run a dedicated fleet. We're going to hire from the local market because, again, as we continue to grow, as we all know, there's limited number of truck drivers out there. And we feel like that the market's going to go back to where it was 3-4 years ago, which is it's going to start tightening up. We hope this is the year. I think everybody in trucking does, but we think it will start to tighten up again to where drivers are going to be as big a need as ever.
I was going to ask you that too, just the forecast, and again, you guys get to see it from a different lens and spread out across a pretty big supply chain. But are you seeing a 26 being a pretty good rebound for the industry?
As a public company, we make no forward-looking statements, but
I'll let him take that.
Yeah, just when you read, what's out there publicly available, I would say the messages are mixed. I mean, I think we certainly have a lot of optimism about that there was a lot of dark capacity in the market that was talked about this morning. Dark capacity being the non-domiciled, non-English speaking. Don't know how much of that there was. I've heard 10 different estimates on it. We've kind of got our own estimate on that. So I think that's going to take some capacity out of the marketplace. Certainly the insurance requirements and all that, and again, things like nuclear verdicts are hitting the industry so hard. Revocations are at an all-time high for authorities. But we need a big influx from the economy to make that happen. So I think we're optimistic. Yeah.
The insurance piece is a big one. We say this in our earnings release that the last 3 years have been our safest years we've ever had as a company, and our insurance costs have gone up double-digit percentage. And it just continues to rise, and that's where we feel like these customers are going to start feeling it more in the price they're going to get, which should tighten the market a little bit too for us. But be interesting to see the rest of the year how it plays out. Everybody coming out of the traditional peak and into this year, see what we'll get with kind of the spring rise and everything. And so hopefully we need it. We're desperate for it.
I think it's been unique for all. I mean, and I'm talking about everybody in the room. To have what you call it, what you want, a freight recession. I've been in the business for 37 years. This is the longest downtrend and bottoming out of in my career, trucking led into a recession and out of a recession. This one was, whether it was COVID driven or something else, it went down and it bottomed out. But at the same time, our insurance, and when I say I'm talking about all of everybody in this room, our insurance costs have risen, the cost of a truck, everything has continued to go up in trucking, except the rates.
Last question. We got 1:30, and one reason I do a lot of these, I travel all over and do these YouTube videos. I love founder stories. I love because even JB Hunt started with one truck at one time, and with a minute left, if you can just say why was JB Hunt so successful? What did Mr. Hunt do to really? I'm sure he made all the mistakes, over the years. But if you could sum it up in less than a minute, what did he do?
I take a lot of pride in living in the area that he's created, and I live in Northwest Arkansas, where it's just entrepreneurial everywhere with Walmart, us, and Tyson, and he was property of good timing as well. Like, there's no secret to that, but like I mentioned earlier, he would say yes to everything and try it. John L.
I hear that from a lot of our clients. Yeah. Like they grow when their businesses keep, if they keep asking for trucks, we buy another truck. Yeah. And that's how they don't say no to their customers.
John L. will tell you she was more the one that would kind of pull the reins back on JB every now and then, be like, hey, man, we don't have to say yes to everything. But that was his style, and it was successful. Always trying to be what's next, what's something that no one else is doing. And then him bleeding us into that intermodal relationship is really what Jason touched on earlier, that just set us apart from everyone else. That created all these assets that customers can use that didn't require all the investment in the driver. And so
There's a great YouTube clip out there of Mr. Hunt, and he says, and I can't say it like he did, but he said, "Good partners attracts good partners," and he truly believed that. And also, we always say we're a trucking company founded by a truck driver, because that's what he did.
Yeah.
And I think he always had a great deal of care for the people, starting with the drivers.
Yeah, that's awesome. Well, thank you all for coming. Thank you for being a sponsor this year of the conference as well.
Thank you for having us. Very,
so much.
very nice. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
How about a hand for Kirby and Jason and Jared there? JB Hunt boys were nice enough to give us some t-shirts. I might get these a little bit further. Who wants a t-shirt out there? Anybody want a t-shirt out there? Oh, I cannot go that far. That was close though. Intercepted. How about over here? Oh, goodness. No. Yeah, not quite. Close enough. All right, that's close enough. All right, we're going to keep this going. The next panel that's going to come up, this one's going to be a little bit different. It's going to be 28 minutes because we've got an 8-minute Q&A section at the end. Now, in your app, in your conference app, there is a schedule button. Click on the schedule button and you go to this panel and you can put your question in right there on the app. We'll get those, we'll feed them up here to them, and they will answer those at the end. So if you have a question either now or while you're listening, use the app, put your question in there, submit it, and then hopefully we'll get to it. If we don't get to it here, we might be able to get it to you later, get an answer to you later on in that regard. So use the app, go to the schedule button, go to this session, this panel, and then you can submit your question. All right. This is a carrier panel, and this is all about scaling fleets, controlling costs, operating in real market conditions. Dan Redding, who's the CEO and owner of RC Trucking and Redding Transportation, he is very knowledgeable about asset-based operations, disciplined growth, and operational efficiency, really focusing on cost control and talking about those issues. Rob Grover is the owner of Grover Farm Trucking and Grover Family Farms. With his wife, Kate, they've grown from 12 to 40 trucks in 5 years. They work directly with customers to expand their business. And then Ben Rickardson is the co-owner of Skyview Transportation. It's a long-haul hopper fleet, 60 trucks. They work the lower 48 as well as Canada. And he's got a broad perspective on cost control, lane discipline, and operations at scale across borders. They're going to be speaking during this panel specifically on running lean, controlling cost, and scaling fleets without losing operational discipline. Please welcome to the stage Dan Redding, Rob Grover, and Ben Rickardson, along with Larry Hurt.
Awesome. Just so you guys know, I am not texting up here. As Trey mentioned, we will be getting a Q&A session going. And so when it's time, all you have to do, as Trey said, go to the BulkLoads conference app, hit the drop-down menu, find this panel, and you can go ahead and ask Q&A questions. So if you have questions that come up as we start talking, go ahead and send those in. I will be getting those questions texted to me by Tyler in the back. So just wanted to throw that out there. This is a really great session, and it leads great into what I talked about a couple sessions ago, which is leadership and scaling and growing businesses. And now we've got 3 guys that have actually done that in the trucking business. And so thank you guys for being here. Thank you for being on stage. You know, one of the main things that I wanted to open up with this is there's been a lot of volatility in trucking through the last couple of years between cost of diesel going up and down, freight rates going up and down. And so I wanted to pose the question, when you hear running lean and controlling costs, what does that mean for each of you individually?
Want me to go first? Yeah, it's really about everything. It's obviously your fuel's your
biggest cost, your equipment, your driver cost, all that stuff. That's out there in front of your face. That stuff's easy to see. So that's kind of the low hanging fruit in my mind. That's where you go after first. But it's my dad always told me it's the little things that kill you. It's not the big things. And that's right, because that $25 cost that you're paying extra for fuel treatment out on the road that versus what you have it for in the shop. You know, you do that one time and the driver doesn't understand, you know, you do that one time, it's not a big deal. They don't feel like, but if you've got 30, 40, 50, 60 trucks, whatever it is, you know, you do that 30, 40, 50 times a day, that adds up pretty quick. And so it's really a comprehensive a dive into everything that goes out your door. And in our business, we've had the fortunate last several years of it being good. You know, everything that we touched turned to gold. Reality has hit us in the face now. And so, you know, we've had to wake up and say, well, maybe this thing that we were doing over here that was for convenience, maybe we don't need that after all. Maybe this software that we've been using that we bought 5 years ago because it looked like the cool thing to do, is that really adding value to our operation? So to me, it's everything. It's you got the easy things on top, but it's really the deep dive things, the small things that add up to be the real savings in the end.
Now, talking to a bunch of people in the room here over the last yesterday and today, it's like everybody runs a different system. So it's really hard to say, like, this is a cut and dry way of saving money or whatever, running lean or whatever you want to call it. But I think he said it the best is, how do we keep track of the little dollars? The big dollars a lot of times take care of themselves because they stand out in the trucking business. So, you know, is your driver checking the tires? Is there a better way of keeping the tires checked? Is the air system working? You know, how does all this stuff come together to be able to make us efficient in what we do? Because not only is it a dollar cost, but it's a time cost. So every minute that we're not running when we need to be is a killer over time. Like, zeros in the logbook are a lot worse than maybe running a cheaper load than you should once in a while, for me personally. So there's, you know, that's kind of the fun part about talking to people. Like, some guys have all company trucks, some guys have none, some guys broker. So just the way that you look at controlling your own individual costs, I think know your cost is a big part of it, because in trucking, you know, like JB Hunt's up here, I have no idea how they keep track of it, 12,000 trucks. Good job, guys. But like, for me, keeping track of 60 is a pain. So how do you keep track of that and get the correct numbers and be able to use them efficiently?
Well, probably the easiest way to stay lean would be Ozempic. But the same thing that made that successful is the same thing you got to do in your trucking operation.
Take a magic pill.
People take Ozempic because they don't have to change anything they do. And if you can make small incremental changes, especially behind the scenes, such as a different fuel card or a different way of monitoring tires, that doesn't necessarily take a lot of input from the driver, so it's not seen, then it has a better chance of succeeding. You know, if you're not having to constantly monitor it, those are the changes that really add up in a hurry.
Yeah, that's good. So one of the things that we work on really hard at BulkLoads is really understanding our expense side. Because, you look at your cost to get a new customer, in your guys' world, cost to get new freight, and the time that it takes to either hire a salesman to go chase that freight, or maybe a dispatcher to get those loads dispatched. Those are all things that are long-term games. And then there's this little bucket in the middle. It's this expense, right? And you guys all touched on it. What are like some of the top 3 expenses that you guys obsess over or are constantly looking at? And what are some strategies that you're using to get them down?
Fuel. At the end of the day, I don't know why it irritates me so much when a driver will fuel on one side of the road at a truck stop and the one across the road is 30 cents cheaper per gallon, but it drives me nuts. So, like for us, we've done some trainings with our drivers on how to identify the correct places to fuel, as well as bringing in, fuel card programs that match our area. what I do for it isn't going to match probably what Dan does or you do, because you're in a different geographic region. So just especially the training of the drivers to make them cognizant of that. They don't care. They just want to get fuel. And maybe they like the showers there better. But for example, with us, I made it the policy I'll pay for showers. If you can fuel across the road or 10 miles away and save $80, I will pay that $12 shower. Put it on the credit card. I am more than happy.
Yeah, that's good.
Never thought of that one. Like insurance is always a big one. Like, that's a huge cost. And how do we, it goes back to, I think, what you said, training drivers, like CSA is such a big part of that anymore, and how that looks like every decision you make and how you inspect that vehicle and how you take care of it is going to cost us some point. And, the second part of that is maintenance. So if they're not doing all that stuff correctly, that's a huge overall cost. I mean, I think, I don't know, you would know what the average of what insurance went up for most people last year, but it's, some of it's astronomical over the last few years. And, when they're looking at your CSA score and you got red marks in there, that ain't good. So
I want to camp out real quick on insurance if you got a second. So there's different strategies when it comes to insurance. We know it's one of the top costs, obviously, for any trucking business. We coach our guys a lot of times for different strategies to reduce insurance cost. As you guys as business owners think about insurance costs and what it's done, because it has crept up and very quickly over the last couple of years, what is your strategy in terms of working with your agent to make sure that you're getting either a flat renewal or a reduction? Is it, I'm going to go to market every single year and I'm going to shop it every single year? Or is it like, I like where I'm at today, but I'm going to control the things internally that I can control? Kind of what's the thought process, Dan, if you want to touch on that first and just work our way back.
Yeah, so we just went through this. So there's a lot of things involved with that. Of course, safety is a top thing that you've got to worry about throughout the year all the time in order to keep those things in line, because if that gets out of whack on you, you're going to pay for it on the insurance side. We attack that, with talking about running lean and what we can do to reduce costs. We attacked that this year. What it is, insurance is risk. We're paying for how much risk do we want to take. And so I made the decision to take more of that risk myself. We raised our deductibles. We raised or lowered our values on our equipment. So for instance, I may have a trailer that's valued at $30,000, but in reality I could sell it for $40 if I was trying to sell it today. But I'm willing to take that risk to keep my premium down and deal with that. But then that squarely puts the blame on me, or puts it on me to make sure that we follow through and with the safety and driver training and all those things. So in turn, you're taking a little bit more risk, but it also sharpens you a little bit, because now I've got to be on top of this, or I can't have that. I can't have that guy rolling that truck over in the ditch, because it's going to get me good this time. So.
And I think on going that way is, how do you sell yourself? Like somewhat, you're selling yourself and your company as a safe bet. So there is, they got all the systems now, or they can download load your e-logs. Like there's tons of different opportunities for that. And there's all kinds of different tricks of the trade, increasing your, deductible, which could help. But at the same time, like, are we focusing on the core issue of safety as trucking? Like that's what we personally focus on. Are our drivers being safe? Are they keeping their hours right? Are their logbooks right? Is their equipment right? Like, so our main focus on insurance is that. How do we want the insurance company to come in? They want their influence. Like we want to be a partner, no different than a banker or something like that. I'm not an individual, I'm a partner. They're just play a part in the team. So
I'm going to build off that. As far as selling yourself, at the end of the day, it's your agent that's selling you to the end market. So you have to have that good relationship with your agent, and you have to help them make the narrative to sell to the underwriter and explain your story. What are you doing? Some of us had some bad years. We used to have a
Well, Grover Farm, we used to have a pretty terrible cab score. It's really good now, but you know, throughout that process of renewing, we had to find an agent that would explain to markets, hey, we know that they made some mistakes in the past, but here are the systems they've put in place to correct that and make sure that that agent was going to advocate on our behalf to that underwriter and explain it correctly to potentially get us that lower rate.
Yeah, that's good.
And just to add to that, then kind of what your question was there is your insurance is a long-term commitment in my mind. We've been with four now, I guess, in 30 years. And so we've been able to sell that is, yeah, we had a bad year this year, but look back on the 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 years before that, and that's always been good for us. It's always, helped when those happen because you just, it's inevitable. You're just going to have those years when luck wasn't on your side. So that's another way to look at it.
I love that. With your guys's, the dynamic of the trucking business is you end up working with a lot of partners and vendors that supply services or parts or technology. When you have a vendor that comes to you, let's say a technology vendor, could be anything else, and they want to give you a price increase, what are you as a trucking owner evaluating of when it's time to move to another vendor that wants your business?
Do they actually know our business? People try to sell you all sorts of technology and all sorts of services that have nothing to do with the bulk industry. So that's one of the ones just right up front. Does it play into what we do? And then how can it save man hours? In general, the technology is always about saving the man hours. Yeah, there can be some routing stuff, but will this save my back office staff? My wife does all the billing, and will it save her time so she'll be happier, because I have to go home to that. So anything we can do to save time on her end is, that's exponentially more valuable.
Yeah, I love that. I'm going to get into these Q&As. Tyler is blowing me up here. We got a lot of good questions. We're going to start with this question. It's the last one that came in, but it's, how do you determine what a company driver is worth at the time of hire? Is it best to set a base starting salary across the board and slowly advance their payroll to their max salary? Or is it best to start a driver with a salary that you feel they're worth the day that you hired them?
So we do a little bit of both. So we have a base salary that we want to start with, or base pay rate. But then that driver's just as we were talking about how my insurance record's going to affect my insurance rate, that driver's record's going to affect his pay rate. So if we got a guy coming in that's young with not much experience, we're going to probably pay him a little bit lower than our base rate to start with and make him earn it. Vice versa, if we got a guy that comes in, he's got 10 years experience, he's in the hopper business, he's got a clean MBR, those things, those kind of things that look good, we feel pretty good about him. Yeah, we're probably going to start him out a little bit higher. It's a touchy situation, as you all know, as employees or hiring employees, that once you set that precedent, it's kind of hard to go back. So you have to be real careful about that. Hiring them lower and hiring them higher than the base rate, because sometimes you got some explaining to do and you have to be prepared to be able to do that.
I don't really have too many company guys, but for me, I set a base rate and then certain benchmarks, maybe look at their performance, how they're taking care of the equipment, stuff like that, and then make it to where it goes up from there. Personally, we have 4 company drivers, I think, right now, and longest been with us almost 20 years, and I think the least one's 5 or something. So, but we don't deal a lot with that. I've been pretty blessed with that.
Do you start all the owner operators or the lease guys at the same rate, regardless of experience?
Yeah, our lease deal is a contract, so it's a base contract. They see the top numbers, they take a certain amount for what we do, and that's what it is. So we show them everything in our system. So,
well, and you got to be careful about starting them too high. because then they're going to be asking for a raise even though you don't have enough meat on the bone from that truck to pay them anymore. So we start everybody at the bottom of our pay scale and work them up. And we have reviews every 6 months taking into account their safety scores and everything. And they might work up the scale quicker than, say, another driver that's still learning and taking more time. But there always needs to be that carrot that they can go up to, because otherwise they're going to be like, well, I haven't gotten a raise here. Well, I started you as high as I could. And it sometimes can be an issue that, they want to raise that. There's no money on that unit left to give them an increase in pay.
That's good. Kind of switching gears here. This is a funny question because of the timing of who we just had up on the stage before us. But how does the mega carriers joining bulk freight impact the middle guys like the ones on the stage? Anyone want to take a shot at that one?
I think if you're taking care of your customers, you'll be all right. Like there's a place for everybody within reason. Like they have horsepower, but like they probably don't have the quality of driver that I would, they probably do. I wouldn't say that like the big carriers don't have great drivers, obviously, because they do. But like our guys, I believe our guys are the best around. Like, so, and I don't know, the Economist a couple of years ago, I was talking to him, said it, we look at ROR, return on relationship. So how can we get a return on that relationship? COVID, we were just talking backstage a little bit about the astronomical freight rates that you saw during COVID. Well, we're the kind that we want to go build relationships with people so that we can set a rate instead of just chasing every dollar. And so that has been very beneficial for us because, those customers are still working with us because we were able to flex and be able to give them a break when some others probably weren't. Like we weren't chasing the dollar to the bottom of the barrel. Like we stopped before we drowned, I guess.
I kind of answered this question last year in a similar sort of question, and my response to it is that they don't affect us because I've got 30 years of experience and a reputation that we've built, and those guys are sitting behind me. They still are. We've got some of them that are directly competing with us, and I've been told by their shippers. Our shippers have been blunt about it as well and said, these guys are sitting behind you. You're still getting first shot, but these guys are sitting behind you and they're taking everything that you don't take. As long as we do our job, our service stays the way it is. I have no concern about that at all. Because in reality, it's no different than if a 5 trucking company comes into play. They've still got to outperform us. And so if you've got that reputation, you've worked, that's been the staple of your business is your service quality. I don't think you have anything to worry about.
And in bulk freight, in general, it's still more of a one-on-one relationship with your customer. It might be one point of contact at a big company, but chances are a little bit about them as a person. Maybe you send, sarcastic memes to them every once in a while, but you have a personal relationship with that person. So when these bigger corporations are coming in, there's certainly a place for them, but I don't think it's going to affect a lot of what we do because we have that direct connection with that point of contact at that company that we've developed over the course of years.
Yeah, I love that, Ben. I'm going to start stealing that return on relationship. I like that. That's really, really good. This is kind of shifting gears just a tad, but how do you manage your account receivables on customers that are slow to pay but have consistent freight every week?
You weigh it and you go to them and you ask them to change their payment terms. We had one that, yes, exactly in that case, consistent freight every single week. I knew I'd get the lanes. I knew exactly what they were. They worked with our network, but they were our longest customer to pay. So I went up and visited them in person and told them that. And in their mind, this was a large corporation. Their days to pay were set primarily by their general freight side of their operation. So their vans and their reefer side. And I just explained to them, within the bulk industry, my average days to get paid is usually about 10 days. So 30, 60 days is not feasible within our industry. and they were able to make an exception for us because we did a good job. I mean, if we didn't do a good job, they probably wouldn't make an exception. But because I had that conversation, they were able to change their days to pay for us because we were a bulk carrier.
I think there's a couple things in play there. Is this somebody you've been doing business with for 5 years and they've always been this way? If that's the case and it's profitable to you and you can cash flow it through your other vendors, or it's just something you can handle through your own cash, then you tolerate it. The other thing in play there is this somebody you've been doing business with for 5 years and they've been gradually dropping back in how quick they pay. That's the first sign to gather your eggs and start protecting them. Because somebody mentioned up here earlier today about going silent, and you're nearing that point if that's what's happening.
That's good.
And when they go silent, you're done.
Yeah, every time I've had a customer extend their days to pay, they've been bankrupt in another 2 or 3 months. It's always been a sign that they're not going to be
the broker bond doesn't do much for you.
75,000?
Yeah.
Not enough?
Let me split that up.
This is a great question, and it's actually it's very fitting because we're bulk load. So I'm really curious to get your guys' opinion on this. But are the introductions of new technology coming into the industry actually helping control costs, specifically on the maintenance side?
I would say yes. It's easier in a lot of ways to keep track of stuff, and you can get it done with less people involved for the most part, I think. So, and there's some of this, they talk about new trucks don't run or whatever, but I had old trucks that didn't run either. So, like, to me, it's kind of, you're going to have a law of averages. I've had dogs and I've had great ones. I told somebody earlier, I probably got the only 1,000,000-mile pack car in the world that I know of. So
I don't believe that, do you, Rob?
Million two, I'll show it to you. Never been touched. So if anybody wants to buy it, I'm selling. No, just kidding. But I think there is, the efficiency that some of this technology brings and the availability to see things in real time, such as like cameras in trucks. Like, we had a driver that was somewhat he was showing unsafe patterns, and so we were able to catch that and make a decision that goes back to insurance. We got audited like an audit last year, and we had a driver that was a train wreck. We had let him go before it. That saved us a lot of trouble. Like, they're like, you recognize this, you did something about it. That was all from technology. I don't think we would have caught some of that with a paper log.
Well, and then like, we utilize our e-log system for all of our maintenance reminders. So it'll track the miles traveled by both trucks and trailers. So I can, put in their tire rotations and oil changes because I forget everything. So it's nice to just get an email from that point of view. And then, in the case of old versus new equipment, I had a airbag go bad on a 2025 trailer. Yeah, it shouldn't have, but you know what? Those bolts weren't rusty. They came off real easy.
We talked a little bit about it earlier, about fuel cost, and the wave that you ride, depending on what it's doing at any given time. One of the questions that came in, what's the average miles per gallon owner-operators need to be at to stay profitable in today's trucking market? Do you guys have any insight there that you'd like to share?
It depends what they're getting paid per mile. At the end of the day, I've talked to guys that move windmill blades, and they figure in their cash flows an average of 2.5 miles per gallon because they pull so hard. Yeah, but they also make like $30 a mile. Yeah, they got to pay for pilot cars and permit. It's not actually in their pocket, but their freight pays enough to account for that. So it all goes into what you're getting paid. Does it make sense with your miles per gallon? Obviously, the better fuel economy you can get, probably the more profitable you will be. And there's, aerodynamic trucks and new technology. Your good old 379s and W9s can still get good fuel economy if you just keep your foot out of them and slow down a little bit. So, there's ways to do it with older equipment to maximize your fuel economy as well.
Yeah, I don't think it's hard to answer that question because that's just one very small piece of it. like Rob said, there's a lot of other things you have to take in consideration there. Can we say, you know, you got to get 6 miles a gallon to be profitable? I don't know. You have to ask yourself that. Does that work for you? You know, in my mind, yeah, you got to be at least 6. You know, there's some international engines out there now claiming to be 8, 9 miles a gallon. You do the math on that, that's a free truck pretty quick, if that's true. So fuel's a very big part of it, but even more than that, if we got just a second talking about the fuel, something we've done, we have a deal with Love's, which, you know, is the highest place to buy fuel in the world. But we got a pretty good deal with them, but it's on certain locations, and we were able to expand those locations here recently. And so, using the technology, as we were just discussing, I can see that fuel purchase every day and my average cost per gallon. And so I've began to monitor that every day. My fuel price is running this past week has been running in the 265 to 268 range is what my costs are at those preferred locations. But my actual cost was running up around $3. So we had to get more direct with our drivers and forcing them to go to those places, and we were able to reduce that. I think yesterday, I think I told you, we had that down to like 282. So we got that margin close. You know, we're never going to be able to stay down at that, always buy from those places, but that was just one little thing that probably we hadn't been doing well enough. That's made a lot of difference.
Tie that into the geographic region. I don't do Loves because we don't have Loves up there, and if any of my drivers feel at Loves, I'll slap them upside the head.
I did too before we got the deal.
So when you're looking at fuel card programs, pay attention to the coverage within your area to make sure it's actually the stations your people are going to be going to. Because if you have to add a lot of extra time and miles to hit your preferred network, there is a diminishing return on your savings.
Awesome. Well, we are out of time. I'm going to hit you all with one last question, and you'll go round robin here, and then we'll get off the stage. But if you had to give one rule to everybody out there to stay lean, and no matter the market, what would it be and why?
You know, these times teach us the answer to this question. We get pretty complacent when things are good. We all do that. It's human nature. But what you're learning right now is, it's. I heard this earlier today as well. It's discipline. Is you have to identify those added costs, that fat that you don't need has to be identified and removed, and then you have to have the discipline. When the market changes and it gets better, you have to still stay disciplined and keep those costs down and keep them cut. Stay diligent on everything that you do. And if you do that, when these times come back around, and they will, because they always do, you'll have the cash, you'll have the reserves to make it through and not have to get up at 2 o'clock every morning and go to work because you're too stressed out about what's going on. So discipline would be my word to that.
I like that. I'd agree with that. I'd also agree. Do you have a desire and a curiosity to know what your numbers are, where you need to be, where because is something really working, or does it just feel like it's working? We've had shippers over the years that it feels like it's a great deal, and then you get down to it because of time or, wait time that you're not getting paid for, or, other issues, somebody's tearing a tire off on a rail or something every day. Like, maybe it's not a great deal. So, like, desire to know your numbers, and I think a desire to be the best at what you do. Like, that's our goal. Is if we're lining up against somebody, I want them to point and say, you're the best. Like, that's our goal. Our guys clean up around the pit, make sure they're nice, happy to people, respectful, like no tolerance of anything less.
Know your numbers and re-examine them, because I've had same cases like you. You thought it was a great deal. You thought this round was working well. You put the pencil to paper and you're suddenly like, oh, no, we don't need to be doing this anymore. So constant vigilance on your numbers and manage the little things and be intentional and don't compromise. This is the way we're going to do it. This is the way we have to do it. And then hold people to the standard.
Awesome. I love that. Yeah. So just to wrap it all up, visibility to cost is a huge one, right? I think we all agreed up here at some point you have to understand where the money is going, and you got to be intentional about moving it to the right spot at the right time. Discipline, Dan, I love that. Ben, I love the return on relationship, and I love the Ozempic joke, Rob.
I
So.
told you I'd tie it all back in, didn't I?
You did great. Dan, Ben, Rob, thank you guys. We appreciate it.
All right, folks, listen up. We've had a couple people complaining that I'm only throwing hats to the same people who are up front, you know, and that's why you sit up front. I mean, I don't feel like I should reward bad behavior, you know, by passing the back. But I'm gonna do it, and I'm gonna do it because I'm gonna tell you a story while I do it. Now, does anybody recognize this jersey? Anybody? Savannah Bananas, that's right. Okay, so check this out. So I was in Savannah emceeing an event, and one of the speakers was the president of the Savannah Bananas, Jared Orton. And I shot my shot. I said, hey, can I get a jersey with my name on it? Thinking this, you know, maybe we'll get lucky. This would be really cool. This guy said, yeah, absolutely. Just send me your name and send me your number. And then we go to this event in Savannah. Anybody over here want a hat? Anybody? You can get one right there. We go to this event in Savannah, and we go to the game. I got to go to a game. It was tremendous. If you've never been to a Savannah Bananas game, it is so much fun. It's absolutely amazing. So you go to Savannah Banana game, and I walk in, and they have the jersey folded and ready to go for me with my name on it, like I'm playing that night. Like maybe I'm signing a contract. I don't know. It was amazing. And I remember thinking, like, how cool is this? I'm a nobody, and this guy who is the president of the Savannah Bananas, oh, sorry, that was way too high. This guy who's the president of Savannah Bananas hands me a custom jersey. And if you read their book, Fans First, one of their principles is this: do for one what you wish you could do for all. Do for one person what you wish you could do for everybody. I bet they wish they could give a custom jersey to every fan that they have, but I asked and they said yes, and I got a custom jersey. Oh, that's not gonna make it. One more, let's try one more. And the principle is simply this: you don't want customers in your business. You know what you want? You want fans. You know why? Fans pay full price. Fans keep coming back. And fans tell everybody about their experience. So, my real quick keynote: do for one what you wish you could do for all, and you'll have fans for life. So those people in the back that sat in the back and were complaining about not getting hats, there you go, you got a couple hats. Congratulations, there you go. And if you ever talk to Jared Orton and ask him for a jersey, you just might get one. You never know. All right. We have reached the end of this session. This is our last one. Let me tell you briefly what's going to happen here in a little bit. We're going to bring up this last panel. Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. We have two more. Excuse me. We have two more. After this, after our second one, then I'm going to give you a few more instructions. We're going to have a networking hour back over in the exhibit hall. And then we've got dinner tonight. We got a comedian. It's going to be absolutely amazing. Make sure you make plans to attend. Dinner 6:30, comedian afterwards. All over there. Plus, we're going to honor one special person who's in attendance with us or who's with us today. So it's going to be a ton of fun. Let me go ahead and introduce our next gentleman coming up on the stage. So he's built full-scale ag operations from the ground up. Jesse Bounds is the owner of Bounds Hay Company and Jesse Bounds Trucking, based in Junction City, Oregon, just outside of Eugene, Oregon. By 31, he built a complete hay and straw operation and a fleet of custom Peterbilts. He also leads 10-4 coaching, mentoring others in ag, trucking, and biz. And today he's going to speak on financial control and forecasting. And he is one of the guys I got to have lunch with today. Just a tremendous guy. Please welcome to the stage Jesse Bounds along with Jared Flynn.
Jesse, welcome back on stage.
We just did this.
Yeah, like a month ago in Vegas. So I was out, Jesse put on, it's called HayCon. It was his conference in Las Vegas. It was the same week as the National Rodeo Finals, and I came out and spoke and had 300 plus attendees. So highly recommend. I think a lot of you all know Jesse or follow him on social media, but that was a great event. So
yeah, and we did some really great YouTube videos. You guys came out last summer, so if you guys haven't followed your YouTube videos, a couple of the people here said they hadn't seen them, so you guys need to make sure you subscribe to your guys' channel and watch those videos.
I'm going to get right into it. I think what
the purpose of this conversation, we discussed on a YouTube video, but you found out the hard way that you weren't looking at your numbers the right way. Can you talk about that story?
Yeah, and a lot of people spoke on finance, today, and Steve spoke earlier, and I'll just make it really clear is that if you guys aren't basically closing your books out, like I wasn't, you have no clue what your cost to operate is, period. And what that means is your year-end financials, what you do for those, or what you should be doing monthly. And your mega carriers that, are here, or anybody that's at least probably over 40 trucks should be doing that, but everybody should be doing that. And what happened for us was we were doing, my trucking company is a necessity for my hay business. And so we were losing, $250,000 a month in the hay company before we switched to accrual, and we were losing $50,000 to $100,000 a month in the trucking company. And so what happened is we had scaled. We were doing about 10 or 12 million of revenue a year, and we went to 24 million, but we did that in 1 month. So to put that in context, we were doing $1 million a month. We went to 2 million a month in 1 month. And when we did that, I didn't have any financial controls, and I just couldn't figure out why my aging accounts payable kept growing on me. Here I have a lot of revenue, but we weren't making any money. We weren't charging enough. We were hauling for people as well. We were just taking the rate at whatever it was. And I was focused solely on growth and revenue. But until I actually started closing my books out and understanding the numbers, then I had no clue where we were bleeding at.
When was the moment, or how did you figure out that this isn't working?
Well, I kept asking my bank for a larger line of credit. And so, when we grew, we needed a larger line of credit because what was challenging for us, when you're farming and trucking, and if that's mixed together, you don't know really where your money's going. And so the issue was the trucking company was ran in the same set of books as the hay company. And so you have a farm, you have an exporting company, you have a trucking company, you've got, employees' wages are mixed, you've got, your shop wages are mixed in there, so you just really have no clue where the money's going. And so I kept asking the bank, hey, we need a bigger line of credit. Well, they advanced. Then a few months later, hey, we need more money. So we advance more. And then when you ask the third time, they're not going to give it to you. But your accounts payable keep growing, and you're not gaining on it. Well, you have you're generating cash flow, but at some point it's going to run. It's going to go away, and you're going to see. You've seen it on the headlines. More and more fleets, and it's not just fleets; it's farms in general. And I was talking to Steve at lunch about this. Ag has got a real problem when it comes to banking, and there's so many people that I work with in the coaching group that have no clue their cost to operate. Even farming, and farming I would say is probably worse than trucking, in my opinion.
Why is that?
It's just really hard to track. You've got from all these different fields and your input costs, and they just, what's really challenging with farming is that when you're on cash basis, they're trying to manipulate their taxes, right, for their benefit. So they're prepaying or they're delaying paying to try to, they're making their decisions based on trying to mitigate tax liabilities, and then they're buying equipment because that's what their CPA tells them to do to get out of paying taxes. So they have one, in farming, you have, I think, 1 good year and probably 5 bad years. And so you load up on debt in that 1 good year, well, you're stuck with those payments for 5 years. And so it's just not been taught. I can think back to, when we had, before I, went down this road, it was like, you talk to your, this time of year, I had no clue if I made money or not. I talked to a gentleman earlier, and I asked him, he asked what we were going to be speaking about today, and I said this, and he said, well, this is the time of year that we typically try to figure out what we did wrong last year. And I said, no, you got to do that every month. And well, it's a lot of work. Well, it's 10 times more work to start over. And if you start closing your books out each month, by the end of the year, we'll have our year end closed out next week for the whole year. File taxes done. We know exactly where we're at. And so you just have to get disciplined in getting the bookkeeping is going to be the biggest challenge that anybody has. That is number one where you're going to struggle is your bookkeeping staff of getting the data into the system and making sure it's accurate. And that's really where we struggle. And still to this day, if where we struggle is still in that area.
I said this at your conference, but there was a guy that commented, is on one of our YouTube comments in relation to this, and he said, if the bank saw my numbers, they'd shut me down.
Well, and that's the fear. You
But they
asked,
tell me, if they actually saw my true numbers, they tell me I need to get a different job. I need to get out of business.
and any of you guys that watch that, or if you go back and watch that podcast or that video, Jared asked me, why don't people do this? Because the majority of them, they don't want to put all their payables in because they don't want to look at how much they owe people. You can't write the check for all of it, but you have to get it in there so you at least understand how much money you owe. And that's probably going to be the first.
You're manipulating it just for the emotional decision.
Exactly. You're just telling yourself, we'll just deal with it. And it doesn't go away. I mean, the event I just spoke at on Monday, the lady asked me, I put up my cost to bail, which I showed everybody last year, I think. She said, do you compare that with other people? And I said, well, what am I comparing, apples or oranges? Because any of my friends that send me their financials, I know that it's not up to date. How can I compare cost to bail? I know their accounting's not current. So I don't even have anything to compare off of.
This was so passionate for you that it led you to start 10-4 coaching, which I know there's some members here, Kendall's here, that are in that group. But talk about that, because I think that's what I was attracted when I found you online. That was like, man, this guy's actually doing something to help small owner operators, farmers and truckers understand their numbers.
Yeah, I mean, the issue is that if you're a small fleet, and I mean small, I have companies that are 50, I think probably 50 million of revenue that are in the coaching group. They've probably already went through this, and they're even there just to help other people because there was never anything there for them. But take it, even if you're a company that's, under 20 million or whatever that revenue is, where are you going to go? I mean, who are you going to be able I have a call tonight with the group we do a call at 5:00 every week. And it's like, where are they going to go? One of the guys texted me when I was standing out there, hey, when can we get on a call to get my bookkeeping in order? He's been in the group for 3 years and he still hasn't got his bookkeeping in order. Well, what is it? It's right after the first of the year. He hasn't done anything all year. He hasn't done anything the last 3 years. But I'm like, I'll tell him tonight, get on the call. That's when we have time. Work on it as a group. So what it was for me is once I kind of went through this period, I went and found some coaches, some financial coaches, and my CFO was a big financial coach for me. And then I realized that there was really nothing out there for, I thought at that time it'd be ag and trucking, but we have companies that are, I've got one of the ladies, she sells ice to Fran's Bakery. I mean, concrete companies, we've got a lot of mechanic shops really struggle with bookkeeping. Guys that got 3 to 10 employees. And that's what's crazy is it doesn't matter what type of business, everybody has the same problems, right? It started that we worked on financials, but then it rolled into, HR and employees and leadership and personal development and mindset. I mean, it just evolved into basically all these categories. And those are what we focus on. And we just, if guys have a question or they, a lot of times it's, hey, I want to run Facebook ads. Okay, go talk to this guy. Or, I don't understand about this. Okay, do this. And we can just have that conversation on a group call. And what's nice is you've got other business owners that have been there, and that's the part that's been really cool is that they actually have someone that they can, that they can reach out to. So
you mentioned your CFO, and I want to bring that up because I think a lot of people don't think that they can have a CFO or someone doing that. I love that Kelly Wilson's in here, and he was saying they even have a fractional CFO. So there's a lot of these that you can hire, a guy for 10, 15 hours a week.
100%. The one thing that a good fractional CFO won't do is if you're not willing to do the work, they are not going to work for you. So don't even waste your time hiring one if you're not going to show up. Period. So a good fractional CFO is not going to waste their time with that. So they're not going to do your bookkeeping. And when I talked to Steve at lunch today, he said, should I have been doing bookkeeping? I said, yeah, that's what happens is most fractional CFOs end up down a rabbit hole of helping the bookkeepers because the bookkeeping is where the failure typically is. But then again, the owner has to make sure that the invoices and everything that everybody's talked about today. So if you're an owner and you're not invoicing and you're not doing your payroll on time and you're letting all this stuff happen, no one's going to help you. You're not going to find a good bookkeeper and you're not going to find a good fractional CFO if the owner doesn't do his work either. They just won't do it. I can guarantee you that.
Yeah. And I think too, I mean, just, I'm talking, there's all different sizes of businesses that are out here, but even like when we started BulkLoads, I mean, we hired a full-time, we hired an accounting firm that did our month end and reconciliation.
Yeah. And real quick on that, if you're going to go out and look for a fractional CFO, make sure they have an accounting background. There's a lot of self-named CFOs. So if you're going to headhunt one, make sure, ideally, if they have and I think that Steve would agree with me, make sure they have an accounting background, because I'll see a lot of bankers that are ex-bankers that they're great consultants. They're actually better consultants probably in certain aspects on certain things, but you need to understand that they are not accountants. There's a complete difference. So someone will come to you and say, hey, I'm a fractional CFO. And it's like, okay, well, are you a CPA? Are you an accountant? Do you actually have like degrees? Do you know what you're doing? Can you do bank recs? Like, are you willing to do that if my bookkeeper can't do it? And if they say no, then they're not going to probably be the right person for you, because they're going to probably end up having to help you do that until you can find someone. Another thing is we've been using a fair amount of help in the Philippines to help us with data entry to get us by, because we've had such a struggle finding the good old school bookkeepers. You know, those ladies, they're just not around anymore. They've retired, and I mean, no one who's going to school to be a bookkeeper.
Yeah.
I don't have anybody applying to be a bookkeeper, and so what we've done is that's enabled us to help us, lower our costs and get better data entry. Now you still have to understand accounting. The owner has to make sure that the data is going in the right area. There's new AI accounting software coming out, and I had a call with the firm on the way here, and they said, we can export all your QuickBooks or all your files, whatever you're using. We can get them into this AI accounting software. But he said, if it's garbage going in, if you export all your junk and you run it through this AI software, it's going to be garbage coming out. And that's no different if you're manually entering it. Everything you put into that, the result is going to be how good the data is going in. And your CFO can't help you if everything that's going in is junk too. And so that first step for everybody that wants to work on their finances is going to be working on that data entry. And it's going to typically be process. Like, what is that process? And most of us don't have it. So the first step is going to be, are we invoicing daily? Like, it's going to be very basic steps in getting that foundation set up. But it's going to be painful, but you'll look back on it and it's going to be the best thing you probably did.
There's a little bit of time we got left. What you mentioned, you talked about the coaching group, but for people interested, how often do you all meet? I know I got invited, it was a couple years ago and as a speaker on there, but I think people are welcome to join in.
Yeah, it's $97 a month. It's month to month. There's we meet every Thursday, 5:00 Pacific Standard Time. It's a Zoom call. I record the calls and I put them in a program so you can go back. There's basically like 3 years worth of calls now. And then we do events like I'll do a 2-day finance workshop typically twice a year. If you go to 104coaching.com, there's like an events page, and we're going to do a finance event probably in April. And then we've done this, I started to do an annual event like, similar to this in Vegas, and we're planning on doing that again. That'll be in December. It's during the National Finals Rodeo. We did the second week this year, but basically the core products that I have is the weekly calls. And then we did screen record our QuickBooks. So my hay company and my trucking company, I've screen recorded our chart of accounts of how they're set up. And I have those. I think that's like $279 a month or something. It's on the website, but basically we just went and screen recorded. After I did the first event, I realized that people didn't even know how to set up the chart of accounts right. So I was like, I'll just go screen record how mine is and then dump it in the platform. So your bookkeeper can just go mimic how we set it up. So, setting up your classes for trucks and all these different things for tracking each truck. So
there were some gentlemen here last night that said like, it's refreshing to come here and see others in the industry and seeing the same issues, struggles, and all that. But I think you're doing that even with your group, because there's guys from Idaho to Missouri, up in Wisconsin, that they're coming together and same issues in trucking and farming.
And the thing is with like finance or even business in general, everybody that runs a business can relate to this. Once you think you have it figured out is about the time you don't. I've had my finances completely dialed and then my bookkeeper quit. And then you start all over again, it feels like. So if you got everything dialed right now, I guarantee you that in 12 or 24 months, something's probably going to happen. It's going to disrupt that. And so even people that are in the coaching group, they'll come, they're making a ton of money, everything's great. And I talk to them 6 months or 12 months later, and they either had a major truck wreck, somebody quit, they found theft in their business. So they might have this badass bookkeeper that just stole $200,000 over 5 years. So if you're not looking at your books, we've had theft in different ways. We've had bookkeepers add time to employees' time cards because they feel bad for them. There's tons of ways. So as a business owner, if you're not looking at your books, then this is a good time to start.
Yeah. Well, thanks for coming on stage and sharing, Jesse. Man, make sure if you don't follow Jesse online, he's a big social media, puts out a lot of great content, and I think we're kind of running parallel, trying to fight the battle out there and spread the word. So cool. Thank you, Jesse.
Thank you, guys.
Appreciate it.
Nice job. How about one more hand for Jesse and Jared, everybody? All right. We got to do one more giveaway. Is that all right? Can we do one more giveaway? Is that cool? I'm getting no response. You guys are dead tired. All right. I need everybody who is a customer of BulkLoads family, any product at all, go ahead and stand up. Everybody who's a customer, go ahead and stand up. I think you stretch a little bit too. Can you stretch? Everybody else, sorry. Okay, if you have been a customer of BulkLoads for 3 years or more, stay standing. 3 years or more, you've been a customer, stay standing. All right, we lost a few, okay, all right. How about 5 years or more? Who's been a customer 5 years or longer? Okay, didn't lose many there. How about 7 years? 7 years or longer? Let's go up to 10. 10 years. If you've been a customer 10 years or longer, stay. Look at this. How about a round of applause for these people right here? Wow. Some OGs in the crowd here. I like it. Okay, how about 12 years? Let's go 12 years. 12 years? Okay. 13? Okay. Oh, we lost. Oh, we lost. Oh, wait. Okay. 14? You knew it was coming, dude. All right. 15. Oh, we got it still over here. Still over there. Okay, then one back there. How about 16? I don't even know how old this company is. 16 years? Are you guys still in? Are you still in over there at 16 years? Is that it? Hey, give me a hand. Come on up. Come on up here. If you're still, are you paying attention, sir? You're a winner. Come on over. You're it. Let's go. Come here. I wonder if he really is 16 years or if he fell asleep standing. I don't know which one it is. Wait, were you still standing too? Oh, okay. Oh, you were still standing. Oh, get up here. Okay, so you're not a winner yet, but come on up. Come on up. Come on up. Get on up here. Come on up. We can put these guys on stage. There's two of them. It's got that slow afternoon walk. You guys feel this? It's like time to go get on the couch, right? No, come on up. Come on up. Yeah, come on up. Come on up on stage. Yeah, you can get up here. Coming up on stage. All right, so we got Michael Brown from B&B Trucking. Give it up for Michael, everybody. And we got TJ Keever here. Excellent. Okay, so how many years have you been a customer? 16. Right at 16, you?
Since they started, I don't.
Okay, how long?
Trying to do some
How long is that? Do we know? Is it more than 16?
16 years.
Okay, I think we need to have a paper, rock, scissors battle right here. Okay, so I need you guys to look each other in the eyes. No, don't turn from the crowd. We want the crowd to see you, but just look each other in the eyes. You know what I'm saying? Okay, all right. Now here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go 1, 2, 3, shoot. Do not go early. Okay, you got it. 1, 2, 3, shoot. Do you know the game? Paper, rock, scissors. Okay, everybody good? All right, here we go. We're doing best out of 3. All right. How many people think that Michael's going to win? Okay, you got a few fans. How about TJ? Anybody think TJ is going to win? You guys are pathetic. All right, here we go. You guys ready? Okay, here we go. We're going to do 1, 2, 3, shoot. Okay, you guys ready? Here we go. 1, 2, 3, shoot. 1, 2, 3, shoot. 1, 2, 3, shoot. Okay, we got to win right here. One. You got one. Okay, here we go. You need one more, and you win. You got to make a comeback, TJ. All right, you ready? All right, here we go. Ready? 1, 2, 3, shoot. Again, what? 1, 2, 3, shoot. What is that? That's like half rock, half paver? You got scissors. All right, so we got a winner over here. Congratulations. Hang on real tight. Thank you, TJ. Appreciate it. No, you don't get anything. Get off stage. All right. Congratulations, Michael Brown. You get a truck. Nice job. Nice work. 16 years. Give him a hand. Is that how long the company's been in business? Can I get a thumbs up from somebody back there? That's pretty impressive. Okay. All right. We got our last speaker of the day until dinner and whatnot after that. Now, this guy's a fellow St. Louian, so I had to wear my Cardinals jersey for this one. I know I had a Royals jersey on earlier. I'm kind of mixed up in the head, not quite sure who I'm rooting for. It's weird. But this guy operates at scale, and he's going to talk about his story. He also is very familiar and sees the impact of bad players in the industry. Tracy Bugler is the third generation of his family. He's the president of Woody Bugler Trucking Company. He's focused on having a large, disciplined operation, hauling in, dump, and dry. And he focuses on safety, compliance, and equipment standards. He deals with the impact of illegal operators, and he's focusing on trying to overcome depressed rates and unfair competition as a result of that, along with the increased scrutiny. He's going to speak today on why illegal operators hurt carriers, shippers, and drivers. Please give a warm welcome to the stage to Tracy Bugler and Jared Flint.
Save the best for last. You're hot.
I'm hot. Oh, yes, the best for last. Usually when I got a mic in my hand, I'm doing karaoke. So if I break out in the song, don't be alarmed.
Yeah. Well, first I want to say, Tracy, thank you for coming down here. I learned about Woody Bugler when I started at Bartlett in 2005. They were a big player in the market, especially, details, but running a lot of freight across Missouri. So I was always a fan of the operation. This last year, we came up and did a film, so it's on our YouTube page, but told the Woody Bugler story, which was just really cool. But before we get into talking about bad apples in the industry, talk about kind of just the humble beginnings of Woody Bugler to where it is today.
So 1924, my grandfather had a restaurant in Chamois, Missouri called the OK Cafe. And these guys would come in every day with wagons and a team of horses and teams of mules hauling clay to Farber, Missouri, up to Farber Brick. And he started asking questions over and over and over. And finally, one guy said, "Hey, why don't you just buy my authority and you can do this?" So he said, "All right, how much you want for it?" So he bought it. And a couple months later, he bought the other guy out. And so he had two wagons hauling clay to Farber, Missouri. And back then, you basically were a clay miner if you hauled clay. You dug it out, mined it out. We don't say dig. You mine clay. So that's kind of how we got into it. And then my dad, he went to Korea during the Korean War, and he ended up saving all his money, and he didn't spend it over there and just sent it back. And when he got back, he bought his own truck. And I think my grandfather had about 5 trucks at the time, and he came in and he bought 2 trucks, and then they partnered up, and then eventually he had 5, and then they both had 5, and they just kept on rolling, and then bought a milk route after that. And in the 60s, we probably had around 65 to 70 dump trucks, and that was kind of unheard of for those times.
Yeah.
But he was basically helping building all the highways in Missouri, and so he had all these dump trucks. And then early 70s, the gas crisis, everything went bad, and ended up having a big auction, and he sold everything, and we got down to 3 trucks, and he started driving again. And as I was growing up, I only remember having about 10 trucks, and I used to ride with them all the time. And my mom actually would put a note in his pocket to say that I was in the truck because I was like 5 years old, and I'd be, I don't know, R model Mac as my babysitter, and I was sleep in the, in the seat as he hauled clay to Kansas City. And so I guess basically I grew up in a truck, but
When you came on, I mean, because you guys have grown pretty big. Today, how many trucks, how many assets are there in the fleet?
so currently we have like 206 licensed trucks, and then we have about 20 guys that haul every day for us as a power only, pulling our trailers. So we run about 225 trucks every day.
And then the breakdown on the end dumps, I know there's some tankers, some pneumatics, but what's the rough breakdown on the bulk and then dry vans?
So we run about 100 end dumps, and then we have 9 pneumatics, 7 liquid tanks, 8 Conestogas flatbeds. We run 100 trucks pulling dry van, and then we also have a small reefer division, which actually we're starting to grow that right now. What else we do? Oh, we got some belt trailers. Got 5 belt trailers.
Yeah.
The only thing I don't have is hoppers. I think we talked about that in the video. I'm like, I gotta go buy some hoppers. I don't have any.
When we were visiting, and this was before, I mean, it really came down the pike on all this non-domiciled CDL drivers. But I remember you asking, like, what are you all hearing out there? What are you seeing? Like, this is a big issue. I mean, this is before it made the news. I mean, you were talking about it, but, and then I like this, you told me earlier before the FMCSA, Jesse left, you kind of talked with him. And I think there's few things that he can talk about what they're doing, but talk about your view, because I mean, you called a spade early on this, there's a lot of bad, what going on.
Well, everyone wants to talk about it as the downturn and the recession. This isn't a trucking downturn. This isn't a recession. This is a hostile takeover of the trucking industry from the federal government by allowing what they've allowed to happen, by allowing the guys to, it kind of goes, so what got me on it was because we were looking at the last quarter 22, and we could see by looking at load boards, the rates drop. Like, what's going on here? This is the time of year that should pick up. It's going into holidays, and now the rates are just diving. Well, when you influx 1.2 million illegal truck drivers on the highway, it doesn't take long to get the rates lower. They don't buy insurance. They don't have work comp. They don't. Half of them don't make truck payments. That's, if the companies would start repoing trucks, that would help us a lot. And so they can run around at $1 a mile or cheaper than we can haul, and they still make money. So if you can haul $1 a mile cheaper than I can haul and make money, something's wrong here. So we started looking at that, and had a couple buddies that down in Arkansas, and they were calling me. We were talking. I was like, "What are you seeing? What are you seeing about the rates? What's going on?" I said, "Well, it's beginning of 23 now, and I got a customer telling me that I'm going to need to drop my rates by 25 to 30%." I said, "How do you think I'm making 25 or 30%? Because that's not happening." So 2%, maybe we can drop that and survive. 25%, we're done. Well, it happens because this influx of illegals. What started was you had the NAFTA, where the B1 visa drivers, which was totally legal, could come into the country with a load, but they couldn't go past 12 miles, and they had checkpoints. Well, the Biden-Harris Trucking Administrative Trucking Act, which nobody's ever heard of, basically told FMCSA to stand down. And so, right on by the scales, they can deliver freight wherever they want. Now, I know this is fact because I have a small warehouse too. So we do warehousing, and I have a customer that had all this freight coming out of Monterey, Texas, or I'm sorry, Monterey, Mexico, and the carrier was driving all the way to Gerald, Missouri, to put in our warehouse. These guys just show up and they just point at their bills and like, what, hold their phone at you, and they're like, what? Where are these guys from? What's going on here? And then all of our freight that seemed to go back to Texas now just went away. So now it just became a warehouse for the customer to bring Mexican carriers in to haul my freight back. So I'm going, wait, whoa, this is something wrong with this. So had to do, dive into that. I'm like, how far can these guys come to the country? Well, when you lift that, so to speak, lift that, and just let them run. What do you think they're going to do when they get here? A lot of times they pick up a load, Missouri, go to Dallas, reload in Dallas, go to Denver, reload in Denver, go to Salt Lake, come back. They don't just go back to Mexico. Now, if you want to, the problem with it was it was legal. Because they allowed it. They just looked the other way. They don't follow the same ELDs. They don't have the same regulations as far as EPA regulations. They don't have DEF on their trucks. So you can't compete with that. How do you compete with that? Paying their drivers 30 cents a mile. And how that relates to bulk is it bled down because then when they were taking all the freight from the dry van carriers, what do? They start reaching out in different fields, doing different things.
I think where it really hit the spotlight was when there was some big fatalities.
Yeah.
There was the one, I think there was one in Arkansas before the big one that was in Florida where the guy made the U-turn.
Yeah,
that van went right into the side.
Exactly, and that's what got my buddy Harvey Beach, EOS Trucking out of Northern Little Rock. He started American Truckers United. Him and Shannon Everett, and they're full throttle with this. They're the ones who are bringing it all to the surface. They've been on Fox News several times now.
I've seen him. Yeah,
he's a friend of mine, and so that they brought it. They're bringing it to light, but of course the accidents are what's really bringing it to light, right? But the crazy part of it is that the ATA was the one who pushed this driver shortage narrative, which then pushed the FMCSA into turning a blind eye. And so really we shot ourselves in the foot. And I've given thousands upon thousands of dollars to the ATA. Of course, I don't any longer because I found out what they're doing. Chris Spears, he sent this narrative that, oh yeah, we're driver shortage.
Yeah.
There's no driver shortage. What we have here is a good driver shortage because the good drivers are leaving the industry because they can't make any money. If you can't make money, why I'm going to do something different. I'm going to go build houses, do something, if I can't. But I think if we can get these guys off our highways, get the rates back to where they need to be, I think we're going to get a lot of good drivers back in the industry. So, the shortage is, everybody, oh no, it's going to be another driver shortage when everything turns around. No, the good drivers are going to come back. I'm not saying there's no good drivers in the industry now, but I'm saying, the guys that jumped out because of the money,
yep,
they'll be back.
Where's that at today? I mean, there's different headlines every week where they've pulled so many CDLs and cracking down here, and we've seen where they've had, I don't know what administration or what enforcement it was, but even pulling these guys at way stations off the roads. But have you followed kind of where that's at today?
So, obviously California's in the news because of the 17,000 CDLs they pulled. So what you got? I'm going to go back and touch on this. The non-domiciled CDL. What is that? Well, you got a guy who's coming from a foreign country who had a CDL in another country, or came here and went through a school. Now he gets a CDL in a country or in a state of, it might as well be a country, the state of California, and they don't look at his immigration status. He's here illegally. They don't care. Now he's got this non-domiciled CDL, so he thinks, I got my ticket. Well, that's exactly what Sean Duffy just did, was pulled those. The ones that we knew weren't legitimate, they weren't real, they weren't citizens at all, weren't even trying to be citizens. They came across the border, right? There's a big difference. If you want to come in here legally and do it right, learn the language, by all means, we want you to drive a truck. But when they're, you got players like California, Minnesota, New York, Illinois, they don't look at immigration status. And that's kind of how these CDL schools popped up. All these Indian CDL schools, the Serbian CDL schools, you got Eastern European, but then, but you have also people funding that, like bad players. cartels, mafias. I mean, it's really deep, man. We went and we flipped a lot of rocks over. It's crazy, the stuff that's going on.
Yeah, I guess I never paid attention till it really hit the spotlight. Where again, not seeing it as heavy in the bulk, because again, you saw it more in the general space. But a good friend from my hometown, John Dooner, Coastal Carriers, he even brought it. Said the exact same things. Like, this is ruining our industry. Like when you have these bad apples, and again, that aren't playing by the rules. When you look at all the costs, regulations, DEF, everything else you're required, and when somebody doesn't have to abide by those rules. It can take well-established companies out of business.
Well, everybody's complaining about the cost of insurance, right? Why do you think it's high? Why do you think it's jumping even though you had a good year? You're paying for those guys who aren't paying insurance and crashing into people. I've had 6 trucks backed into in 2025 at the truck stop that I'll never see anything out of it. None. The US DOT number, they had 15 US DOT numbers registered to one truck. Tell me how that works. Well, I can tell you there's some bad players at the border who are buying US DOT numbers and selling them for $1,000. We found this out. They're going to an apartment. You can't have a DOT number registered to an apartment.
Right.
There was an apartment in California that had 1,175 DOT numbers registered to it. Tell me how that happens.
Yeah, I really like to know how that happens.
Well,
the
Gavin
blind eye.
Newsom? I don't know.
Yeah. We got just a little bit of time here. I wanted to really talk about this issue, but the last thing I want to mention, because I think it's valuable to this group out here, one thing I admire about your company is just the efficiency that you guys run, and you don't see that kind of efficiency typically in a lot of bulk. But one thing, you guys, from your aerodynamics, trailer skirts and all that, but if you can just tell the story, some people probably maybe saw it on the video, but you guys run those trailers trucks and trailers very aerodynamically, the fuel savings. Talk about that and just the fuel savings that you're getting. I know there was a question about 6 miles a gallon, but like, if I remember right, your trucks are getting 8. Yeah.
So, yeah, back in about 2010, started getting pretty serious about fuel mileage because, we were running long-nose Peterbilts, and we had that, we loved them. I still love the trucks. They're beautiful trucks. I'd have them all if they got 8 miles a gallon, but they don't. They tend to get 5 to 6. So I started figuring out the specs. A lot of it's gear ratios and different things like that, and went to super singles. I ran 6x2s. Everybody thought I was crazy. I was running everything was 6x2, and super singles. We made our own skirts for our trailers. Tried to make our own tails.
Because you're using liners out of the end dumps, right?
Yeah, the old liners. Yeah.
Old liners and turn them into wind skirts.
Yeah. I had Mac actually. If anybody has a Mac dump trailer, the half rounds, that nose cone they got on there, we actually designed that, and they put it on one of ours, and they said, "Can we sell this?" I'm like, "I guess." I didn't patent it. You built it. I just told you how to do it. And so now we got some new trailers. We don't have anybody making skirts for us, and now we just kind of do our own thing, and we actually add a lot of little details that. It's the little things that it adds up.
Yeah. And I maybe have this number wrong, but I thought you said somewhere along like you're saving $1 million in fuel a year.
Yeah. So with, do the math on an end dump, we run 100 of them. You get 8 miles a gallon instead of 6 miles a gallon. It's about $1 million, depending on what the fuel cost is, right?
Right.
Today it's gone down quite a bit, but at $4 a gallon, it was $1 million.
Yeah. Cool. Well, man, this has been a pleasure to have you on stage. I think, again, like a fanboy from afar of Woody Bogle over the years, just always an iconic truck, obviously here in Missouri. So super appreciate you coming on stage. So thank you.
Well, thanks for having me, and I really appreciate you allowing us to sponsor. And first time attendee, so I love it. It's good. It's been fun. So.
Yeah, awesome. Can we all thank Tracy? Oh, thank you.
That was awesome, guys. Nice job. Thanks, Tracy. Thanks. All right, how about a hand for Tracy and Jared? Okay. All right, we have made it. So it is now time for our happy hour that we're going to have over in the exhibit hall. It's sponsored by our friends over at 10-4 Truck Insurance. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you for sponsoring.